two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
It was just working. Okay, good morning. Thank you all for coming. I am Arvind Panagaria, the director of Raj Center on Indian Economic Policies. This conference is a one-day conference on India, the next decade. We are really living in rather exciting times from the point of view of India. From the 10th in 2014, today India is the fifth largest economy, headed to be the third largest in 3 or 4 years. So naturally, I think next decade for India is going to be very, very exciting. That is the broad theme of the conference that we would have today. The first session is being chaired by Dr. Poonam Gupta. She is the Director General of the NCAER, the National Council on Applied Economic Research in New Delhi, and also a member of Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. We have author Ruchir Agrawal. So I'm not sure what your association is. He's a former IMF, currently at Harvard and at Yale together, something in between, and then an entrepreneur, a non-profit kind of entrepreneur as well. So that's the author, and Prachi Mishra is, she is at, Dr. Prachi Mishra, she's at IMF. All three are doctors. So, she will be commenting on the paper, and then we'll have a Q&A. The session will last for 1.5 hours, and that's about it. I think, we'll start. Take over, Poonam.
Very warm welcome to you all. And many thanks to Professor Panagaria for organizing this conference. They're always such a treat to attend and to contribute to. As Professor Panagaria said, our first session is on a very interesting topic, India's growth story, why UP and Bihar matter. Ruchir is a terrific speaker, and so is Prachi. So we are expecting a very interesting and insightful session. My role would be mostly of that of a timekeeper. So to that extent, Ruchir will take about 40 minutes to present his stuff. And Prachi gets 15 to 20 minutes to comment on Ruchir's presentation. And then we'll open up for interactions. I'm not calling it Q&A. I'm calling it interactions because I think many of you have interesting things to say and to add to Ruchir's presentation. So we'll take it from there. Ruchir, all yours.
I guess I need a mic here. Oh, this one there, okay. Yeah, so what I want to talk to you all today about is why isn't India richer? The puzzle of Bihar and UP. So I'm an economist, so I'm going to be telling the story from, let me take it there. Yeah.
No, put that there, a little farther, because for recording.
Oh, okay. Instructed to put the microphone away. Okay, so what I'm going to be telling you is my version of this story from an economist's perspective. And this is, while this has taken me years to put together the data to tell the story, it is still preliminary. It's the first time I'm putting this together. So I want this to be a conversation starter, as Poonam has said, as a way to bring more insights. Already some people have come to me and said, I'm from Bihar, I'm from UP, I want to know more and add to this story. And that's what the goal of this exercise is. Now, why do I focus on the two states, Bihar and UP? How many of you here know Bihar and UP as states? Okay, so roughly 65% of you, so that's good. And so I'm going to be telling a story where the story of India's growth is fundamentally linked to these two states. And in many ways, in this story, at first I'll tell you three key facts about Bihar and UP, the most important being that about 25% of the Indian population live in these two states. And I will also then pose three puzzles. These will be the paradox of plenty, the reversal of fortunes, and the failure of convergence. They'll make more sense as we go along. And then I will very briefly delve into what possible explanations could be explored to answer these puzzles, and then end with some policy implications. So that's kind of what the goal for the next 40 minutes or so is. And let me just dive into the story before going further. But just want to say something also, because I'm not definitely the first person to think about these questions. There's a long line of people who've been thinking and writing about these issues. And so my contribution here is to bring together some novel data at the state level, at the district level, and also doing a lot of geo-mapping and kind of understanding how the boundaries of India, subdivisions and administrative boundaries have changed over time. So that's been a massive amount of work. And I want to encourage, there are a lot of young scholars here, PhD students. There is a kind of a joy in spending your nights or weekends doing that data work and kind of getting familiar with the subject. And so I've enjoyed that very much. And so I want to just emphasize that. And then, there is a long line of thinkers thinking about why India has performed economically the way it has. And there's Ramesh Chandra Dutt in the early 1900s, Professor Gadgil, and others. And this paper is kind of coming in that long line of work to focus on the role of Bihar and UP in this broader story, okay? Also, there's a broader work in the economic literature called what the economists call, or macroeconomists call, the growth convergence. And so this work is also contributing to that literature. I'm just rushing over this, not because I don't want to emphasize the value, but I'm cognizant of the time. But I can talk about more of this other work in the discussion as needed. Now, let me dive right into the story, okay? There are three key facts I want you to keep in mind as we unfold the story. The first is 1 in 4 people in India live in Bihar and UP. So Bihar and UP, Uttar Pradesh, are the states on the top right there, northern part of India, and their population today estimated to be about 360 million people, which is almost as much as the US and Canada combined, yeah? And so if you think about, from a global perspective, 1 in 25 people in the world live in those two states, so about 4% of the world population. And they also have among the highest density in the world, and this is just a small map for those who can see it. Let me make this easier. So here is a population density map, and effectively you see in the northern part is where you also have some of the highest densities in the world. If there were countries, they would be ranking in the top 10 or 20 for sure. The second fact I want you to keep in mind is the incomes in these two states are roughly 4 to 5 times lower than some of the peer states, like Haryana, Karnataka, Telangana. And here what I've done is I've basically, is it possible, Prachi, to perhaps maybe move towards the side so people can see? Yeah, thank you very much. So what you see here, what I've done for you is I've created a income map where I've just normalized the income for Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, and their income is roughly, in last year was roughly 65,000 rupees, which is close to $750. That was the annual income. That's about 100 times lower than the income in the US. And at the same time, it's about 4 to 5 times lower in some of the peer states, like the blue states you see, Haryana, Telangana, Karnataka. It's interesting, and I'll show you later, that historically, both these states were also the richest in India. So they are now the poorest. And so why that is happening. The third fact I want you to look at is they are also among the least urbanized population centers in the world. Okay, on the left here, behind Prachi, is the relationship between urbanization and income. Urbanization economists look at often because that is a measure of somehow it's correlated with income historically, and you know, Bihar, for instance, has urbanization rate as of the last census of about 11.3%. Uttar Pradesh just about 20%. And here what I did is I compared that to countries of the world, and effectively you see again on the corner here, that's Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, and what you'll see is again, they are among the lowest urbanized places in the world. So that's the third fact I want you to remember. Now, with those facts in mind, the three facts are 25% of the population live in these two states. They have 4 to 5 times lower incomes than the peer states, some of the peer states, and they are also among the least urbanized places in the world. Now, with that backdrop, let me go into 3 puzzles. And I would say this paper's contribution is largely in posing these puzzles to invite others to work on this topic, which I believe to be one of the most important questions on India and for the world. The first is what I call the paradox of plenty. Now, here is a map. Let me start. What is the paradox of plenty? It's why extremely fertile lands do not equal prosperity. Now, here's a map I've basically made of terrains of India. And if you can see, basically the red area is where you have the Gangetic, Ganga plains and the Brahmaputra plains. And basically the other parts are different regions of India based on either elevation, distance from the coast, or rainfall, basically. But one of the key things to note is this red area has extremely fertile land, and has been very high productivity for agriculture for thousands of years, and one of the first agriculture centers in the world. But if you compare that map to the map I showed you earlier of incomes, is exactly where their incomes are very low today. So the puzzle is, why do these extremely fertile lands do not equal prosperity? Now, this is just a way to demonstrate that for the economists in the crowd. So as a card-carrying economist, you have to always show some regressions. And so here, effectively, what I'm simply showing is, the left-hand side here is log district income, and the right-hand side is just like, what does it matter if you're in one of these regions? And basically, if you're in the Ganga plains, what this regression effectively tells you is your income is roughly 65% lower. That's how you convert those minus 0.89 in using exponents. And if you control for state fixed effects, that will tell you that the income in these regions are about 35% lower than the rest of the country, okay? And so that's kind of the paradox of plenty, and that's the quantification of that paradox of plenty that I want to pose. Now, let's zoom in to this region, to the Gangetic plains or Ganga plains. They are basically, the geologists divided into 3 areas, okay? The upper Ganga plains, the middle Ganga plains, and the lower Ganga plains. And the middle Ganga plains is very special, and that kind of encompasses all of Bihar and much of eastern UP. It's uniformly flat and is particularly fertile alluvial soil with abundant water. So here is basically something that took me months of work to put together, is what I believe is one of the first, if not the first, attempt to put a state-level income map of India, district-level income map of India. And I could only do this for 1 year, where data is available for all the states. But what you see here is you zoom in within Bihar and UP, and you see basically the problem is largely worse, let's say, in the middle Ganga Valley, okay? And that's kind of a more refinement of that paradox of plenty puzzle. The second puzzle I want you all to consider is what I call the reversal of fortunes puzzle. Now, which is basically how did the richest region in India for most of Indian history become the poorest? Now, how many of you have heard of the city Patliputra? Okay, so about 25% of you. Excellent. Now, Patliputra was, one way to look at this puzzle is to look at the lens of the city of Patliputra, which is modern-day Patna. Patna is the capital of Bihar. And here's a quote I have from one of these folks who first excavated Patliputra almost 100 years ago. And they're saying, basically, Patliputra, or modern-day Patna, was the most important city in the country, and it remained the capital of India for much of Indian history. And this is kind of an exaggeration, but I really loved it when I read it, that maybe safely asserted that the history of India from 600 BC to 600 AD can be studied as the history of Patliputra. And so, thank you, sir. Yes. Yes, let's just. At SIPA, you also get to do some exercise while presenting, so you get the full treatment. So I thought this sentence was beautiful because they say it can be safely asserted that the history of India from this for over 1,000 years can be studied as the history of Patliputra. It's definitely an exaggeration, but to give you an idea of the specialness of the city. Now, if you know, these are very small maps, but basically the Patliputra or Bihar and eastern UP today are successors of the ancient state of Magad, which arose during the Mahajanapad period around 5th, 6th century BC. And this is a very special period in Indian history because there are two big things that happen. It is the first, it's called the second urbanization period. It's the first time since the decline of the Indus Valley civilization where cities arose. And all of the cities basically start arising exactly where Bihar and Uttar Pradesh are today. And it's where the major newer Indian religions of Buddhism, Jainism basically came about, and all of that's happening very close to Patliputra. For example, Bodh Gaya is where Buddha gets enlightened, is very close there. Vaishali, where the Tirthankar, where the Jain religion founder was born, is there. And the eastern UP and Bihar is kind of the bed of ideas and religion, which is one of the big exports of India this time, was those ideas spreading around the world, with large fractions of the world in Asia becoming Buddhists, for example, and Hindus at some point. And next. Okay, and then in a way, Patliputra was the capital of Magad at that time. Okay, so it was founded around 490 BC and has remained the capital of India basically all the way to the Maurya Empire, which is this kind of India around the time of Ashoka, and also during the Gupta Empire, which some say is the golden age of India, or one of the golden ages of India. And so this is a period of about 1,000 years where for much of it, Patliputra is the capital of India, and that region is the center. The Bihar and Uttar Pradesh is the center of economic, cultural, social power. And again, later in the Sur Empire, basically, which lasted for only 20 years in between the Mughal Empire, also set its capital very close to Patna, and it was revived basically again. In between, it was destroyed around 600 AD, Patliputra, by the Huns around, So there's a period of quietness, and then it came back around. So if you've lost that historic part, the way to summarize this whole slide, which is a bit dense, is Patliputra or Patna was the capital of Indian Empire spanning about 1,000 years. Then there was a period of decline once it was destroyed by the invading Huns around 600. And then again, it was the, Sasaram right next to Patna was again the capital of the Sur Empire. So this is the historically rich, but today not so rich puzzle, okay? Now, even if you look at much closer in history, so just look back at 1707 at the death of Aurangzeb. So this is a map of India at the death of Aurangzeb during the Mughal period, 1707. If you see where the major cities are, they are largely concentrated. So there are various ways to look at it. Population centers, again, they are around the Ganga River in where Bihar and Uttar Pradesh are. And meanwhile, if you look at cities like Bombay, Calcutta, Madras, which are the 3 of the 4 biggest cities in India today, they were tiny trading ports, colonial ports really at that time, okay? And again, that's just juxtaposing that puzzle. Why did this place, which was for much of Indian history and as recently as 1700s, prosperous, is the poorest today? And this is, I like this, this is a map coming from Broadberry in the UK. What he does is he shows the share of world GDP coming from different regions of the world. And India, for basically much of the medieval period, was about representing 25% of world GDP. But starting around just after 1700s, the share of India in the world GDP basically starts to contract. And that coincides with the period where there's industrialization in the world and the British rule in India. And so there's some question kind of, this is about the question of when did that reversal happen? So I would say we should look at starting 1700, what's happening. And so these are 2 things that are happening around the world at that time, okay? The third puzzle I want to emphasize is, 1 second, how am I doing on time?
You're doing well.
I have
You have about half the time is
half the
still
time, so I can take some water break. So where are we in the story? I've told you about 3 facts. I've told you about 2 puzzles, the paradox of plenty and the reversal of fortunes. And now I'm going to go a bit zoom in a bit more in the recent history, say what's happened in the last 50, 60 years. And I'm going to tell this story from the perspective of what macroeconomists talk about is convergence, okay? Now, to state that puzzle is why have Bihar and UP not converged with richer states defying classic economic growth theory, okay? Now, if you allow me to put just some equations for a couple minutes, this will help us think through this puzzle from a bit of a quantitative perspective, okay? Now, much of economists' time have been spent studying this one question of growth, which is basically economic theory would suggest, or growth theory would suggest, that over a long period of time, your initial income should not matter. Poorer countries should converge to richer countries. And the way that is being tested in the literature is basically what you do is on the left-hand side, you put the growth rate of a country or a region for 20, 30, 40 years, and you look at, you say, how much does your initial income predict the future growth? So poorer countries today should grow much faster than countries that are already rich today. So the theory predicts that beta is negative and significant, okay? And so that's what the unconditional convergence, that's the original prediction of the growth models. Over time, and I'll show you, this theory has been rejected again and again. So the theorists said, okay, what can we do differently? How can we think about it differently? So they started talking about what's called conditional convergence. They're saying, okay, there are some structural features of the economy. It could be the political system. It could be fractionalization in ethnicity, what have you, that can have some impact on your growth rate every year. So the conditional convergence prediction basically said, let's control for those things, so they include this gamma, okay? And they say, if you control for these things, we should see the classic growth theory still hold. Okay, so this is an attempt by theorists to feel that their math is telling the truth. They just need to look at it differently. A version of that is what's called the club convergence, which is basically saying, there are actually these clubs. There are some kind of high growth clubs, low growth clubs. And once you figure out what those clubs are, and you account for that, so that's alpha club, basically everyone gets a different average growth rate, we should still, the classic theory should hold, your initial income should predict future growth, okay? So key fact, people basically spent many years of the dissertation and their life kind of estimating beta and telling the story of beta. That was like much of 90s and 2000s, okay? Now, in practice, so this is a new paper, like relatively new paper by Johnson and Papageorgiou. Papageorgiou is at the IMF, in the Journal of Economic Literature. There is strong failure of the unconditional convergence story, right? So how you see this, so let me walk you through this graph. On the x-axis, you have income per capita, so the income in these countries, each dot is a country, in 1960. On the y-axis is your income growth for the next 50 years, 1960 to 2010. And the classic growth theory would predict something like just one line and all countries, distributed around that line. But in practice, there's a failure of unconditional convergence. But there is evidence, strong evidence of what's being called club convergence, that there are three clubs, for example, in the north, in the green clubs, mostly it's European countries and some East Asian countries, and somehow, on average, independent of their income, they've experienced higher growth than other countries at the same income level, right? So there's kind of a high growth club, there's a middle growth club, and then there's a low growth club. So these are three convergence clubs. Is this clear to everyone what this is telling? The important thing for me, this is a really powerful graph, because what this tells me, so take a country like Haiti, okay? In 1960, Haiti's income was roughly slightly lower than Brazil, right? Haiti is down there in the red, Brazil is there in the blue, and around where Panama or say Hong Kong or Korea was, which is green, okay? They had the same income level. Growth theory would predict basically Haiti should have grown at a rate of about 4% for 50 years, their incomes. Every year you have 4% more income in your bank account, inflation adjusted, on average, the citizens, but basically they did not. So this is very powerful. This is kind of why macroeconomists are obsessed with this question. Now, what about India, okay? This is my attempt at putting together the different series of the Indian GDP state-wise over, I've done this until 1970, but I've also done for 60, which I'm not showing you. But here, on the x-axis, you have per capita income in India in 1970s, and on the y-axis, you have growth rate for the last 50 years. Okay, it's the same version. What you see is you also see a failure of unconditional convergence in India as well. And at the same time, you see strong evidence maybe you can say, for club convergence, okay? And there are these 4 convergence clubs, and which I've marked in these 4 colors, and they remain basically very stable over time. Wherever you cut, any 20-year period you cut, you're gonna basically replicate this graph. What this is telling you is quite powerful. Again, for the same logic which I put for the countries applies to the states. For the same level of income, right, so say Bihar was 20,000 rupees income in today's rupees back 50 years ago, if they had grown as the blue club, they could have grown 5% rate every year instead of 2% rate, so 3 percentage point differential. And that's big, okay? Now, Bihar and Uttar Pradesh form their own club in the bottom. Note that Jharkhand, which is a state that split from Bihar in the year 2000, is there, but partly that's just because how I've constructed the Jharkhand series, I gave it the same growth rate until 2020. So it's kind of a mechanical thing. If you look at the last 20 years, it's the same story, okay? It's the same 4 clubs, and you see again, Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, for their level of income, should be growing at a rate, say 8%, but they're growing at a rate of 4%. And so this is what I'm calling the third puzzle, the failure of convergence puzzle in the modern history, is why has this persisted and what's going on here? And I've tried to quantify it, and there is a logic to these 4 growth clubs. So here I just mapped those 4 clubs, basically using the same colors on India's state map. And basically, Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, the low growth club, they're in red. Then the middle, the lowest growth club, the low growth club are the ones in this yellowish color, which is in the middle. And then the high growth clubs are the blue. And then these are the small 4 states, city states, let's say, or small states where the highest growth club is, okay? Now, one way to think about it, just to put some numbers to quantify this puzzle, is, let me just jump right there, is first 2 specification is showing you the unconditional, is a test for the unconditional convergence, and the first one does it for 50 years, the second one does it for 20 years, the last 20 years, and basically you see strong failure of unconditional convergence. In India, that's beta, basically that's beta, which is 0, estimated to be 0, but in the 3rd and 4th specifications, I kind of do this club convergence test by accounting for the 4 clubs, right? And the base club is the high growth club, the blue one, if you remember. And you see that once you control for that, there's support for club convergence. That's point 2 I want you to take from this. And then the size, the quantitative effect of the Bihar and UP puzzle is roughly 3 to 6%. So that's the penalty that Bihar and UP are getting just by being in their club relative to the higher growth club. And that's kind of quite large. That's quite large, right? So in the Indian case now, the question is, can India grow at a rate of 8%, or 6%, or will it grow at a rate of 5.5%? Those 2-3 percentage point difference is what a lot of people in this room and policymakers spend a lot of time thinking about. But a big part of it, you see that puzzle is even bigger in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Let me make one more quick point. In the last 20 years, the coefficient of beta in India has been much larger. It's gone up to about 0.05. That means that there's very strong convergence happening within these clubs. So there is classical economics is working in India, but there's something happening that's kind of these. And that's the big question for me I want to pose to you all to think about, okay? Now, possible explanations. In a way, I'm going to do very little on this, okay? I know there's a lot of, I've posed the question, but I would like to give you an answer. There's a companion paper I'm working on to give the answer. But let me give you just where, if you were to try to be a detective and try to solve this on your own, which I would love if more people work on this question, is any explanation of Bihar and UP puzzles should align with these 3 key facts, which is their historical wealth. Both regions were very rich all the way in ancient India, all the way up to Mughal era. And so you cannot make stories about, there's something problematic in this region. So that's 1. 2, we need to take into account the intrastate disparity, like Eastern UP is less well off than Western UP, so why? So it cannot be simply there's a problem with the state, for example. And third, if we need to take into account the period of decline, is there's the reversal of fortune is really happening somewhere between 1700 and 1900. Is it something about global industrialization not coming to India? Is it something about British rule? Those are some things that these questions and potential answers should look at. So they would invalidate any theory someone would come up with, something about post-independent state failure or some very basic version of geography stories, or some caste or social system theories, which may have worsened, but they've been basically same for about at least 2,000 years of based on genetic records of Indian history. So, there are 2 possible explanations that one could consider that can somehow be a way to start thinking about it. At least these are 2 I thought about for this presentation. One is there some kind of agricultural resource curse that, in a way, because these regions are so fertile, and it kind of it prevents industrialization. There's a theory from Matsuyama back in 92 who says it depends really on terms of trade. In some conditions, you have high productivity in agriculture that allows you to save more and move into industrialization, whereas in other cases, it can keep you there. So the problem with this is there are many other parts of very other high productivity, agricultural productivity states in northern India. for example, that have industrialized. And so it's kind of that has to be more nuanced if one has to go through this journey. The second is the British industrial policy story, which kind of dates back to Ramesh Chandra Dutt, to Gadgil, and I thank Professor Panagaria for pointing me to some of these older literature and thinking on this. And so this version of the theory is about somehow economic activity shifts from Mughal centers to newer cities, which were cities developed by the colonial presence in India. And so one way, I'm just going to show you some version of the second, how if one were to go in that avenue where one could look at. So here is a map of India in 1785, where the East India Company starts kind of expanding, and there's the Marathas are controlling, that's the yellow, and the East India, the British territories or dominions are in the pink. And you see basically the first part and the largest exposure to the British rule is present in Bengal, Bihar, and parts of eastern UP, okay? And so there is something there, and so to be looked at. And so what I'm looking at, for example, is there a differential experience for cities or regions that were port cities like Calcutta compared to those that were far, where there was reallocation of economic or industrial activity. And there's this very beautiful, interesting paper, let's say from Bakshi in 1970s. He collected this data from two censuses, manufacturing censuses in Bihar, of what percentage of these cities, each line represents a city, what percentage of the population were part of industrial activity. And basically, he does it at 2 points in time, 1810 and 1901. And basically, across all those cities, their industrial share was like close, 15 to 20%, and there's a sizable decline. And so why is that happening? What's the story behind it? That, I think, is one of the areas I would encourage us, including myself, to look into.
Actually, about 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. So what are the implications? Okay. One way to think about this is, I just did this very simple counterfactual growth exercise. In last 50 years, India's per capita income in real terms grew by about 3.5%, or so, slightly less than 3.5%. What if Bihar and UP had grown at the same rate as, say, Karnataka or Haryana in these 50 years? What would have India's overall growth rate been? Yes? And basically, this is basically an arithmetic exercise, and the answer is almost double. Okay, that's kind of the actual compared to the counterfactual. And so that's kind of why I think this is one of the most important questions we should be thinking about to understand, because India needs, the world needs Bihar and UP to prosper, and it's central to the Indian growth story. Okay, so in a way, I would say the highest level policy version of this question is, what do? We have this region, 2 states, which were historically very prosperous, but for some reason are not prosperous today. What do? At the very basic level, the question is about, do we move people to where opportunities are, where states are doing well, or we move opportunities to those places, to the people? That's the fundamental question. But of course, that has a lot of social, historical, and complex real-world complexities, political complexities. And so it may not be so feasible to move people because of, as we know, not just in India, but elsewhere in the US and many parts of the world, migration is a politically charged subject. That's difficult. And India, my family originates from Rajasthan area. I was born and grew up in Calcutta, but the culture of my home is still what we did, what people are doing in Rajasthan. So even we moved, I was born there, a lot of my identity is still coming from the place of my forefathers, my foreparents. So these are difficult subjects in a place like India, but it has major implications for, are we going to do large infrastructure investment? What is these smart cities? And this is a key fact I want you to remember on this context. Bihar population today is roughly 125 million, roughly estimated to be 125 million. Its biggest city is Patna, where actually Prachi is from, and so you'll hear more about that. But the population, depending on how you measure it, of the city itself is less than 5 million. But if you look at the urban area, it may be bigger. But it's only one of the biggest. It's the biggest urban center. If Bihar was a country, that would be shocking, right? And so why don't we have more cities? What is the story there, and what can be done about it? So just to recap last slide, what I've tried to tell you is India's growth story is fundamentally linked to Bihar and UP. I've showed you 3 key facts about these 2 states. 25% of the Indian population live there, roughly 360 million people. The income disparity is huge. These states are 4 to 5 times less rich compared to their peers. That matters. The urbanization rates are extremely low. They are among the least urbanized places in the world. I've posed on the back of those facts 3 puzzles for you to consider. Paradox of plenty. Why are extremely fertile lands not prosperous today? The reversal of fortunes. How did India's richest region become its poorest? And for much of Indian history, richest region. The failure of convergence. This is more interesting for economists especially, I would say. Why have they not caught up with the other states in the post-independence period? And I would say I posed 2 possible explanations for one way one could start looking into answering these puzzles, the agricultural resource curse and the British industrial policy hypotheses. And as policy implications I've left you with to consider, this is a huge drag on Indian growth. We need to think about, we cannot think about just India as one entity, but also has many stories within India. So we need to think very clearly about what the Bihar economic policy is, UP or other states. And in this context, I think there's a broader puzzle with all these growth clubs. It's not just the Bihar and UP puzzle, but what's happening to the other states, which I didn't get a chance to talk about. And I've left you with a question on, policy question on should we move people to opportunities or opportunities to people? Okay, many thanks for your time. I will pass it over.
Ruchir, that was terrific, and thanks for also keeping to the time. Over to Prachi.
Thank you very much, Professor Panagaria, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be back. I spent 5 years, many years of my life, many hours in this building and on campus. So it's really a pleasure and privilege. And thank you, Ruchir. Of course, as Ruchir mentioned, this topic is close to my heart because I grew up in Patna, and I still have my family lives in Patna, and I'm very deeply connected. So it's a pleasure, and thank you very much, Ruchir. I have to start with the usual disclaimer. So I think Ruchir did a terrific job presenting, but let me start by summarizing what the paper does. I think the paper starts by documenting stylized facts on the importance of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. As Ruchir said, both of them together constitute about 25% of India's population. But at the same time, they have the lowest per capita incomes and are least urbanized. And he does a nice counterfactual where he shows that between 1970 to 2022, if Bihar and UP were to grow like Karnataka and Haryana, India's per capita income growth would actually be double. And then he moves on to raising what I think are 3 important questions. First is what he calls the plenty paradox. Why do these 2 states remain poor despite having the most fertile lands? And I think Ruchir showed some interesting maps on the fertility of land in these 2 states. Second, what he calls the reversal of fortunes. So why did they turn from being the richest historically to poorest now? And third, what he calls the failure of convergence. Why haven't they really caught up? And just elaborating a bit more on his findings, I think on the paradox of plenty, for those of you who are economists in the audience, he does a simple regression where he has district income on the left-hand side And he has a couple of indicators of, what kind of area or what kind of, the district has. And he finds, whether it's arid, whether it's gangetic, whether it's plains, etc. And he finds that, if you're an area with a gangetic plain, that is negatively, the coefficient on that is negative and statistically significant, meaning that gangetic plains were negatively associated with district income high. If you were a gangetic plain, you're more likely to have lower income at the district level relative to others. And then I think he has some nice charts where he shows, if you look at, in particular, if you dig into these middle Ganga plains, Bihar and Eastern UP were particularly poor and are particularly poor. And on reversal, on his second stylized fact is on reversal of fortunes. If you go back, really, I think till the 18th century, Bihar and UP were actually major economic centers. And then the decline began somewhere around 1705, as Ruchir said. And the third finding is about convergence. So this is, actually, convergence is very, deeply linked to this building, because Xavier Salai Martin, who sits on the 10th floor, has done phenomenal work on convergence. And he, as Ruchir establishes, that look, unconditional convergence, whether you look, meaning that poorer countries or poorer states or poorer districts will grow faster. That doesn't hold whether you look across countries, whether you look across India or whatever. But if you actually do look at conditional convergence, conditional on certain factors such as education, law and order, institutions, then you find that if you have a regression of per capita income growth on the left-hand side, and initial per capita income on the right-hand side, the coefficient on initial per capita income is negative. And once you control for a number of factors, you actually find conditional convergence. And what he shows is that, look, if you have, if you have dummies or indicators for clubs, and he divides India into 4 clubs, then you actually find that this estimated coefficient on initial per capita income is negative. That is, there is conditional convergence controlling for these clubs. So within these clubs, you do find that poorer states grow faster. And then, finally, he draws some policy implications. That is, think about whether, you move people to opportunity or opportunity to people. Finally, I think, as he rightly said, he has a companion paper, but he offers a number of explanations for why there's failure of convergence. He points out, state failure, geography, caste, and deindustrialization, I think, as he calls it. So let me start. My first comment is on the contribution. When I was going through, and I think I don't have a paper, so apologies, Ruchir, if I missed anything. So if I think about the contribution of this study, I think about, how should I think about it? Is it an econometric study, or is it really a case study of these 2 states? If it's really an econometric analysis, you would rather include all the states and give us more flavor on what's happening to all the states. I would rather push it as a case study of 2 particular states. But then what made me wonder is, why are you picking these 2 states? Because, you for example, you showed this evidence on the Ganga plains, why not West Bengal? Why not Orissa? Why not, Madhya Pradesh? Especially if you think about deindustrialization, and as I'll show you some pictures later on, West Bengal was is fairly poor, is not as poor as Bihar and UP, but I think if you think about the middle Ganga plains, I think, or lower Ganga plains, I think West Bengal is also there. So I think if you do a case study, I would just include a couple of more states. I was thinking aloud, why only these 2 states? And actually, to push it as a case study, I would do 2 additional things. One is, I think, who is the audience for this paper, right? If these are policymakers sitting in Patna and Lucknow, then you might as well have some granular policy implications for what you're suggesting going forward. And then based on the policy implications, there has to be some outlook. Again, what you've done so much of research on these 2 states. What is your outlook on these states going forward, even conditional on policies or under some assumptions? If certain policies were, the history, but what do you think, why? We are looking at the history because we want to learn or form some view about the future. So I think these two things would make, even if you want to push it as a case study of a couple of states, I think what would make it bite more is having some granular policy implications that can be relevant for people actually sitting for making policies in Patna and Lucknow, and also, say a little bit about, what is your view on the outlook for these states or a couple of states you put going forward, even conditional on policies. My second comment is on this plenty paradox, and I wonder if there's really a paradox, because if you, and just, discussing this paper, I was, trying to read up a little bit. It seems that, agriculture productivity these days is less about land, and there is a lot, away from the farm. So basically, there's this whole agri value chain where you start with farm, but then there is, processing, retail, storage, wholesale. So there's this whole agri value chain. I was reading this excellent, survey paper by Chris Barrett et al. In the Journal of Economic Literature, where he shows that there's been dramatic transformation in this agri value chain. And if you look at the US, which is, these charts are from the JEL paper, the left one is from the JEL paper and the right one is from Yi et al. 2021. I think if you look at the share of farm in food expenditures has actually declined if you look historically, and that's true not only for the United States, but even for emerging economies where more, you don't have data going back. It's a lot, there's been a sharp decline in the share of farm. So I think if you can bring some evidence on agri value chain and variation across Indian states in the agriculture value chain, I think that will be really informative, and I think that could add to the story. Another factor, again, if you read the survey, is about the size of land holdings. So, from what I understand, I don't have the data, but I think in these two states, the land holding is much smaller compared to the other states. So I think there are a lot of factors rather than fertility of the land itself, which matters, for agricultural productivity. Again, not being an expert, and quick read of the literature suggests that. So if you could bring some evidence along those lines, I think that could be helpful. I think then, zooming into this, there's been a lot of dynamism and a lot going on recently. So, for example, I think maize is a big success story in Bihar. So if you look at productivity of 7, I was reading, productivity of 7 districts in Bihar on maize is the highest in the world. And it's, it's even higher than Indiana and Iowa. If you look at the story of foxnut or makhana, 90% of makhana actually comes from Bihar. Lychees, now you get Muzaffarpur lychees in Costco. So I think capturing a little bit of, dynamism and what is going on, rather than, I mean, it's good you have the historical record, but I think making it a little bit more contemporary and what's going on now, I think again will add a lot to the story. On the reversal of fortunes, again, I was wondering, is the reversal of fortune occurring only for Bihar and UP? Because you yourself showed a chart, and which is, some version of this. This is from Angus Madison's work. That, this is a story about India. If you really go back historically, it's more than 1/3 of world GDP, and that fell dramatically, I think, by 1950. And I think there is a statement by Shashi Tharoor, which was quite controversial, that, India was being governed for the benefit of Britain. And so I wonder, if you could convince us a little bit more that this is not a story about India, but these two states in particular, or a couple of states in particular, which reverse. So a little bit a broader perspective, around this, longer time series for all, at least, a few more states, that this story is not about India, and these two states actually drove the reversal of fortune story, I think again would be helpful. Coming to the, your point about the failure of convergence, again, I sat back and, is this really a puzzle? And I think if you ask me, again, living in the city and growing up there, I think if you ask me, deindustrialization or lack of manufacturing in particular seems to be the most biting reason for me, reason that comes to mind. And then again, I think when you talk about deindustrialization, I think it's important to distinguish between manufacturing and construction, because there's a lot going on in construction. So this is, again, this is more recent data. I think you can go back in history and see how this has evolved. If you look at, Bihar in particular, the growth rate in construction is like, more than double the growth rate in manufacturing. And the share of construction in GDP has gone up even in the decade of 2000s from 6% to 14%. And there is a lot going on in construction. And manufacturing and construction are both clubbed as industry. So how do the two differ, and what is the history of construction going back, I think would also be interesting to see. Coming to manufacturing, I think, the decline of manufacturing probably cannot be complete. Any discussion of the decline of manufacturing cannot be complete without discussion of the freight equalization policy. So for those of you, I think this policy, basically freight equalization policy, basically what it did was, the goal of this policy was to have even development across states. And the movement of iron, steel, etc., from the resource-rich to the resource-poor states was subsidized. And this has been widely argued to be one of the factors for the decline in manufacturing in some of these states. And this is, again, there's a paper by Firth and Liu 2018, which I came across. And as you can see on the left-hand side, you can see that manufacturing in these, eastern states, declined or grew at a flatter path relative to the non-eastern states. And on the right-hand side, you can see just for Bihar and West Bengal, the share of engineering-intensive industries and vis-a-vis the other industry, and you see that a big decline in iron and steel using manufacturing compared to other industry. And again, this brings to the point, a lot of these factors also have were common in West Bengal as well. So I don't see excluding West Bengal from the study. I have to add, again, it's not in the slide, but again, another factor for the decline of manufacturing, especially in Bihar, which was very important, was security. Law and order, security, police. So if you can, people did not want to locate, factories in Bihar because they were afraid of being kidnapped or. So again, bringing some perspective, adding some perspective on how crime and security has evolved historically in some of these states, I think would be interesting too. Next, I think when I think about these states, and particularly Bihar, I think there cannot be a discussion, the discussion cannot be complete without bringing in services. So again, phenomenal growth in services. I think if you look at, again, this is more data, more recent data, services growth in Bihar touched around 14-15% in the decade of 2000s and early 2013-14. If you look at share of services in the state's gross domestic product, again, if you look at Bihar, increased from like 55 to 60-65%. There's a recent paper also by, I think this is a paper in Econometrica by Fan et al., where they document that developing countries more generally have undergone structural transformation from agriculture to services, whereas industrial, the growth of industry has been more limited. And for India in particular, they show a massive increase in productivity in the non-tradable services like retail, transport, real estate, and they show that that's a contributing factor to rise in living standards in these states. So again, bringing in some perspective on services is very important to get a complete picture and make the study more contemporary. Yeah, I'm done. So I think two quick points. I think you focus a lot on income per capita. I think it would be good to distinguish between GDP, the numerator, and the denominator, which is population, because population growth in these states is much higher. Population density is much higher than in India on average, and some of the other states. Again, beyond GDP, and this is some work I did for the 15th Finance Commission, where we looked at more composite indicator of development rather than just income, and incorporating all these indicators. And there you see, so on the left-hand side is basically a composite indicator of underdevelopment. Bihar is, of course, on the top, but UP is actually not on the top. Also, these two states have had a very sharp decline in this index of underdevelopment over time. So, bringing a bigger perspective than just income per capita could also be useful. So let me, I think, conclude. I would push these as case studies and probably bring in a couple of more states if it's possible. Reading just the slides again without whether these are really paradoxes, I'm not very sure. Has the reversal of fortune really, is it only for Bihar and Orissa or for the other states as well? I think when you talk about deindustrialization, I think you have to distinguish between manufacturing and construction. The decline of manufacturing, any discussion of decline of manufacturing, I think should include discussion of this freight equalization policy and other factors like security, law and order. Again, services has to be a part of the discussion because a lot is going on in services. And maybe think about a little bit about the role of income versus population, numerator versus denominator, and if we can go beyond GDP. But thank you very much. It was great to discuss the paper.
Ruchir, we'll give you time. Let me just add a few comments of my own. Ruchir, won't take more than 2 minutes. Then you respond, and we have to give enough time to the audience. So both the presentation and the discussants' comments were great. Ruchir, on some of the things, I may end up repeating Prachi. I'll try not to. Just look at what's happening in India currently. There's a great deal of competition among the states in terms of policy reforms, in terms of trying to attract investment, both domestic and international, and so on. 4 states particularly stand out, 2 of which you mentioned, UP and Bihar. 2 others are Orissa and MP. All 4 states have had a great deal of political stability and policy stability. Each one has been trying to grow faster than before, but your data shows that they are stuck in some kind of a club convergence issue. So what is the real challenge that these states have? Each one aspires to grow faster through industry, which they are finding hard to attract. They are doing better than before in agriculture. Orissa is doing better than before in mining. Both MP and Orissa, from what I know, have been able to attract knowledge industry. They have not been able to attract industry, but they have been able to attract knowledge industry. So one is this sectoral composition of where they are able to succeed, where they are not able to succeed. So just, what are your views on that? Moving from agriculture, moving up within agriculture, which MP has done well, but also moving to what in terms of trying to accelerate their growth rates. A second point is on policy. When you say moving opportunities to the states or moving people out of the states, each one has 2 different dimensions of these. One, who will decide whether people move? These are individual decisions. So what is the role of policy making in that? Role of policy making is more if you're trying to move opportunities to the states, which means you are trying to move resources to the states, perhaps. And then there is a big north-south divide. Who will agree that these states are subsidized more? And again, on policy making side, is it the central government or the state government who would decide what? A whole lot of policy space actually lies with the center. Entire trade, monetary policy, financial sector, and now even tax policy is with the center. But it's the states which have to grow faster. So what policy room are we talking about? How best can they use that policy room besides easing their doing business, which I think they all are doing. All the 4 states that I mentioned have done so. One final observation is when you show your club convergence, you show that 4 of the largest city states are very small and very urbanized. So are there any implications for that on the size of the state? or the decision-making or administrative unit? And if so, should this analysis be done exactly how the government in India is thinking about aspirational districts or aspirational blocks, to the extent that there is within state heterogeneity as well? Is that the right way to think about it? A final thing, when you show that there is club convergence, another interpretation of that is traps. You're showing that there are various traps. There's a low income trap, low middle income trap, and a middle income trap. And that seems quite scary in a way. So you take about 5 minutes to respond, and then we take audience.
Maybe just 2 minutes, if you allow me. First, I want to thank both Prachi and Poonam, because I only sent them these slides a week ago. So really, thank you for thinking about it and coming up with quite rich comments. Even though Poonam did not present the slides, there's a lot of depth in what she said. So my gratitude to both of you. I want to start with what Poonam has said. I think I love what you're saying at the end about policies, about fiscal transfers, about district or not. And I hope very much with this exercise to exactly start those conversations. So I think that's a really important thing. At the same time, I want to say, let's not get distracted by details, okay? What we are talking about here, let me give you two key facts again. The income in Bihar today is about $650 a year. That's about 100 times less than the US, okay? So why Bihar? Because that. Second, UP is not much higher. It's about $200 more, okay? So we are talking about 360 million people in the world in these two states. And so everything else is details, right? Are they doing construction or industries? I don't want us to get distracted. I want us to focus on that core issue. That's a serious policy issue. That's a economic issue. That's a social issue. I want to really be clear on that. And the other point I really want to make sure you all take home is, if I'm allowed to pull up the slide again, just one slide, if you allow me. Sumit Saab, the growth convergence chart, if you could kindly. I want you to really take this home, okay? Because, thank you, sir, I got it. And then could you make it alive there? Can you choose this? Yeah. Yes. So I just want to show you this slide. All the things that, there is a lot of dynamism, yes, happening in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, which are the two red dots here, in the last 20 years, okay? There's a lot of dynamism happening there. But we should not get distracted by just seeing high growth rates, because counterfactually, they should be growing actually double. So yes, they are growing, but that's not really what's relevant. They're not growing fast enough. And that's why Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal is already, almost twice as rich. Let's not get distracted. So that's why I want to put a focus on this. So this is not just a case study, in my view, if you allow me. I can put a lot of econometric data. I can put 20 tables, but I wanted to make this point today that this is core for understanding the Indian growth story. We should not be focusing on the decomposition so far on what's happening in construction and services. Maybe yes, if that's where the answer leads us. But I don't know for you, for me, once I started looking at this, it's impossible to not look at it. And so as I see it, there is something, yes, all the other growth clubs matter, but we should start by looking at what's happening in these two states. And this is where a lot of culture of India was born, and of the world, shared heritage. This is where it was prosperous for, as I've shown you, for several thousand years. Why are they not prosperous today? That's what I want to emphasize. Thank you.
Let's open up for both questions and comments. Please try to be pointed and let us know whether it's an observation or a question. Yes, starting.
I actually have two questions. Firstly, you mentioned that the post-independent state failure is an invalid possible explanation for the slow growth of Bihar. However, do you believe that the political regime that was in place in Bihar particularly in the early and mid 1990s, possibly would have like exacerbated the slow growth or even reversed some of the progress that was made. And secondly, you mentioned when you were showing us the graphs and comparing the two dates, um, we saw that Jharkhand actually left the slow growth club. So would you have any insight as to what did Jharkhand do right that it actually left the club?
Your name?
Sharvani.
Shervani.
Can you please raise your hand so that I can see how many? There's two here, Vikram and
Thank you. Good morning, Vikram Haksar. Ruchir, great presentation. Great discussion. I just wanted to actually come back to some of the points that Poonam raised, just to drill down, because I think an interesting comparison is India and China. So the 2 points I would raise for you to reflect on perhaps are center versus decenter, the resource transfer question. I think Prachi also hinted at that. And the other one is the nature of incentives at the decentralized level. There's there's a lot of views that in China there's so much competition between local governments that is a big driver for innovation and very strong economic performance.
Thank you. My observation here is if you in the last 50 years, the UP and Bihar, in UP, there are 50 chief ministers, and in Bihar, there are 26 chief ministers. And UP and Bihar actually produce the maximum number of civil servants combined together. And they migrated to other states, and those other states are prosperous. So have you taken into consideration, it's not the talent that lacks in Bihar and UP, it is about the willingness of maybe the political, I don't want to comment on the politics, but how do you see from your observation point of view, you take into consideration the economic growth coming from South, especially Telangana, for example, majority of the civil servants are from Bihar, and why Telangana is on the top of the graph, why Bihar is still low. Just an observation.
the bureaucracy, which is.
Thank you. I think this has been a fascinating discussion and certainly highlighted things that I wasn't thinking of before. But as I compare what's going on here to just the corporate world, it'd be very interesting to see the best-in-class states in India and compare it to factors like, I think part of what Naga was also talking about is leadership, right? Leadership, obviously there's policy, et cetera. And how do education, just the modernization, innovation, how do those factors in some of the best-in-class states compare to Bihar and Orissa and sort of do a comparative? I mean, I don't have any answers. I was just sort of wondering what that might look like.
Yeah, hi, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Shiva Ganapati. I'm interested in macro as a practitioner. First of all, thank you so very much to Ruchir and Prachi for sharing your thoughts with us. A suggestion was made by Prachi, I think, to include West Bengal along with the UP and Bihar. I think that's well made. I would like to draw attention to the neighboring country, Bangladesh. It's done some remarkable sort of achievements, and from here we look at Bangladesh with a great deal of interest. So looking at a lot of the points that you made are Bangladesh shares in terms of whether it's a lower Gangetic plain or agriculture and so on and so forth, and it was nowhere. I mean, it was in the dumps, so to speak, and it was anticipated that the northwestern neighbor might be in a better position to sort of register better growth. it turned out to be just the other way. So perhaps when you sort of expand your coverage, I would request you to include Bangladesh, although it's a separate country. But there's a great deal of commonality, especially from West Bengal, I don't have to say it, but even with the rest of the other two states that you talked about, and about 130 or 140 million population. It also compares very well with about 100 million population of Bihar and 200 million of UP. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I'm Zainab. So I have one question and one observation. So my observation is that when you were showing us the spatial map of India, and you made a distinction between the prosperous states, which were blue, and the other states, which were, I think, red and yellow. I noticed that the states that were red and yellow were not were landlocked, and the ones that were blue had access to the coastal areas. So maybe that could be a factor in their economic growth. And the second thing is, as Ms. Poonam mentioned, is that the security reasons. So I work in the IT industry and I'm studying over there, and I have a lot of friends and colleagues who also work there. And whenever they get an opportunity from Bihar and UP, and even if the pay is really good, even if the job is really good, a lot of them would not prefer to work there at all because of the security reasons.
3 minutes. If so, Ms. Shavani's question was, in a way, what's really interesting, what Ms. Zara, Ms. Shavani, what's your name, sir? Mr. Nag said, in a way, a lot of the things are about things going bad after independence, especially in the state of Bihar and maybe in UP. And in a way, there's a lot written about it. And I wonder how much of that is an exacerbation of things already being bad. And so definitely there are a lot of institutional, if I can use the word failures, despite the talent. And so, or security issues, as Prachi also mentioned. So I want to just have that, the answer is yes, basically. Yes, things could have gotten worse, and that can deepen the puzzle, but not eliminate the puzzle. That's why I showed you different points in time, 1960, 70, and now. Basically, wherever you cut the puzzle, you see there's a Bihar and UP income puzzle. On Jharkhand, that's just a mechanical thing. It left the cut because there are various ways to build the Jharkhand series going back there. I just mechanically gave the same growth rate, but if you adjust that, it will not look in that club. So that's just. On Vikram's point on India, China, I think the first order thing that comes to mind, I've done some work on this comparison as well, is that the places in China that are relatively poor are also not necessarily the most populated, right? So I think what's special about, there are definitely, so if you, like, I travel a lot in Xinjiang or Shanghai, there are huge areas, relatively poor, Gansu, but not very populated. And so I think what's really special, okay, there are some regions that are relatively poor in China and higher population, but not as much as in the special case of India with Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, where 25% of the country are living in these two states and they are 4 to 5 times poorer. I think that's the uniqueness which makes this a especially interesting puzzle for us to consider from that global perspective. On Bihar and talent, I think I'm collecting some data on, for example, at the pin code level, where IIT top scorers are coming from, exactly as Mr. Nag's saying, there is huge amount of talent, and that just deepens the puzzle more, right? That just is additional, more than fertility, there's talent endowment, and why are we not benefiting from that? So very much agree. On the corporate world, I think there I would, I do work on finance, and I can say a lot in financial markets and corporate markets, like corporate finance issues. I don't have much to add, sorry, on your question, beyond saying I wonder if the answer can simply be change of leadership beyond without changing something more structurally. This is something that is with us for 200 years, this relative uh, lack of prosperity. And I believe that it requires a much more fundamental social, and which makes it really hard from a policy perspective. It's not simply just giving money or fiscal transfers. It requires a deeper examination of the social structure or the economic structure, why urbanization is so low, tier 2, tier 3 cities. Like, how can we get more of them for people to move from villages to an apartment? You know, and I think that's kind of the big question there. On Mr. Shiva's point, I love your suggestion, sir. Bangladesh, I think that's fascinating. So I love Bangladesh as well, and I grew up in Calcutta, so I really wish to do what Prachi may call a case study, but I may call a paper on that comparison. It would be a dream to do that, so I thank you for putting that on my plate to do. And Ms. Zareb's point on landlocked, I think that's kind of, I really like that you all are adding ideas on how to explain the puzzle. That's kind of you're making the case to Professor Panagaria to invite me next year for a companion paper where I will be examining some of those answers to the solution. Maybe, Prachi, you want to add something? Or
I just have to say one thing. Poonam, the people on the live stream aren't able to hear you, so if you can turn on the microphone.
They could hear him, right?
Yes.
That's what mattered. So we'll
But the live stream, people on the live stream.
so we'll take one more round of questions. There were 3 hands that were raised earlier. Are there more? Okay, Professor Panagaria, 1, you were there. 4. So Professor Panagaria, you go first, and then we can go in this order.
So just 2 comments, really not question. One is, I think the decline of Bihar is a puzzle to me. You know, the decline of India in Angus Madison's data really is more of a rise of Europe, particularly UK, in the wake of Industrial Revolution. You know, so prior to that, the history of Bihar is just unbelievably rich. I mean, one period that Ruchi left out was the period when Nalanda flourished. I mean, that whole period, you know, actually Nalanda begins where you had ended under Gupta. Actually, 500 AD is roughly, or CE is roughly when Nalanda rises, and for 800 years, actually, that turns out to be the prime institution around the world, really. And I mean, I could go on. Nalanda, in that period is still. So there is a whole continuity of, so within India, this is the most prosperous region. And within India, how does this become the least prosperous region? Quite apart from the Indian kind of share in the GDP globally, which I think to a very considerable degree is to be attributed to the rise of Industrial Revolution, which India, of course, missed out on. So there is a puzzle, that one. The others, I think, you know, you can argue about. The other point I want to make, and this is really my, you know, never-ending optimism, that look, leadership really remains extremely important, and within Bihar itself, you have the example when the leadership really took matters seriously. That was almost a whole decade of Nitish Kumar, 2002 to 12 roughly, or 2003 to 12, certainly in 8 years, certainly, perhaps 10. I'll tell you, actually, around 2012, I had headed a study, and the study we called, which came out as a book from Oxford University Press here in New York, was Making Miracles in Indian States. Bihar was one of the 3 states we studied. So we studied Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, and Gujarat. Because Bihar was really rising, actually growth rate in the preceding decade, ending around at 2012, in Bihar, had exceeded India's average growth rate, which itself was quite high. So it's almost a 10% growth rate during that period. It almost looked like, there is going to be convergence. Orissa also grew, another very poor state also grew very rapidly. So I think leadership matters, and Odisha is again the same story, because you got, Patnaik doing fantastic job, providing great stability, and, so it's been growing for 20 years at a rate of about 7% a year. I think good leadership can make a big difference.
Hi, thanks for your time. My question's more on a practical side from business. As we think about the next 10 years, which is sort of the hallmark of discussion, and we talk about these two regions, which companies specifically do you think are leading the charge in India to invest in these two areas that you feel like are front and center of, not only this opportunity, but this potential, great shift?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. My name is Kaveri. I was wondering, I saw recently in Bihar there was a caste census conducted and the results were released showing like a very big, large population of OBCs. And I was wondering, what do you think the impact will be on reservations and also on economic growth, especially considering the rise of RSS and BJP and their anti-reservation policies? Thank you.
So first of all, Ruchir, thanks for your presentation. I think your focus on an important descriptive is really, really, motivating. I have just two quick observations. The first thing is, as a practical matter, if you, separated Western UP, like you said, from Eastern UP, would it be part of a different club? Because that might help us focus on Eastern UP as a geographic area. The second thing I was thinking, and I think Prachi mentioned this, we didn't talk about fertility and whether female literacy could be a mechanism explaining this. So just, I know you want to focus on the big picture, not the mechanisms, but, I think collectively fertility and female literacy should be studied.
Yeah, one question was over there. Yeah.
Thank you for the time. I just had a quick question that might help. Is English a part of the problem here? Is it possible that cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai had very large English-speaking populations to start with, and investments in English continuously has helped IT companies, back office, kind of spur that initial economic growth story in these cities that has just allowed growth to further expand in the country? And UP and Bihar may not have had that advantage. And is it possible to build that today, maybe?
No, Prachi, will you take any time at all? No, depending on that, we'll attract one or two last questions. Okay, then Prachi, just wait. Any one last question? Okay, yes.
So my question is to Dr. Prachi. Especially manufacturing versus construction in Bihar, how much of that construction was actually road construction? Because Nitish Kumar's government had a lot of investment on road construction, and then did it translate into, it should have translated into manufacturing and industrialization, it did not. And second observation on how does the paper actually influence the policy makers? I think like that perennial story of Jamban telling Hanuman, I think sometimes you need to tell policymakers that you come from a rich legacy and history so that they can maybe build on that and create.
So, yeah, no, thank you. This has been a great discussion. I think the point that Professor Panagaria made, Ruchir, if you can establish, maybe it's not there in the slides. If you can establish more convincingly the paradox, I think relative to the rest of India over a long period, I think that will be a big contribution. I think I did not see it in the slides, but I think that would be. And second, I don't know if you can bring, there's no discussion of prices here. So if you can, bring some evidence on where PPP per capita incomes are, I think that too will be, I don't know if you can go back historically on that, but at least, tell us a little bit about, the economists and macroeconomists, what per capita incomes are in purchasing power terms. And number three, I think on the question on road construction, yeah, I think it could be, but I think real estate is also doing fairly well in Bihar. Land values are rising. So it could be both, a combination of both. And remember that a lot of road construction is actually not the state government, it's a part of the NHAI, and so I think it could be, I don't know the breakup. Thank you very much.
Now, Ruchi will take the last few minutes, and it's about time. If you have any questions, I kept asking you take it during lunch. Okay, okay.
Please pull your question. Sir, thank you, Ruchir, for a very good presentation. Just one observation which I wanted to, that we are discussing that Bihar and UP, they are very poor for the last so many years. I think it has got more to do with political stability and good policies. If you, by policy, I mean business-friendly policy for the industrialist, giving them incentives, giving them incentives for manufacturing. By policy, I just want to mention about one example. A big industrial house was setting up an automobile plant in West Bengal. Certainly what the thing messed up there, the other state, it gave so much incentive that that particular automobile industry shifted from West Bengal to Gujarat. And it was a win-win situation for the other state because of its good political stability and policy.
Very good. Okay. So let me start with responding to Prachi. Actually, Prachi, you make a very good, I think that's among all the very good points, that's the most important point I take away with from your rich discussion, is to show that there is, as Professor Panagari said, there is something special about Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. So the parts that I took out in the hope that I come back is I've been collecting data on city sizes in 1700. And what I will show you the next time you invite me is those are the biggest cities are exactly in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh are the ones that become the relatively smaller city within a period of 200 years. And I want to show this after having done my homework more, but that's exactly, there is something real. This is not just some fancy charts. I just want to be clear. I'm not attached to the story. This is where the data has led me. And that's why my conviction is not because of the idea that there is something, because it's what I'm presenting to you all, but with my detached perspective, that's where I see is the biggest story, which I want to spend the next few years of my life, at least in the economic realm, studying. So I just want to emphasize that. And as Professor Panagaria also just, as you said, I think that's the key. There is so much richness. I want also us, people talk about India in the international context as development economics, and then it becomes poor economics. But, most of the people in the world are living in what's called developing countries. Why are we not studying these countries as what the benchmark is, and why is the benchmark the US, and why is it only about poverty economics? So I want us to also, one of my goals of this paper is, as exactly the gentleman in the back said, this is a rich heritage, rich culture, and we have to think about the complexities in that longer term horizon. That's one of my goals of what I've shared with you today. Then on the, so I fully agree with Professor Panagaria on the, and so Professor Panagaria has also disciplined me a little bit on the leadership matter and kind of responding to, your name, Miss? Sharda's point, and also several others have made this point about leadership mattering, and I think maybe I should be more careful in what I'm saying. I'm saying leadership does matter, and there's evidence for that. In addition to that, there is something deeper that is, no matter which point in time you look, there is something deeper in the last 250 years or so within these regions, within these two states that we should study. Then on business, I think perhaps I'll just let others to speak about, but basically my answer is none, because if there were enough, then we should have much higher growth. But that's not a really serious answer, so it's not something I can opine on, but maybe others, more business-minded folks, maybe Sharda can inform you on the businesses inform me. On Kaveri's point on the cost census, actually I have another paper that I've been working on where I look at I've collected the 800 million records from the electoral records, so I know the surname distribution of Indians. And the result, which I've not published yet, but basically I find there are about 1 billion Indians, based on the surname alone, you can predict have near zero chance of being part of any knowledge production activities, patenting, publishing, uh, cricket, etc. So there's a big group of folks that are missing, and that could have to do with identity, socioeconomic identity. And so that is definitely part of the story. I don't know yet how that interacts with this story. I have to reflect more to answer that, but there's something to look at. And then my friend Prithvi Raj in the back makes a beautiful point about Western UP versus Eastern UP. Suppose you divide India further. So part of what this goal, I've not shown you the work, but the thing that my eyes, I lost some power in my eyes because it took several months to map all the different districts of India over 250 years into kind of, because the borders shift. And so I'm trying to do the same exercise I've shown you at the district level. And the big difference in Western UP is basically the closeness, the proximity to 4 cities, Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras, is a very strong predictor of your relative income. So much of Western UP is, if the farther closer to Delhi you go, the richer you are. And one thing to note, 3 of these 4 cities were really British cities, or Portuguese cities and becoming British cities in the case of Madras. And Delhi became the British capital in 1911 when they moved from Calcutta to Delhi. So I think there is something there to look at. And so, but the bottom line of that exercise is the story I've shared with you is still very consistent with that granular analysis. And I'm also doing something on the pin code level I can tell you about later. Then on English, I think the people who think English matters are the people who are not educated enough yet, in the sense that the more educated you become, you realize that, language is just, there are multiple languages. So they're basically, in this case, I was not speaking very well, English when I was younger. I speak better now because I have better economic opportunities in this language. If I'd moved to Italy, I'd be speaking where my wife is from. I'm speaking Italian, So that is changes quite fast. And then on last question was on, I guess I've answered everything, right? And this gentleman on the leadership mattering, I think that's I've already said that could be a case. So final words, really thank you for your interest. What warms my heart is the incredible richness of comments we've received. And that was my goal, is to engage you all in this big puzzle, which I think is a central puzzle we should be thinking about in India. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. You were a great audience, so thanks for that. And thanks to Ruchir and Prachi. Out for coffee, please.
move off.
Yeah.
There is an issue.
But then we can. Can we get started? I have an extra mic.
This is not mine, actually.
Yeah, I'll put your presentation up.
Yes.
Could we have you guys come up on stage here?
Oh, cool. Good idea.
So welcome everyone to the session on India's digital future. We're going to start this off with a presentation, the main presentation by Professor Viral Acharya, who is the CV Star Professor of Economics in the Department of Finance at NYU Stern School of Business. Viral was Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of India from 2017 to 2019, in charge of monetary policy, financial markets, financial stability, and research. And he's currently the editor of the Journal of Law, Finance, and Accounting, and an associate editor of the Review of Corporate Finance Studies. That'll be followed by comments on the presentation. We'll start with Vikram Huxar, who is at the IMF, acting Chief Risk Officer and acting Director of Risk Management at the IMF. He's written extensively on fintech and has been a lead author of the IMF's main papers on global data policies, digital currencies across borders, as well as the Bali fintech agenda. Next, we'll have Tina George, who is a senior social protection specialist and regional task team leader for Africa West and Central Region at the World Bank. She's previously served as the global co-lead for social protection delivery systems, representing the World Bank on the Digital Economy Task Force under the 2018 G20 presidency. So a very distinguished panel, and let's get started with Viral's presentation.
Start. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, as always, Arvind, for inviting me. I was a no-show at the last one because I got stuck in Chicago on a flight. I took the 6 a.m. flight, but I couldn't make it here by 1 p.m. So anyway, this is something that I have not been doing research on, but I'm personally very excited about. I started talking a little bit about it when I was at the Reserve Bank of India, and I was thinking hard about how to increase the penetration of credit to small and medium-sized entrepreneurs in India. With the Reserve Bank of India team, we put in place a little bit of a motion to create a public credit registry. It hasn't yet fully taken hold, but As part of that, I started talking to the India Stack developers. For those of you who are not aware what India Stack is, I'll just describe it very soon. But these are essentially the folks who, in my view, are leading the digital revolution in India. I think they're probably among the world's best software designers at a conceptual level. And I think there's tremendous opportunity. With opportunities come risks, and I'll also try and talk a little bit about those at the end. But I think that's the challenge. I think we heard about some of the problems of $1 billion plus in the first talk. But another challenge for India is how can we improve banking, not just give bank accounts, but actually provide banking services for $1 billion plus. And maybe India has an opportunity to leapfrog perhaps here. I want to thank the members of the India Stack who helped me develop this presentation. There is no way I could have designed this kind of a slide. My slides tend to be very plain, blank, white, just like me, boring. But they've really created a very jazzy presentation to help me sail through today. Okay, so I think in 2008, if you looked at India from a banking sector perspective, at some point it looked like a spectacular failure, if I could say that, which is that, Indian banks were nationalized in a series of waves in 70s. I think it was done for political reasons, but, in India, it's always not just in India, but whenever governments start owning entities, there's a mission creep. And so over time, the objective given was that, this was all done for financial inclusion, that we wanted to bring banking to everyone, therefore we nationalized the banks. But if you looked at it, it didn't work. 40, 50 years after that nationalization, less than 20% of India had bank accounts and less than 15% were modernized in terms of their banking services. So if anything, it wasn't financial inclusion that had succeeded, it was financial exclusion which seemed to have succeeded in a very dramatic way. And from, I would say, 2008 to 2013, under Governor Subba Rao's term, actually a lot of efforts were made at the grassroots to improve financial inclusion, but even that was actually not paying off. In the end, you can just imagine if you give a budget for running like a loan mela, you can understand where that budget is going to go. It's going to go in pani puri and chola and all that stuff, and that's what really happened. It really didn't deliver at the end of the day. But if you fast forward about 13 to 15 years, I'm sorry I don't have the most latest statistics on this, it looks like India is really embracing digital. And I think you have to visit India and be in the streets to really feel this revolution. I'll get a little close to my family here, which is like my mom likes to eat this Maharashtrian savory called Kothimbir vadi. It's like a vadi that you make with basically cilantro or whatever is the right term for it in English. So I go to Vileparle East, which is a suburb in Mumbai, and there's this small hole in the wall that makes the most oily but the most delicious Kothimbir vadi. And last time when I went there, which was about 3 or 4 months back, I thought I was second in the queue, but it turned out I was 10th in the queue. And that's because there were 8 digital orders that had hit before I could be processed. And at first I was getting a little annoyed, like what's going on? Like when is my Kothimbir vadi going to be delivered to me? But he said, nahi, sir, aapka time abhi baki hai. 8 orders I've received online in the way. This is a hole in the wall, okay? I wouldn't have imagined that they are doing digital transactions. And so there's something very dramatic happening, like a very, very small entrepreneur, family-owned business is actually leaving a digital footprint of their transactions. And I'll come back to this important point. And I think that image, if you can have, that's more important than all these statistics saying how many people have a unique ID, how many people have mobile connections, how many are on internet, how many have bank accounts, etc. But just focus on the bank accounts because I mentioned that number. From 18% inside the banking system, now it's 81% inside the banking system. Okay, this is a very dramatic shift to have achieved over 13 to 15 years period. Now, what's made this possible? In my view, what has made this possible is this India stack. Okay, so India stack is basically a public digital infrastructure. And I want to stress here that this is a very different model of digital development than in the United States and China. Why do I say that? In United States, it's developed not as a public infrastructure, it's a private infrastructure. It was left to the banks and the fintechs to evolve the digital infrastructure of the country. And only now, actually, something that looks close to India's public payment service, which is I'll come back to that, UPI, but FedNow, which is trying to be a parallel to India's unified payments interface, has just got rolled out this year, actually, 10 years after it was rolled out in India. But and why is it different from China? Because in China, it all developed through one or two large entities. And then, of course, as you can imagine, the government got nervous, and then someone disappeared for several weeks. And when they reappeared, the government had decided to start taking control of the digital stuff a little bit itself. I think in India, the thinking has been very clear that this is infrastructure. It's digital, but it's infrastructure, and so it has to be developed at least with a public hand-holding, even if it is not entirely owned by the public at the end of the day. And that is what India Stack is. It's the development of this infrastructure. The idea is that we develop roads, railways, airports, street lights. Sometimes we develop roads to nowhere, as the first session was saying, but that's okay. But it's developed to sort of connect different locations. And then the private sector designs transportation. Maybe in some cases it is still public, but then it sort of brings about trade and services and so on. In the digital infrastructure, the gap is that you have to connect digital pipes, sort of digital roads, digital railways, etc., to connect people, to connect companies. And there are three important pieces to this, which India Stack, I think, cracked very early on because they had this nice software minds, that we have to have authenticity of the transaction. So we need to verify identity of people and businesses. They have to be able to make payments to each other to facilitate trade. So we need a payments pipe, which is very secure and facilitated. It can't be that a large bank doesn't want other people to come onto the platform and so doesn't really want to provide digital payments to all its customers, etc. I think there's a little bit like the situation of the US in my view. And that data have to be sent along these pipes with great deal of trust and security. Okay, these were the three challenges that India Stack tried to solve. And I think they have solved it in my view. And the hope is that now banks, non-bank financial companies, including not just for banking, but even non-banking financial services can use it to create a ton of business services. So these are the three layers, the identity layer as the rock foundation, then the payments layer sitting on top of it, and then the data layer on top. So identity layer, everyone knows, it's the Aadhaar and or the UID and the authentication that goes with it. Several scores of millions of authentications are happening on a daily basis in India to settle these financial payments. And those payments are happening through the payments layer, which is, as I'll explain, very interoperable, which is its key, because that is what is needed to have ease of entry into this business of doing financial services. And then there's the data layer at the top, where I think more needs to be done, but some important steps have been taken by the Reserve Bank of India and the government on this front. And it's really been a very carefully thought out, I would say, journey or trajectory. The first layer was to get a very large number of people into Aadhaar. I'm sure a number of us have waited in queues in order to get our Aadhaar identity. And that then led to electronic know your customer, and then the electronic signing of documents, and which are very, very key to facilitating business transactions without requiring human interface necessarily and without requiring the physical penetration of bankers and loan service providers into India's remote rural locations. Then there's payment layers. There is sort of many advances along the way. I don't want to go through each one of them. But if you think about it, the milestone here is the rollout of the unified payments interface, which is really a backbone of payments where it's not the bank that is important in the payment, it's actually the payment gateway that, say, connects me to Arvind rather than actually the bank. And I'll just briefly explain why this is so key to ease of entry into the financial landscape of the country. And then there's data layer at the top, which is how do we get this small business, say this shop that manufactures Maharashtrian savories, to really use their digital footprint and any other transactions, savings, bank account, mutual fund account, insurance, etc. that they have. Maybe they are making electricity payments on time, etc. How do you get them to use all of this digital information to facilitate an algorithmic credit scoring through the fintech engine and ease for them the access of credit, which has historically been lacking? Okay, so the most important development there so far is this notion of an account aggregator, which gives a collective view of the assets of an individual or a small business. It'll be nice to also have a collective view of liabilities as in a public credit registry, but that has not yet taken full shape. Okay, so phase one was this ease of opening new accounts and identity. And if I can just explain why I think UPI is really is a beautifully simple but such a powerful engine of public infrastructure. So what is nice about this is that, let's say if I'm the payer and that Kothimbir Vadi shop is the payee, it's the payment pipeway is really about my identity and that shop's identity. Okay, it's not a big deal that I'm with, say, HDFC and they are with ICICI or State Bank of India. So once I authorize payment, it goes through this UPI. The UPI has to verify my identity. So if I have an Aadhaar, there will be a phone number linked to it. So there'll be a two-factor authentication that happens with my receiving a unique code that I have to enter in order to authorize the payment, and likewise at the other end for the payee. The banks or the fintechs who may be ultimately making the payments are sort of incidental in this system, which is that, oh, I'm the individual and I want to link my payment account to HDFC. Okay, so there's a remitter bank which is sitting over there, and on the platform, I can seamlessly change what my bank is. Okay, tomorrow if I have switched from HDFC to a Canara Bank, I just need to go to my account on the payment interface and say, the payment has to come out of my Canara Bank account. It's not changing, I'm not switching my payment system because I've changed my bank. You know, I'm not switching from Zelle to something else because I chose to work with a different bank, because the payment system is not owned by a small number of banks or a particular bank. It's a public infrastructure. All banks have to connect to this infrastructure, and it's in my control to determine which bank account I want to link on my payments interface over here. Okay? So if tomorrow another bank wants to offer me a better product, nothing changes as far as my identity on the payment system is concerned. It's my name or my unique ID and my phone number, and that's it. Nothing else has to change. The fact that I want to link a different bank, it's under my control of my bank account. The bank has no say in any of this. And similarly, there's a beneficiary bank. Of course, they will do their own authentications, and then everything goes through, and then there's this public utility in the center that's facilitating all of this, which to start with was bankrolled by the Reserve Bank of India, but it's a collective that is ultimately like a mutual owned by parts of the financial sector now. And Reserve Bank of India is now more of its regulator than its bankrolling entity. Okay? So it's a very simple modular system, which for the life of me, I don't know why other countries haven't gone about developing their payment system this way. Maybe because India is the best software designers, perhaps. Okay, so what is phase two? Phase two is then these financial services, and I'll try to go through this relatively quickly, but there's something important here, which is that now you want to facilitate credit, insurance, and investment on top of all this. And I think this, to me, is the key to expanding the overall credit penetration of India. Okay, so India does have a paradox here, which I think people have documented, which is that at least until 10 years, maybe not 10, maybe until 5 or 6 years back, India used to have the highest non-performing assets ratio in the world, one of the highest, but it used to have one of the lowest credit to GDP penetration. Okay, normally these two don't go together. Normally when NPAs are very high, you think, oh, there must be like 200% of GDP that's been created. In India sort of had the reverse combination in a funny way. But how do you change that? So that low 55 to 60% GDP credit to GDP penetration reveals that a large chunk of India is not in the formal system. Okay, so how do you change that? Which is that, so if you look at the UK SINA MSME report, it points out that a big part of MSMEs, in terms of numbers, a full 63 million, are actually simply not in the formal payment system in India. They are not digitally banked, they are not formally banked. And this is where the full potential of this digital revolution, to me, lies. And I don't have data. Maybe Reserve Bank of India should do a study and put it out. But if you talk to people on the ground, including some people whose judgment and data gathering I trust, they seem to be saying that credit is actually expanding on the ground for these MSMEs, that it's easier for them to get access to credit because they are doing formal transactions, and something I'll touch upon. Okay, so why is this a game changer? It's a game changer because of the following reason. Okay, most MSMEs the world over, but certainly in India, are basically in services. Okay, so think about that Kothimbir Vadi manufacturer. It's a services. They are basically giving me Maharashtrian savories, and that's their business. So services are very cash flow intensive. They have a daily throughput of orders and cash flows associated with which are very large, but their physical collateral is not that high. They have a small hole in the wall on Parla East, that's it. So when you think about that business's prospect, it's not linked to the physical collateral, it's actually linked to the cash flows. It's linked to the throughput of the transactions that they do. Okay, this is a typical property of most MSMEs that are in services, and most MSMEs are in services the world over. So what this means is that the traditional asset-based lending model, the traditional asset-based lending model doesn't work quite well because there isn't much physical collateral with an MSME. So large banks that are doing the traditional lending based on assets are going to focus on large borrowers, and then the credit penetration can't be very high, and they'll keep throwing more credit at the large borrowers, and ultimately you get the high NPAs. So what you need to do is to find a way to create information collateral, which is how do you register the fact that this Maharashtrian savory manufacturer actually is a very lucrative business. They produce something that people like to eat, and there are 10 customers waiting in 5-minute window outside. That's a huge throughput of liquidity. How do you record these transactions, and how can a business then tailor what size of the loan to make, at what maturity, what's their working capital need, in what cycle are they running out of cash and therefore will be able to make a payment versus not be able to make a payment, etc. How do you get that kind of very refined information scoring about that business being done by a bank or a fintech so that credit can first be expanded in a small amount at a short maturity, then gradually the business grows and the credit then gradually expands to a larger amount for larger maturities, the typical cycle of an MSME credit growth. So one, you need a structured database, structured data system, so that is able to do. You need to be able to score the information collateral. So if you can send data along secure pipes, first get the data recorded electronically, then send them along these pipes. And finally, you need one twist, which is that our banks are not everywhere. Now, of course, in a suburb in Mumbai, it's easy for a bank to reach to this restaurant, but that's not true of all rural areas of India. You know, bank penetration is still not as high. Historically, the Reserve Bank of India has tried to create correspondent banking networks, etc., which have succeeded to an extent, but I would say again, not as well as one might hope. So there's an alternative model which is taking place, which is the following. I'll just jump ahead a little bit, which is of the following type. I'm just going to jump ahead very quickly. Okay, so you want to find an agent for the credit provider who's actually very close to this MSME. Okay, now increasingly the MSMEs are on these electronic platforms. Okay, so they are getting orders. So this restaurant will be on Swiggy or Uber Eats or Zomato, you know, which are these apps to order food in India. So what you want to do is, that is where the transaction history of this as MSME is, right? That's where all the transaction payments and their throughput is. So what you want to do is to connect the bank to that platform, connect a fintech to that platform. Why? Because you need the information collateral that is getting registered onto that platform. Okay, so now that sharing platform through which the digital transactions for ordering food are taking place, you want the bank or the fintech to be connected to the back end of that platform, be able to see in a secure manner what's the set of transactions that that restaurant is doing, and then be able to offer them a loan product through that platform. Okay, so it's as simple as that. So now, historically, we were thinking about folks to go into the rural areas to access these people physically and figure out what they are doing, collect information on them. The information is not visible to the headquarters, even if it's recorded at the branch level. So it's very hard to do the loan approval process, and typically the headquarters will say, you know, in these remote areas, I don't know whether the loan officer himself will or herself collect the loan amount, or it will actually go to the ultimate recipient that he or she is claiming to be. And then the reverse problem of collection. You know, historically, India at the grassroots in rural areas has collected money by employing goons. You know, you send people saying, listen, I'll beat you up if you don't repay the loan to me. But you don't need to do that anymore, because the payments are happening on this electronic platform. So you can encapsulate the payment which is happening on Swiggy or Zomato in order to make a payment to the loan. So you get tremendous reduction of counterparty credit risk in principle, which is that if the loan is made of the right type, which is not aggressive for the credit quality of that borrower, at least the borrower can't easily take the funds out, because the funds can be encapsulated on the platform itself. Okay? Now, all of this is being facilitated through the India stack by this service called OCEN, which is Open Credit Enablement Network. So again, it's a set of software pipes or APIs, if you want. And what they do is something that looks like the following. Okay, so at the extreme left, you have the lenders who are collecting the savings of the economy. Here you have the enterprises, like this restaurant I was talking about. And they are all on this electronic platforms, which you can think of as the modern digital marketplaces. So what you need is pipes or a bridge to connect the lenders to these electronic platforms. Now, once again, the idea of India Stack is that this should really be done in a standardized manner. Each bank should not have to devise a new pipe to connect to Amazon or Flipkart or Swiggy or Zomato. Why don't we standardize this pipe so that everyone is secure that whatever data communication happens here is done in an encrypted, secure manner. It's subject to the Aadhaar-based authentication, and that there'll be no hanky-panky that goes on as far as just this connection between the two is concerned. So that middle bridge is what is the Open Credit Enablement Network. Now, what's the beauty of developing this bridge as a public utility? It's that new fintech that wants to come on the left-hand side over there, they don't have to now develop the software to connect to Amazon. This is available as a standard API that they just have to customize with a front end for their own connection to this electronic platform. Okay, so it's very clever, I think, and I'm not surprised that actually, so there's such a huge growth of digital transactions taking place in India, because this is now, it's sort of like, you know, when you play chess, once you figure out the moves, you can do so many different combinations. But once you figured out the moves, everything else is very modular. It's just combining things in a very interesting way, and that's what this starts to look like. Okay, so let me give a very quick example, and then I just want to mention some of the risks, because, you know, every new technological development usually has some froth or excess linked to it, and so one should be aware of what the risks might be. Okay, so one sharing platform is, of course, government's own procurement network, which is government e-marketplace, where different ministries or government departments source from Indian businesses, okay? So now there's a footprint of digital transactions being left on government's e-marketplace. A similar footprint is being left on the GST network as well, because, you know, you have the GST payments over there. So you can develop now an app to provide loans against the payments which are coming due from government departments. Usually government departments don't make payments always in a timely manner. So you might want to get liquidity against your account receivables. So it's a standard factoring of the type that happens for businesses. But now you can do all of this very, very electronically specific to a particular platform rather than to a whole set of accounts receivables of that company. So how does it work? So let's say I'm a MSME. I enter my GST or GEM username. There's a two-factor authentication. So, you know, because the mobile number is linked to that account number, I get the OTP, one-time password. I enter it on my app. This can be on your iPad or phone. And typically for a small business I was talking about, it will be the phone, and then it all goes through, okay? Then through this OCEN and the app you can develop, in this case it's an app called Sahai, you see what are the invoices and orders that are outstanding for that MSME. Okay, you have the exact amounts and you have the counterparty that ONGC owes 150,000 rupees, Ministry of Electronics owns 32,200 rupees to this particular customer. Okay, these are just like illustrative numbers, of course. Then that data goes back to the lenders that I was showing at the other end of the pipe. And they immediately say, on this 150,000 account receivable, I'm willing to offer you such and such loan. This is the full details of the underlying information that is required on that account, okay? So loans are eligible against both of these account receivables. You have all the details of this account receivable to the point of the exact maturity at which the payment is supposed to be coming due, okay? And then they also know what's the payment date, the grace period, etc., if they want to factor all that in for the counterparty risk, okay? Then, boom, the financing offers come about so they can pick which of the account receivables they want to securitize. They can pick that. And then at the other end, you get loans from the corresponding banks who are connected on the other side. So ICICI Bank is willing to lend against the account receivable from ONGC at such and such interest rate for a particular duration that's out there, okay? And then, you know, of course, the MSME can pick which facility they want. The whole KYC verification is electronic. They can sign the document through e-sign electronically, as we do on DocuSign, etc. in some cases. Once again, there'll be a verification while doing that signing. And then I was saying the payment can be encapsulated. You can actually set up a repayment which is on the platform itself, which is you create a virtual account, and when the account receivable payment comes from ONGC, it's going to immediately get routed to the financier, okay? So there's no strategic angle at the last step where the payment first goes to the MSME and now the lender has to collect the money from the MSME. The payment is encapsulated on the platform and it goes directly from there to the financier at the end of the day. Okay. So loan disbursed, all this can happen in a split second, and this can create tremendous liquidity for the MSME who otherwise have to operate at lower scale because their account receivables are stuck, which is a standard MSME problem. Okay, last thing. So I won't go through the share of transactions, etc. Maybe I can share the presentation via Arvind and Mona for whoever is interested in some of these. Okay, quick thing, let me end. So the three challenges. So why do I think this has the potential? I think it has the potential because it's at the extensive margin, okay, which is that those who are not currently getting enough credit or getting credit at all in the formal system, this is going to expand credit to them, okay? Now, banks and fintechs still need to manage the risks. You know, if the credit scoring algorithm is not great or it's very aggressive, there will be another leverage boom cycle in this. It can happen. So it doesn't say that the regulators don't need to manage the lending cycle, but it's really more about the extensive credit margin becoming available to those who didn't. Second point, there is some evidence that personal delinquencies are rising, perhaps including on some of these loans in India. Reserve Bank of India just during last week has increased the risk weights on personal loans, not necessarily on account receivables to MSMEs, but on personal unsecured loans. I think it's probably because they are seeing some signs of excessive credit growth. They have been in the range of 10% to 20% annualized credit growth for many banks and fintechs. And in case of fintechs, the default rates are also higher. Now, is it because their customer base is riskier, or is it because they have excessively lent? I think that's something only the regulator can analyze as of now with that data. So that remains a challenge that, you know, the Reserve Bank of India has to be on the watch, looking at a lending cycle taking off and not getting too much out of hand. The last point, there's a sense in India that, and I think the data validated, that household savings are coming down. So there's a further risk of a lending cycle taking off, which is that it could be that the consumption at the last end could be supported just through a credit growth and supply of credit rather than actually genuine consumption capacity. Some more research is needed to analyze that. But subject to those three caveats, my sense is that India has really done something truly pioneering on the digital front. And if I could just make one last point, which is that the same think tank, India Stack, has actually now developed a sister concern, which is basically taking the source code of India Stack, which was used for Aadhaar and its implementation, and they're going to make it entirely open source for any country in the world to implement. Okay, so take, say, an Algeria or a Morocco, they really cannot afford the Canadian and the French consultants who are currently offering services to implement unique identification and authentication. You know, it'll be beyond their government budgets. But this think tank, which is being supported by Gates Foundation and many others, they're going to make India's source code in a customizable form open to all these countries. And I think that would be really fantastic all over. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Next up, we have Vikram.
Good morning. This is going to be a very boring presentation after the extremely jazzy one that preceded, so I plead that I'm an international bureaucrat, so I hope you'll cut me some slack. But let me start by thanking Dr. Panagria for the invitation. I'm really glad to be here, and it's a real great pleasure also to be able to follow Professor Acharya and speak a little bit about this topic. So I just want to say that the India Stack model is something that I think has excited a lot of people around the world. I was really struck by what Dr. Acharya was saying about the open source opportunities that are being offered. I mean, I've worked in many different countries, most recently in Mexico, and there's a lot of interest in seeing how the stack can be used. And the technical solution, I think, is really quite revolutionary. So what I want to focus on in my comments today, and please, with the usual disclaimer in place, is to focus on what Professor Acharya was talking about in terms of data as collateral, and to think a little bit about some of the policy issues and things that we need to think about as we evolve the data ecosystem in India. And frankly, this is a global question. I mean, there are different approaches to managing data around the world. And India, I think, has chosen, a very innovative way of doing it, but there are things that we will need to think about. So just very quickly to give you a little bit of background about why all this data is useful. There's a very large literature thinking about the economics of data and how data is valuable. Clearly, consumer data, if you can get access to it, you can improve scoring. The left-hand picture is just an illustration of this. I won't bore you with the technical details of it. But the fact is that more data means you can do better scoring. And what I found quite interesting in some of these studies, including the one from which this particular chart is lifted, is you don't need to have necessarily a lot of very detailed, specific information. Being able to get a large amount of information at a fairly high level of generality in terms of behavior of individuals can significantly improve credit scoring. But the other side of it, of course, and I will come back to this in some of the policy issues, is when we have more data and are able to use that as collateral or to improve credit scoring and therefore be able to increase financial inclusion, there are also risks. There will be some financial stability risks that I'll touch on in a second, but there are also risks about how the use of that data is governed, and I will speak more about that. And the picture on the right is from a very cool paper that came out a few years ago in the Journal of Finance, which basically shows that there are biases in the data. And if you build an AI model, you're going to replicate those biases. And this basically shows that you'd find that use of data actually, in this particular study, showed replicated, in fact, enhanced some of the biases in lending towards people of color in the United States from which this particular sample is based. I think the other two big questions would come up, and I think the India Stack offers an important solution out here, is data security and trust. This picture on the left-hand side is just an illustration of the fact that cybersecurity is obviously a big issue, but it's really quite striking when you sort of assemble the information. I mean, just the scale of loss and breaches in terms of cyber incidents is really quite staggering over time. The other thing which I think was quite interesting, if you look at, we're speaking here about the financial sector, though I would say another, by the way, footnote about the India Stack is that, and the Indian approach is that we're not just talking about financial data, it's really all data. Eventually it'll be your health data, other types of transactions as well. But the financial sector, at least the traditional financial sector, has an advantage because it's been around for a long time and people trust the intermediaries, and that's an important feature in being willing to give access to their data, which is ultimately, you can set up a clever infrastructure, you can set up a clever technical solution, but will people use it? And I think this picture, which is from a BIS survey of US households, it's a complicated picture, but the main message out here again is that people are more trusting of traditional financial intermediaries, and people are very concerned about identity theft as a particular issue. So I'll spend the last 5 minutes of my time just to talk about some of the bigger picture policy issues to consider. I mean, there's a lot of focus on privacy, and I would say that some of the aspects of the design of data aggregation in India are really focused on protecting the identity, protecting the agency of individuals so that they are in charge of their own data, which makes a lot of sense. It has economic consequences as well, which I think are important, aside from the sort of imperative for privacy. I'll talk a little bit about how these markets need to be governed and some of the issues. There's a very big literature out here about this as well, and I'll close briefly with a few observations about international dimensions. I mean, there's a lot of needs in India, but India is, of course, an integrated economy, and there's going to be cross-border issues. So the point that I'd make, and just dwell a little bit on this slide, is that when you think about management of data, including the kind of data that's going to be generated by the next stage of the data aggregation framework, think about, so we're very focused right now on giving control to individuals of their data. But that data, and the data aggregators do that, but that data will be agglomerated. In the, say, a Western model like in the US, that data agglomeration is happening right now on platforms. And the platforms capture the data, and that increases the barriers to entry. So there are significant competition and efficiency issues associated with the capture of data. So it's an open question to me, actually, as to when you think about the scaling up of the data aggregator model in India, how will that data actually be captured and how will it be used? Is it like someone generates a credit scoring model based upon analysis of consumer data? So I, as an aggregator, now provide authenticated, trusted data, so I can, I can get a score, and I as the individual MSME can get credit. But how's that model being built? And is the design and construction of that model then generating issues in terms of is it contestable? Can other people come in and also effectively offer those services? I think the equity question is a very big one that comes up. I mean, GDPR is all about privacy. It's all about agency and control over data. I think there's an international dimension of this piece here, but so the India Stack model is a very strong solution for equity. It's all designed to protect privacy and to give control to individuals. But there's an issue in terms of, from an international perspective, and I think also probably from a regional perspective as well. Some geographies are data rich and some are not. And if you have models that are constructed based on geographies that are data rich, how is that going to work in these other geographies which may not be so data rich? And in fact, will you then have a situation where access to finance in non-data rich geographies gets affected? And the last one, the last big question, of course, is the issue about investment in protecting the data and investments in protecting against cybersecurity. And this is an obvious thing. You'd think that everybody would invest in cybersecurity. All agents have a strong self-interest in protecting their brand and investing in it. But there's a couple of papers that make the argument that from a systemic perspective, nobody internalizes the systemic cost of cyber breaches. You care about losing your own, having your own data being exposed, but there are very large systemic externalities. So this is a question, I think, from a policy perspective that we do need to think about. So my issues from an India Stack perspective, just to wrap this up, are really what will be the, so we set up the aggregator model. We know that with the aggregation of this data and the capture of cash flow data, it would be possible to generate collateral that people can borrow against. But my question really is, how are the models going to be governed? How will the market structure of how it is that large aggregators, people who sort of agglomerate this data and then provide services based off of it, how is that going to be governed, and who will determine what the value of that data actually is for the individuals who then ultimately get credit? So I think that to my mind is an interesting question that would merit some further exploration as well. Now, I'll close with a parting sort of call out to the global coordination argument. So it's one thing to design data policy frameworks from a domestic perspective, but all of our businesses, and to some extent, I mean, if you think about MSME success as well, in many jurisdictions, MSME success is also the part of supply chains that are very internationally integrated. So I think there are issues about how do you comply with cross-border data requirements. So there are questions about international equivalence, which are quite important to have clarity about. There's also, I didn't talk about it so much in this presentation, but it's very easy to focus, well, there's a tendency, I would say, to focus on the India Stack and these types of solutions as solutions to financial inclusion, to improve access to credit. But there's also a very large stabilization element as well. One of my colleagues in the research department now, the IMF, has a very cool paper that we got some data from Paytm to basically show that you can with the increased advent of the payments technologies leveraging UPI, that there's when there are shocks in disaggregated jurisdictions, you'd find it much easier now to transfer money back home to stabilize consumption in those. This is at the district level, actually, that the study was showing. I mentioned this in the international context. We have a very large diaspora. We have remittances are a very big issue. So there's going to be issues with transfer remittances, which are already a big. There are a lot of regulatory KYC type issues. But I think there's going to be a topic here as well in terms of how data is managed for cross-border payments as well. So I just hope that I've managed to give you a few pieces of food for thought, that as the framework in India develops, I think we're going to need to think a little bit about how the data is governed, how the structure of the market for that data is managed in terms of ensuring that it remains a competitive environment as well, and also dealing with financial stability concerns that I'm basically pinpointing largely on cybersecurity issues, coupled with this last call out on some of the international cooperation dimensions. So I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thanks, Vikram. Next, we have Dr. Tina George. Thank you.
Can I put my...
Can you put it up here? Close that.
Yeah, close that. Does that work? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation, Professor Panagaria, as well as several members over here for reaching out to talk about India and India in the next decade and the digital economy. That was a really fascinating presentation by Mr. Acharya as well as Mr. Haksar. And I'm actually going to reflect on some of the human development aspects of the digital economy, particularly concerning India. And just a little bit about myself. I am what Esther Duflo once immortalized in a 2017 paper as an economist plumber. So I work on the plumbing in a number of countries in sub-Saharan Africa. So I work on Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, Niger, and Togo. And essentially what we're doing is we've taken many of the lessons that India has had to offer and tried to understand how to do the plumbing in the country, starting with, for instance, the unique identification piece, payments, and then a big part, which is what we call social registries, which I'm going to talk to you about, okay? So, so number one, India is undoubtedly a leader in the global digital economy. It has a lot of lessons to offer from a global South-South perspective. We have been following Aadhaar's journey since inception. I think back in 2010, I remember sitting up late in Indonesia, where I was posted at that time, and listening to Nandan Nilekani speak with our then president, Jim Kim, about the power of Aadhaar as this killer application for development policy. And fast forward to 2023, so a lot has come in since then. I would say this is really one of the core points I'm going to make, which is that thinking about inclusive economic growth must really touch on the delivery of human development programs in a way that eases access without exclusion. And so we've seen a lot of criticisms of Aadhaar and, of course, of the digital and the India stack, but then we've also seen some of the amazing things that it's done. And so let me just give you a little bit of an overview. India spends about 2% of its GDP on social protection. And that's similar to low and middle income countries such as Indonesia, for instance. And we have a federal system that is really complex. So there's a lot of heterogeneity across states. We have about 314 to 320 transfer programs. And 60% of them are cash, so cash transfer programs. And these go to beneficiaries of NREGs, so this is the Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. PAHAL, which is a subsidy for liquefied petroleum gas, PM Kisan, NSAP, which is social payments for the elderly, PMAY, Grameen, which is housing. So as you can see, there are a lot of transfer programs from the state, and these are usually from the centrally sponsored schemes going out to the states, and then states might top up in terms of fiscal space or their political economy needs. Now, why am I talking to you about this in the context of India's digital economy? One of the killer apps of digital and payments first started with social programs in India and human development in India. And so in 2022-23, if you look at the DBT portal, which has a lot of really good data, it tells you that there were 213 million beneficiaries of PAHAL, which is the LPG subsidy, and they also ended up with reducing a lot of leakages in the system. With NREGs, 87 million beneficiaries. These are sizes of small countries, really. NSAP has 38 million. PMAGY has 25 million beneficiaries. PDS, which is one of the backbones of the social protection programming in India, has 755 million. So you can see that the direct benefits transfer, where money flows directly from the treasury to individuals, to the bank accounts of individuals, there were 802 million individuals whose bank accounts money flowed through. So these are the pipes, and there why I'm the plumber, because what we try to do is try to understand what sort of levers we can push on, particularly in countries such as in sub-Saharan Africa. So there are a lot of really lovely papers that evaluate the impact of these programs. For instance, one of my favorite sets of papers is by Karthik Muralidharan, and he looks at the impact of biometrically authenticated payments with NREGs in Andhra Pradesh, and looks at a lot of different savings, particularly in terms of reducing leakages and delays and higher participation in the program. And there's also a fascinating follow-up, which apparently took them 14 years to put together, which is quite counterintuitively, NREGs led to not only wages increasing, but also employment increasing, and incomes. And so you can see that there was some general equilibrium impacts of it as well, which was quite curious, pointing to some land monopsonist sort of a situation, and then pointing to some political economy issues which could prevent you from undertaking these sorts of social programs. So I would argue that if India, thinking about the topic of this conference, which is India the next decade, India has done a lot on unique identification, on payments, on the direct benefit transfers, on UPI, which is peer-to-peer, as Professor Acharya said. And connecting that, from going into people's bank accounts to then transacting with each other and getting into credit cycles, et cetera. But really thinking about this infrastructure, what we need to be doing to ramp up human development is building shock responsive systems for social protection. So I would say it's probably in the next decade, India needs to be building social registries. And what do I mean by social registries? I think with COVID, we all saw how technology ended up being extremely important in the delivery of programs, but we also saw, for instance, that the people who ended up getting support were those who were already in some of the big programs. So if you were not in any of the big programs, you could be excluded from the programs, or if you had trouble being able to get into, having that last, what we call a first mile, because people being the first mile rather than the last mile of infrastructure, for people being able to understand how to interact with the system that is not being beneficiary-centered enough. So essentially, what we would say is that there's this framework that says you identify a person and you register them and you pay them, but there's actually a huge state machinery that's happening in between the identification and payments, and this is where we're going to talk about the social registries aspect, where you assess the potential eligibility of individuals and then decide on their enrollment to programs, and then you pay them. And so that whole machinery is something that several states in India, for instance, are starting to build. For instance, Kerala, which is my home state, Karnataka, that are very, are looking at risk and resilience, that is resilience to shocks, the conflict, climate shocks, the pandemic being another example of the shock. And what is this data piece? You saw those three layers, the identity, payments, and data. So that data being aggregated at the sectoral level in a very dynamic way, that is, to be able to target in a very efficient way, such that your data didn't come from SECC 2011-2013, that was 10 years ago, but that you have the most up-to-date socioeconomic data to be able to assess the needs and conditions, and therefore improve targeting, and therefore that not only are you uniquely identified, not only can I pay you, not only do I know it's going into your bank account, but are you the right set of people whom I need to be transferring to which is determined based on that socioeconomic data. And I would say in the next decade, this is a space that India could really, transition to, and and we've had several discussions on this as well. So I would say, in summary, because I don't want to take too much more time, which is, as we look forward to the next decade, thinking about human capital, and so human capital is basically, and I'm just going to, so access to basic human development programs. That is the amount of human capital that a child born today can expect to acquire by age 18. That is the risks that poor health and poor education prevail in that country, are undermining their potential to be able to contribute to the GDP. So, so in order to make advances in that sense, in order to improve the human development and the human capital of India, those are some of the areas that we need to be moving forward. Thanks again for the opportunity, and really a wonderful pleasure to be here.
Thanks. Actually, if the panelists could come back on stage, we'll go into the Q&A session here. Well, thank you, Viral, for an excellent presentation and excellent comments from the fellow panelists. Let me just put a couple of questions to you, Viral, building really on the comments that we just heard. Any reactions on the issues raised by Vikram on sort of the issue about growth as we kind of grow this model? Is there some concern about who gets to keep the data? Is there some worry about data monopoly? Is there going to be some contestability in determining scoring, or is it one single model? I think that was the growth question. The equity question, are there data-rich and data-poor areas within the country that are going to be better or worse served based on the current structure? And then the stability based on risks of various sorts to data leakage or theft and so on and so forth. Yeah. The second one was the equity question, I believe, about data-rich versus data-poor regions, and whether some would be better served or worse served because of that fact.
Yeah, so I think on the first question, yeah, I broadly agree with the privacy issue. I think, I think all economies are struggling with that to an extent. To the best of my knowledge, this India stack plumbing has not yet been subject to any significant concerns on this front. And I think it's because, it's not, I think it's because, if you're transmitting data along an India stack pipe, it meets the state-of-the-art encryption standards, etc. Like the account aggregator, which I didn't get much time to speak about, is an app which allows a bank or a financial intermediary to see all the assets, financial assets and transaction history of a customer, but the data doesn't actually get transferred. So what you have to do is, the way this pipe is structured is that the data is available for you to source just for running your credit scoring app, but you don't actually record the data. You get the credit score, and then you have to decide what you want to do based on that. So I think the India Stack development is sort of quite aware of these concerns, and without being an expert on this, my sense is I'm not worried about data getting breached through the pipes. I think perhaps what one may be concerned about is that, the kind of China kind of a problem that an Alibaba becomes very large, and then they have all the data, and then they have the data monopoly. There's a little bit of that concern in the United States as well, that maybe the top 4 or 5 tech giants are becoming too large. I think I would say that's an industrial concentration problem that would apply to the tech sector just the way it applies to other sectors. And at some point one might have to think about that. If I could maybe push that thought a little bit further, like I think what I've liked about the development of India's tech sector is that they're actually competing on a global platform. You know, being services, tariffs are generally not an issue in this sector. So, you know, a TCS or an Infosys or a Wipro is not protected in any way through the veil of tariffs or anything like that. They are out there, they are competing globally. And I think that's the reason why we have something like this develop, which is like very unique in its quality, because they have learned this expertise over a period of time. And it's really a chain of entrepreneurship that has changed. So if you looked at the first set of tech entrepreneurs like Narayan Murthy, Nandan Nilekani, they were really developing something to do for the rest of the world. They said, we will maintain the SAP software for you. The second generation of tech entrepreneurs in India then said, oh, you know, like my friend Rizwan Koita from my wing, he said, oh, I'll develop an app for GE Health and Mayo Clinic and all. So you started developing softwares, but still not for India. It's developing softwares for the rest of the world. But now if you see with the third generation of entrepreneurs in India is developing software for India's own local service needs. And I think this is tremendous because I think these are all very state-of-the-art things and they are actually at a better quality. So it's like you can see they provided solutions for the rest of the world, but they developed so much expertise along the way that now what is being done in India seems actually at a better quality and scale than in the rest of the world. Last point on equity, I think my hope is that if everyone has to transact through a GST network or everyone has to transact through an e-sharing platform, regardless of which state they are in, that while physical infrastructure may be very rich and very poor in different states of India, that ultimately the digital infrastructure won't have such big gaps. That's my conjecture. Or at least that the digital infrastructure gaps in being rich or poor won't be as large as the physical infrastructure gaps is. And if yes, I think we can probably expand the credit linked, you know, you showed this, I think you, Mr. Baksar showed this graph of the digital footprint and the credit scoring in the Berg et al. I think something like that can happen in India, in my view, because in Bihar or UP also, you'll have a digital footprint if they have to be on the thing. Sorry, I need a conclusion, so yes.
Let me ask a question following up on Tina's comments, which is your thoughts on sort of the possibility or the likelihood of us being able to, the government being able to sort of on a kind of a real-time basis determine eligibility for a variety of government benefits and transfers and so on, much as MSMEs, for example, at least as to the extent that I understood what you're saying, there's a kind of a continuous availability of data that makes them eligible or not for loans and so on and so forth. Your thoughts on sort of, if any, on the prospects for this on the social side?
It's a great, I think it's a great point. I hadn't heard this term social registries. It's a very fascinating, seems like a very fascinating thing to think about. Yeah, I think it makes good sense. Like if you think about historically how India transferred to the last mile, see, it was always done through the banking system. That is why, I think that is why banks were nationalized, because I think Mrs. Indira Gandhi wanted foot soldiers on the ground and get credit nationally at the center for delivering these programs. I give you, whatever they said is irrelevant. I think this is why nationalization happened in my view. She wanted foot soldiers all over the country to say, I'm developing India, I want that to show at the national election. How do I do it? I own the banks and I get access to the branch officer to go and deliver credit where I want the country to. But you know, it works very poorly, as we discussed. We didn't even have financial inclusion for 40 years. You know, there's a lot of leakage in all our benefit transfer schemes. So I think this is a game changer. I think the reason why welfareism is working so well in the last 10 years is because it's happening digitally. I think there's no leakage, or at least the leakage is very minimal. And I think it's very easy to transfer. It allows more welfareism to happen with the same pool of money because you're not losing money along the way. So I have to think a little bit more, but I like the idea a lot. Maybe if, so I think what is nice about the recent developments is that, see, we tried demonetization, we tried GST to get the MSMEs to come into the formal space, but ultimately they didn't. Like cash was still remaining very high. And somewhat counterintuitively, what seemed to work is the pandemic. That is really the pandemic that has transformed India's digital transformation, because even the small entrepreneur said, I have to transact digitally. Cash is not an option during the pandemic. And I think once they have made the change, they are realizing that this is actually very nice. I can get digital, I can increase my scale, I can get more secure payments. I don't have to worry about lugging cash of huge quantities every night here and there. So I think if they get formalized, then I think we can do in future, suppose we get a hard recession or a growth contraction, you could choose which MSMEs you want to transfer to because they will be now in the tax records. I think it's a very interesting concept. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have about 20 minutes, so I think we have a mic going around. Yeah. So let me start with you, Prachi.
Thank you, Viral, and thank you to the discussants. I really found it fascinating. I didn't know about this India Stack stuff. I have two questions. One, you alluded to it, government payments to MSMEs was a big factor, I think, long delays and long dues. It's not connected to do you know if that issue has been sorted out? And, how is this, the technology and the digital stuff, is it through, name and shame that, ONGC owes so much to this MSME, or, if the government still doesn't pay, there's nothing, you can do about it, right? So what would be your views on that? And second, I don't know if India Stack looked at digital divide across states, because my sense would be that there should be convergence, and there should be, at least from practical experience, even in Patna, there is as much digitalization and everything is super digital, and, the whole you mentioned is exactly the same. So I think any views on that? Thank you very much.
Let's collect maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll get to the panel. Lady here. Yeah.
Okay, I'm very bad at
remembering things. Go ahead.
Is it okay?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, unless someone gives me a notebook. Then okay,
let's collect some questions. So the lady here in the back, yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the presentation. I actually wanted to just understand the model a little bit better. So when the MSME can get a loan against a particular receivable that they have, in some form or shape, basically the risk is being passed from the actual borrower to the accounts receivable. So it's to the person who's actually the customer of the borrower. So is there a mechanism to check the credit history of the customer of the borrower against which the accounts receivable loan is being taken? Or is it that only certain types of customers and certain types of invoices can be borrowed against? So only from government entities or big corporations that owe basically the MSME money. And second, I think it's more in line with what Professor Prachi said. I think what is the strategy to scale this solution, given that it requires a baseline level of financial and tech literacy? So how would we probably scale the solution to MSMEs across the country? What is the approach to onboard them?
A third question, and then we'll get some answers. The gentleman in the beige coat. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Shreyas. Dr. Acharya, this is a question for you. One of the trends that the Indus Valley report noticed with regard to the usage of UPI is that while there are broad, the base number for the users as well, it's broad, it narrows in terms of its actual usage. Almost like 44% of the transactions are only done by about 6.5% of the users. I just want to get a sense of your reflection on this kind of digital divide, so to speak, and if that will permeate the other utility factors with, with UPI as a system.
All right, let's get to some answers, if you will. Viral and fellow panelists, if you have something to add as well. Yeah.
Maybe I should give them a chance.
I think some of the questions were directed to you, maybe in particular, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know if the government payments have improved or not. I haven't checked that, frankly. But I think the point here would be that if earlier the government payments to an MSME were holding up working capital, now, because it will come and there's some default probability of that or some delay risk associated with it. But now the MSME is not illiquid as a result of that. They can actually digitally just show the GST invoice or the government e-marketplace invoice. So I still think that even if there is an issue of payments delay on, say, 10% of the payments, I think there would still be a liquidity benefit because you are factoring the account receivables. The lender can factor that in. And I think this relates to the second point, actually. So I think the nice thing about linking into electronic platforms like Amazon, Flipkart, Swiggy, Zomato, etc., is that see, there are many small players who are on these platforms and they sell their goods. And the reason why they are all doing business with a decent amount of integrity is because the only thing you have on an electronic platform is your credit rate, is your rating. So, every supplier on Amazon has a rating. So if you go on eBay and buy from an individual or an entity, there's a rating based on your past transactions and what your customers have rated you as. So in principle, if the financier like ICICI Bank wants to factor that in, which is this particular payment is from such and such firm as the ultimate payer of the accounts payable, what is their credit rating on this platform, let me factor that in while deciding what interest rate to charge on the loan, they can do it. So maybe they're already doing it. I think they would be doing it. I don't know that for a fact, but I think it's doable. They can do that. I think on UPI usage, I don't have the exact distribution stats. Maybe what you're saying is perhaps right. I have a feeling, though, that in the last 3 years, since the pandemic, the usage has expanded tremendously across board. And to me, the biggest proof of this is that for the first time in India's history, cash as a percentage of financial transactions has come down. And I think this is what I was trying to say. We tried to do it with demonetization. We tried to do it with GST. Ultimately, what has done it is the switch to digital during the pandemic. And cash is now actually down as a percentage, not in an absolute term, but as a percentage of total financial transactions, cash is down and UPI has taken up its space.
You want to add something, Tina?
Yeah, maybe I can just chip in on the digital divide and just address that. I seem to recall seeing an Oxfam report on the digital divide in India. And I think there's been a little bit written about this as well, that there's a gender digital divide. Women are less likely to have mobile phones than men are. And so, so to what end and who does it benefit at the end of the day? So I think that's definitely a big question in terms of exclusions that we need to be asking. And then the second is, technology, of course, throughout history, people have told us it's not a silver bullet, it's not a panacea. We still need to work very closely with the humans who are utilizing the technology. So we can, and this is why I alluded very briefly to this concept of the first mile rather than the last mile. When you string electricity and have transmission and distribution lines, you would call the last household that gets it the last mile. Or if you're putting in fiber optic cables, you call the household the last mile. But when we think about human development, people are the first mile. And so that means when we design systems, we need to be designing with people in mind and the most poorest and the most vulnerable in mind, and that might be the woman who doesn't have the mobile phone and who may be afraid to be transacting and might be in that group that, is not able to transact with UPI, for instance, and could benefit quite a lot. Because the reality is we do have a lot of people who are stuck in the poverty trap, and we need to be able to productively include them to be, for them to escape that and then contribute to that idea of the inclusive economic growth for India. Thanks.
Thank you. Vikram?
I'll just chip in quickly. So on the this equity digital divide point, I think the thing I'm trying to the point I'm trying to make is it's one thing to focus on the infrastructure and the technical solution. The other thing is how do you use all that data and what actually is the governance of it. So to me, the digital divide issue is, yes, we'll have India Stack solves the access problem. You'll get more technology. People in Bihar will be using these technologies as well. But what is the governance of the model that generates the credit score? How is that handled? And this paper that I put up, or the result from this Journal of Finance paper, is quite striking, actually. So are the people in Bihar going to be getting credit based on a score developed for Delhi? And how is that going to affect their access to credit? I mean, I trivialize it, but that's sort of roughly the point. Look, we are doing all the infrastructure thing right now, and we are solving for a particular aspect of the problem, which is privacy and user control. But I think there are other issues which other jurisdictions are thinking about it. By the way, this example, Viral, the example you put up of the factoring of government payments, I mean, it's kind of a perverse thing that we have to do this kind of a solution to the fact that there are government delays. But it's a fantastic example. It's so clear. The question that I'd put to you, though, is, there are two pieces to it. One is that they have information on the cash flow expected, the lenders, so they can discount that and they can offer a deal. But the other piece is that because it's in the platform, they can grab the cash flow. And this is, by the way, this is why Alibaba and WeChat Pay are so successful in China, because they control the cash flow, so they're able to, they can grab the cash. So I don't know if you have a view as to how much of, it's probably hard to say, right, but how much of it is which. So I think that is it's another feature of the governance of these things, and how much do we allow these types of activities to take place within the system, actually.
Great. So we have Poonam next.
So thanks for those brilliant presentations. The question is, India is doing a lot of things well right now, and digital is right up the list. And as Viral's presentation showed and others commented on it, there's so many things going right with digital. Financial inclusion, not just of the households, but also now small firms, more taxpayers, more formalization, better transmission of monetary policy, et cetera, et cetera. Is it likely to show up in our growth numbers anytime soon? And if not, then what is the time frame we are looking at, and what else needs to be done? One context to that question is, Nandan Nilekani is the chairman of our board at NCR, and he asks us this question all the time. It has to be reflected in growth. Does 6 to 7% already internalizes it, or is the growth payoff likely to be seen sometime soon? Thanks.
Just so I'm not accused of front row favoritism, let me take the question there in the back, and then the gentleman here after that. Thanks.
So very quickly, Viral. So just building on the prior comments. So the counterfactual that comes to mind is China, and as you mentioned, in China, Ant Financial was the pioneer, but there was also Baidu doing it, WeChat doing it, and I guess the advantage in that case to the comments made by Mr. Husker is that you're using different algorithms and different training data sets. So you're not getting locked into one algorithm, one model, and one training data set. So this makes me think, should we have the bottom layer, the access layer, as a common feature, but the top two layers with more competition? The layers where you're building the algorithms to determine credit worthiness and everything else.
Gentleman in the back here, and then we'll get some answers.
Yeah, hi, Shiva Ganapati. A quick question on OCAN. Any statistics available on how long has it been in use and what throughput, volume, or how many people, how many entities on the platform and so on? Just a color, not particularly specific, but a broad brush. Thank you.
let's get some answers, and then we'll maybe have time for just one more round of questions after that.
Yes. Yeah, so I think a couple of the questions are related, which is, so the algorithms are entirely up to the final financier of the loan. So it's just that the data pipe is available as a common pipe to be used. So in the example that I showed on the GST invoice factoring, ICICI and State Bank of India could be using completely different algorithms based on the data that they received. One could be factoring in the grace period, the other one could not be. Maybe one is making a slightly shorter maturity loan if they want. So it's only the data layer that's standardized. There's nothing in terms of the loan product offerings that is required to be standardized or so on. I think as I was saying at the end, I think what do I worry about the most? I think this goes back to your question, Vikram, which is, banks could still get it horribly wrong, which is, they could just see this as a huge opportunity to expand into another asset class. Historically, they ended up lending poorly in housing or large firms. Now they see a huge possibility to expand credit into MSME and unsecured private credit space. I still think not all our banks are technically that savvy or quantitatively that savvy, so they could get credit algorithms wrong for spatial or other reasons. One thing that perhaps is a bit reassuring is that the credit growth is much higher for the fintechs than it is for banks. And I have a feeling, I'm not hoping for it, but I'm just saying that if some of these fintechs blow up, big deal, it's small, they are relatively small players, they are new, they are not taking deposits, etc. They will have some they'll have some other forms of financing that could become a problem. But most of the new fintechs are not allowed to take deposits. The only NBFCs who could take deposits were the historically grandfathered ones. So I feel maybe it's a little bit of a lab kind of a setting right now. Maybe there'll be the usual sort of boom bust that happens with a new technology. So I think to me the most important thing is the Reserve Bank of India should ensure that some large bank is not getting into huge losses along this path. And I think the last week's sign that they are tightening a little bit through the risk weights is a signal to me that they are a bit uncomfortable about the credit growth numbers in this area. They want it to not get out of hands. I think on Poonam's point of what it means for growth payoff, I don't have a good answer. I think I agree with you that as of now, perhaps it's not translating phenomenally into a growth trajectory. On the other hand, if you look at where investor excitement is the highest for India, it is in some of this space of companies. So one way to explain the divide between the market valuation and the real GDP numbers could be that they think it's the prospect of these companies. But I come back a little bit to the human development point that Tina mentioned, which is, I think to me, maybe that is the ultimate solution to the growth numbers, which is we do need people to move, as I think Arvind has been making this point a lot. How do we move more labor out of agriculture into these kinds of sectors? How do we ensure that female labor participation is not falling off the cliff? Because this is a sector where female jobs can be very easily created. They can be entrepreneurs, they can work from home. It's no longer about doing a night shift for a call center operator, which was a problem with the first round of technological wave, which didn't create as many female jobs as we would have liked, because you needed to work in the nights in the call centers, and then there were issues of protection that were relevant. But now this is all for the local economy. They can work during business hours. So I think my sense is the bigger growth number issue is about human development. This is just about creating an opportunity to take credit to MSMEs where one didn't exist, I think. I, I, and I think there's someone asked this question on numbers from Oken. I think that goes back a little bit to your question. Until we have end numbers on how much MSME credit is expanding, how has it changed their working capital allocation, are they investing in productive growth? Until we look at all this data, I don't know what this means for the end growth numbers, but I'm not at Reserve Bank of India, so it's a little hard to get these numbers now.
I'm not sure if we've run out of, Arvind, have we run out of time, or 12:45 is what, or do we have time for a few more questions?
Yeah, is there Kothambir Vadi on the menu?
Let's go just one quick round of questions, and then if there's any leftover, you can get them over lunch from the panelists. So one in the back, Ruchir, yeah.
So I just want to emphasize the key point that Viral made, that until now, the UPI system was payment system, but this phase 2 with going into the credit system, in my view, is one of the most important developments in the financial economic side, because of the very important point Viral made about the extensive margin. And I think that's also partially answers Poonam's question on why we don't see the numbers effectively of the UPI system on growth. So here's a question for Viral, is one worry I have is if the RBI becomes quite conservative in risk-taking and basically tightens way too much. So shouldn't we be allowing for more room for risk-taking, and precisely because we are going to people who never had credit before? And that's maybe a financial loss in the micro sense, but that's the positive externality of that could be very large. So are we taking a macro financial perspective rather than just a financial supervision perspective?
Thank you. Lady in the back, and then one more here to Nag. Yeah.
Hi, my question is, when we talk about making the growth, especially in the digital growth in the next decade, really faster, how are we going to ensure that it is really reaching the last mile, or it is being truly inclusive? I come from the sense that the conversation we had about gender and digital inclusion, back when in 2016, I was doing a study on social protection among transgender communities in India. What we found that less than 10% of the total population had access to basic Aadhaar card. And Aadhaar card is one of those basic documents which you need to open a bank account. And you cannot even do to the very first step of accessing finance. So for people like that to access credit or access any benefits of a larger digital financial impact, how do we ensure that we are, being truly inclusive in the whole journey? Thank you.
Thank you. Last question goes to Nag here. Oh, go ahead. You have the mic already. So
thank you.
We'll get you after that.
Yeah, my question to the panel is with regards to the adoption of digital infrastructure by the manufacturing sector. So if you actually look at how the digital infrastructure has been adopted by the manufacturing sector in India, the big corporations have been able to make that leapfrog in terms of centralized digital governance system or operational excellence or SAP softwares. And if we aspire to be a manufacturing superpower for the next decade in terms of cost competitiveness, how would the small scale players would actually play a role in terms of making that a jump for India to be a manufacturing hub? And what are specific actions, say, the banking sector, the Commerce Ministry, or even the trade commission bodies would have to actually make incentives available to the MSME players so that we can actually witness the manufacturing revolution? Thank you.
Thanks. And the last question here. Thank you.
I'll stay on to the Reserve Bank of India, probably question to the Viral. Under your watch, you initiated something called a centralized database to bring all the consumers from the Indian context point of view. Where in the US monetary policy, when you talk to the Fed as an advisor, the entire consumer confidence index, CPI index, is based upon what the growth, especially coming the quarter. Is there any opportunity for the Indian consumers to tie into the entire consumer banking industry based on your digital platform, almost a 600 million to 700 million customers can be brought into that particular platform for the smaller loans point of view. And you have a few of my friends are here from the State Bank of India who might be interested to know bringing those customers and the credit rating, credit scoring point of view.
Thank you. Yeah, responses from.
Yeah, so I think lots of questions, so maybe let me just do like quick fire responses. As you can tell, a lot of people like me have lost a lot of hair cleaning up Indian banks. So I think for any time in near future, I don't see RBI taking a very relaxed stand on non-performing assets. Just for the personal look and health of the governor and deputy governors, I think. Second, I fully agree. I think the growth has to be, I think, ultimately we have to reach the last mile. It has to be made truly inclusive. I did say the number was banking was 81%. Maybe it should be more. And I think perhaps we have to figure out who are the last 15 to 20% who are not yet banked. To just give you an example, like Northeast India has one of the lowest penetration of credit. I think when I was there at RBI, it was 5% of their GDP. It was like an abysmally low number in terms of credit penetration. So there are clearly, like, talk about data divide, like, Northeast India is going to be a huge challenge, I think. I think in terms of digital adoption by large companies, so I see it a little bit the other way, which is, large companies are becoming reluctant to do cash transactions now. So it's hard for them to deal with MSMEs who are not formalized. So actually, if MSMEs formalize and on the one hand, they start getting access to credit, they reduce their cash business and want to be digital, actually it will expand MSME's capacity to connect to more larger companies, and then they could get pulled along the growth of the large companies possibly. Last point, I think it's already happening now. Like I'm told you can buy a toothpaste and a toothbrush on credit if you want. So now my fear is that maybe that has gone too far. And I think that is why the Reserve Bank of India is trying to say, on personal credit, we want a higher risk weight because they want that credit growth to slow down. But I think Indian consumer is consuming and through credit. So I think the question is that efficient or has it gone too far? I think we'll only know once the full delinquency data and its time series play out. So.
Well, thank you very much to Tina.
Vikram, did you want to come in?
Go ahead. I have to make a quick point.
Please go ahead.
I'll go after you because I'm going to talk about the inclusion aspect. Quick. Okay.
Just a quick, there's a lot of questions about the effects of all of this fintech stuff, the economic effects. And the literature here, it's all quite new, so there's not much literature, but I'll make a shameless plug for a paper that one of my teammates did, Putnam 2019, check it out. We got individual transaction data from Paytm, pre-demonetization, post-demonetization, so that's the identifying event. And this is where I was citing you the stuff about stabilizing transfers for consumption at the remittance level. But we also looked at the MSME transaction. You see large significant effects actually from adoption and Paytm of course is very happy, right? Oh, there's the helping the sector. But that's one example I would give you. Sorry.
And Tina can have the last word. Yeah.
So maybe the last word with inclusion, just from a plumbing perspective, some of the things that we try to do are use what we call a human-centered design approach in being able to connect. Hopefully you will all leave saying they're the first mile, people are the first mile and not the last mile, so that 15% are the 15% that we focus on and to connect them. Because a lot of that criticism that we saw, and there is criticism, right? The criticism that we saw of, for instance, the food distribution system, of children out of the summer school meals program not getting it or not having their ration cards. These slippages happen just from connecting the dots at that first mile, going to some of these homes, helping them get on and do what's called the seeding to get your Aadhaar number linked to these databases, just to do some of these very seemingly simple things, but which make a whole lot of difference to people. And I will end with actually what Vikram said on informed consent is a very large part of it, because if we want to actually do data governance that allows for very efficient targeting, we need to have interoperability amongst different government data sets, and that requires people to really understand what they're consenting to, and that data governance framework, I would argue, is very important for inclusion. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hello. Okay, we will begin. We will start with the next session. So, folks who are outside, at least first we might be, yeah, first, at least, then we'll move. So, okay, Poonam, Praveen, and Raj. So, please come here. I'll stand up there. No, right. This way I feel like a rock star. So, all right, so we'll begin our next session. This is a session on jobs, and I've chosen a rather provocative title for it, The Future of Jobs and Jobs of the Future. The background to this is that, the way Indian economy is, the way it has evolved, we have two extremes. At one extreme, you have a lot of capital working with very little labor. And at the other extreme, you have a lot of labor working with almost no capital. Just to give you some sense with numbers, so 45% of India's workforce is in agriculture, 45%. Another 40% is in enterprises which have 9 or fewer workers. Many of these enterprises are, mom and pop operations, meaning, self-run, proprietorships, partnerships, where a lot of self-employment exists. But what you can see is that these are enterprises with 9 or fewer workers which employ 40% of the workforce. That's your 85% of workforce already there. Now, really, if you think of corporate India, the corporate India, which, at least one is thinking of enterprises with 200 workers or more, some reasonable size of enterprise, they employ only about 7 or 8% of the workforce. So here you got, at one extreme where largely it's capital and a very few workers, and then you got the other extreme, we got lots and lots of workers, but very little capital. And really the efficient allocation of the resources really requires you to be somewhere in the middle, where workers largely work with a fair bit of capital. And this is particularly true for a country like India, developing country, any country that's sort of, starting off with development, because it's a labor-abundant country. Capital is the scarce factor, labor is the abundant factor, and therefore you have to use your labor very effectively. And the way you use your labor very effectively is, have it work with some capital. Don't put your capital at one extreme and then leave virtually all the workforce without it. But this is how we started, you see. It's not where we stand today. It's not an accident, it's coming from the history. That initially when Nehru started implementing, particularly the second 5-year plan, some of the foundations had been laid down even before the second 5-year plan, but second 5-year plan, which is 1955, his decision was that, we are going to do heavy industries, that this is the most important thing to do. And so, half of the public sector investment went into 3 steel mills. The remainder went into other machinery industries. So you really ended up with capital sitting in one place with very, very limited workers, and then all the workers who were supposed to produce all the light consumer goods were in cottage industries, village industries, household industries, very, very small enterprises with their own internal capital, which was hardly any. And so the only person who really got it right at that time, only a single economist who got it right at the time, and was absolutely nobody paid any attention whatsoever to him, was Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman wrote a memo in 1955 observing on this allocation of labor and capital that, at one extreme, capital is going to be very inefficient because it's not working with enough workers. At the other extreme, workers are going to be incredibly inefficient because they're working with no capital. And that structure that got embedded from the beginning actually still, now liberalization that happened post 1991 has made some difference. Some changes have happened, like we were about 60% in agriculture around 91, we are down to 45%, but that transition has been extremely slow. Just to give you an idea, over 30-year period from 91 on to today, 15 percentage points transition is all that has happened from agriculture into industry and services. South Korea, within the same 30 years from 1960 to 1990, had gone from about 70% to 20%. 50 percentage points just in 30 years. So this is a kind of transition that has not happened in India, as a result of which we have this sort of very, bimodal kind of distribution of these factors of production. So now this gives rise to a problem, which is, what is the future of jobs? Meaning that, look, at the end of the day, if this transition has to happen from agriculture into industry and services, good jobs which have some reasonably high productivity have to be created, to which these workers can then move. So that's one part of the problem. What are the jobs of the future, which will help India get to that transition? But the second part of the problem is that, of course, at the same time, India having initially invested in these areas, so as we invested in heavy industries, we also invested in engineering management, because it was a very planned idea that if we are going to have the heavy industries, you will need engineers, you will need management institutions. And so these institutions were created. And so we also have really got a part of our workforce, even if it's, might be 5%, but that's a lot of people. That's 20, 25 million people. They are in the cutting edge kind of jobs. And this is where the jobs of the future come in. So we have actually, between, I think, me, Praveen, and Poonam, we have expertise on the first set of issues. But we actually are very pleased today. We have also Prithviraj Chaudhary here, who works on these cutting edge jobs, the jobs of the future. And I'm very pleased to say that he was very recently included in the Forbes list of 50, which is a new list that Forbes started on experts or specialists on jobs of the future. So that's Prithviraj Chauhan. He's Prithviraj Chaudhary. I've told last night when we had dinner together, I said, in my part of the world, with Prithviraj, only Chauhan goes, no Chaudhary. So yeah, he will appreciate that I was right. I was not joking with him. So he's a professor at Harvard University. Poonam Gupta, Dr. Poonam Gupta, I have already introduced her in the morning. She is the Director General of National Council on Applied Economic Research in Delhi, a real star on the Delhi circuit, and she's also a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. And last but not the least, my good friend and Professor of International Trade at Johns Hopkins, who holds the chair that once was held by Max Gordon at Johns Hopkins, Praveen Krishna. And so the three of them have the charge of this session today. We will begin with an overview from Poonam. Poonam.
Thanks for the opportunity again. I had 3 parts to my presentation. I'm keeping the last part to the Q&A if there is an interest. The first part is very much a macro perspective on employment and employment intensity of growth around the world, and some stuff on the states which are generating employment and the states which are generating surplus labor, a flavor of which we saw early this morning in the first session. So that's the first part of the presentation. A second part is presenting some results quickly from a report that we had done at NCER on the gig economy workers. If that is the future of jobs in a narrow sense, then what kind of jobs are being created specifically in food delivery platform workers? And I'll present some results from that. The part that I'm keeping away, and I'll see if there is an opportunity to take it up in response to some of the questions, are from my experiences being an employer now. The think tank which I head now has 120 people. In India, 120 is very much a middle-sized firm. We are not a manufacturing firm, we are a knowledge firm. But even so, there are interesting perspectives on jobs and employment and skills that we get, on which I would be happy to reflect if there is an opportunity. So India's employment landscape. India does not have unemployed people. India has underemployed people. If you look at the data and if you look at the rate of unemployment in India, it's rather low. It's only about 6%. And it has declined ever since in the last 2 years, since COVID. What India has is, as Professor Panagarya mentioned, a huge proportion of its labor force employed in informal workforce as casual labor, as self-employed or unpaid employees. So this large portion, which is self-employed, are very, very small enterprises, usually the individual himself or herself working, mostly himself, because women are largely missing from the labor force. At times with the unpaid help of a wife whose work does not get counted again. She's not a part of the labor force that gets counted. So this is where we are. Most of these people earn poorly. Those with informal employment or casual employment do not have job security. Those who are self-employed face all kinds of challenges, and they are not self-employed out of choice. They're self-employed out of compulsion because there's very little out there in the economy for them to be engaged with. But let's quickly look at, when we talk about employment, can we talk about employment devoid of economic growth? So what is the employment intensity of growth? Here we are looking at the global numbers. Indian numbers are not very different. So if the global growth is about 3 to 4%, employment growth is only about half to 1/3 of that. So at any given point in time, in any economy around the world, not a whole lot of employment gets generated. So just to keep that out there, that if India is growing at 6%, and if these numbers apply to India as well, India will generate employment only about 2.5% growth rate of employment. But there is an interesting sectoral distinction here in terms of which sectors generate employment and which sectors do not. Agriculture sheds labor, basically. Agriculture is all about productivity. The same amount of food and other things can be produced using fewer people. So in general, employment intensity of agriculture is negative, and the same case we see in India. Agriculture is shedding labor, and agriculture has been growing at an average rate of 3.5 to 4%, which means agriculture does not generate employment. What generates employment? Manufacturing does, or more broadly, industry does. Industry has two major components, manufacturing and construction. Manufacturing and construction are both labor intensive. Construction more labor intensive than manufacturing. These distinctions are important when we think about how to generate employment through growth in India. So construction generates a whole lot of employment. Manufacturing generates employment. The largest employment is generated by services. That has the highest employment intensity. There are two things that we need to remember about services. First, it's a very large and heterogeneous sector. It has all of those a large fraction of those self-employed people sitting there, being a hawker, selling vegetables or selling something small. And it also has the highest paid high-tech sector. So it's a very large segment of the global economy, of national economies, and it generates different kind of employment. In my mind, services sector also, in a way, overestimates the employment that it generates. When manufacturing sector generates employment, it generates a whole lot of demand, which gets counted in services. So services accounts for both direct and indirect employment that gets generated because of economic growth in agriculture and in industry. So these are some of the basic facts about the sectoral landscape of employment. Now, where does India stand? When we compare India with other countries, I have a select list of countries here, but representative nonetheless. India has a very large share of agriculture in GDP, as Professor Arvind Panagaria mentioned, and it has a smaller share of manufacturing in GDP compared to other countries, which is interesting and an anomaly which has then implications for our employment numbers. In addition, agriculture generates a whole lot of employment, which means people are underemployed, right? They are not productively employed in agriculture, which can do with nearly 1/3 of the people who are currently employed there. Manufacturing contributes 18% or thereabouts to GDP and employs about 12% of the total labor force. Look at construction. Construction accounts for 8% of GDP and employs about 12% of labor force. So this itself is problematic, and it requires some thinking, and it requires shifting people out of agriculture into much more productive employment elsewhere, be it manufacturing, be it formal services. Now, that is one part of the employment narrative. The other part is where is employment spatially getting generated in India? So we saw that we see divergence in economic growth across Indian states. The richer states are the ones which are growing faster, and the poorer states are growing slower. In addition, leading states, I'm calling them richer states or leading states, their population growth is much smaller than the population growth of the lagging states. Populations in leading states is more educated. These states attract a larger share of FDI, and they are the ones who are doing much better and growing faster in both manufacturing and services. So these are the states which are generating good demand for labor. Lagging states, on the other hand, they are more concentrated in agriculture. They have much higher population growth rates. Their population is less educated, and they are the ones who are generating excess labor. So this question of how does employment get generated, or how do people get employed, a large part of that question has to be migration. So people have to migrate from these poorer states, lagging states, to the richer states. A lot of this migration is already happening, but perhaps not enough. Here, I'm just showing the charts which show that the states which had a larger initial share of primary sector in their GDP in 2010, the lagging states, are the ones which are experiencing faster growth rate in agriculture till date. And a similar phenomenon we see in manufacturing. Or in other words, agrarian states continue to remain relatively agrarian. States which are more advanced in manufacturing and services are continuing to retain that advantage in those sectors. Now I turn to the second part of my presentation, which is gig economy the future of jobs? And I think it was one of the first of this kind of service that we did at NCR. It was a funded project from a partner. Here what we did was we conducted a survey of nearly 1,000 food delivery platform workers during a short period of time. The survey was conducted in 28 cities, and it had representation from all major cities as well as different city types. And the results are striking. The results in a nutshell show that gig economy workers are not doing that job as a matter of choice, just as we see a lot of self-employed people or people underemployed in agriculture. It's a job that they do out of compulsion. So first, what are the demographics of the people who are working? The average age of all food delivery platform workers in our sample was 29. This is younger than the average age of all urban male workers, which is 39 in PLFS. So I'm saying male workers because nearly 100% of food delivery workers are male in India. They are moderately educated. 90% of these respondents had a education of class 10 and above. And actually, in tier 2 cities, a large percentage were college graduates who, for want of better work, were doing this. These platform work does generate jobs in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. These are locally generated jobs. Most of the workers were working in their hometowns. So I talked about migration. So workers are not migrating to a big city to be a food delivery worker. So most of these jobs are localized jobs. 1/3 of these people were unemployed before joining the platform. I don't know the exact percentage, if my memory is correct, about 25–30% were in between jobs. They lost their last job, and then they thought that rather than sitting at home, let me join this. So the average duration of unemployment before they joined this platform was 5 months. Their gross earnings seems large compared to an average urban male workers, but it's actually much less than that of an average urban male worker if we account for operational expenses, because they have to use their own transport and they have to pay for fuels, and for the hours that they're working for, 69. When I read 69, I was reminded of Mr. Narayan Murthy's 70 hours. people are working 70 hours and they're not earning subsistence wages. So what do you tell them? You work more? Average monthly earnings, as I said, are about 21,000 rupees, but much less when you account for the number of hours, not just even number of hours, even for the operational expenses. And those earnings have remained stagnant in real terms in the last 4 years. So these are not great quality workers. Here we have comparison with the PLFS workers on the number of hours they're working and what they're earning. So just to sum it up, Indians are not unemployed, they are underemployed in informal sector, as casual labor, and in self-employment. Employment intensity of growth is much less than one around the world, which means that if India has to employ its large stock of underemployed labor, it has to grow much faster. And it has to generate that much faster growth in sectors which are more labor intensive. We have to find a way for people to migrate from lagging states to the leading states. Gig economy workers is creating only subsistence wages as of now. There is a role of policy here, shift towards manufacturing, shift towards more exportable activities, whether they are manufacturing or services. Maybe it's time to do away with that distinction between manufacturing and services, because there are parts of services which are quite similar to manufacturing. And given, again, the large stock of people that we have, we should focus on exporting not just goods and services, but also labor directly. We can be the skill capital of the world, and we are becoming skill capital of the world. And just one last slide on how the labor force is likely to grow in India. You may or may not appreciate the fact that population growth rate is actually declining quite rapidly. With a more or less stable workforce participation rate, our labor force, at least on an incremental basis, is not going to increase rapidly. So India's employment challenge is more of the stock, not the flow. The new labor force is better educated, healthier, better prepared perhaps for labor force. A bigger point is, how do you take your middle-aged workers, underemployed and so on, and make them employment ready? Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to speak here. I should mention that when I left Washington yesterday, one of my colleagues asked me, what are you going to be talking about at the conference? And I said, it's going to be about labor markets, the structural transformation of India. And he said, isn't Professor Panagaria the expert on that? And I said, listen, and the economists in this audience will appreciate it, the students of economics. I said it was up to absolute advantage of knowledge on Indian topics, then Professor Panagaria would present on every single thing here. It's only because of comparative advantage that the rest of us, most of the rest of us, have an opportunity to say a thing or two. But thank you again. And in actuality, I think Professor Panagaria already did a very good job of kind of summarizing the broad arc of what it is that I sort of plan to say. And so most of what I'll be saying will be adding sort of points of detail, and I'll raise a few questions at the end about the jobs of the future. Okay. So the broad nature of the problem is I think, well known. India has a very young population. There's a very significant demographic pressure in terms of kind of job creation and the need to create good jobs. And the real question is, where are these good jobs going to be created? Is it going to be in agriculture? Is it going to be industry, services, and so on? And just closely related, this issue of, what's the broad nature of kind of, the structural transformation that India has already undergone? What is the future trajectory? What should it look like? What did other countries look like at comparable stages of their development? And are we on track, or are we sort of drifting off somewhere else? Okay, so first, agriculture is characterized by very low productivity. Point that was already made. Over 45% of India's labor force is employed in agriculture, and it generates less than 15% of GDP. There's a very significant issue of scale in this discussion, which is that marginal farms, which are less than 1 hectare in size, and small farms, 1 to 2 hectares in size, account for 85% of the land holdings. So there's a very strong contrast with sort of higher productivity areas in the world in the agricultural sector where these land holdings are obviously minuscule. And it's fairly obvious, I think, for us all to appreciate why scale would be important in achieving higher productivity. So on the one hand, sort of output per worker is low, productivity growth is also expected to be low, and that really means that certainly in relation to industry and services, that the GDP share will be falling. And so it's urgent then to have a transition out of agriculture into the other sectors, a point that Poonam Gupta made as well. The need for this you can see additionally by comparing sort of output per worker in other sectors, industry services, in relation to agriculture. So the numbers you're seeing are the ratios of kind of, output per worker, let's say in industry relative to agriculture, and you see that this is rising over time, right? So these figures are actually from a very excellent book by Professor Panagaria, India Unlimited, which makes the case very strongly that in addition to kind of low productivity, the relative productivities also suggest to you that there should be this type of transition out of agriculture into industry and services. If one looks at what other countries have gone through, this is US structural transformation. So you sort of see in the mid 1800s, sort of this kind of dark blue line there is agriculture. You had about 50% of output was in the agricultural sector, and then very sort of gently initially and much more rapidly, you start to see a declining share of that. You see increases in manufacturing, and of course a complete takeoff in services, with the employment shares that mirror what you're seeing here in terms of the output shares, right? So if you ask the question, what fraction of the U.S. labor force is employed in producing agricultural output, it's going to be 1%, 1.5%, something of that nature. A very, very small number compared to what's going on in India. The point about South Korea was brought up earlier as well. So this is what South Korean manufacturing employment share looked like as it went through these impressive stages of its own growth. You see it sort of rising from 5-7% in the mid-1960s to 25-30% in manufacturing by the time you get to late 1980s, early 1990s, and then a bit of decline after that as they move on to other activities in the economy. By contrast, what you're seeing, despite sort of many decades of liberalization and quite an impressive liberalization, in India is a relative stagnation of Indian manufacturing kind of sectoral output shares. These are the bottom bars, the ones in the bright blue, are relatively constant, right? So you're really not seeing that kind of increase in manufacturing share. If you look at share of manufacturing in total output and employment over time, these are very flat lines here. If you look at formalization, what is the share of registered manufacturing in total output employment over time, that's also relatively flat. So by all measures, whether you're looking at output share, employment shares, formalization, the picture is not great, right? So especially in sort of in light of the fact that the economy itself has undergone a very dramatic and in fact quite impressive liberalization over the years. One of the reasons that, so as much as there was a table earlier which I showed you with numbers of 4, 5, and 6 and so forth. These are kind of the average productivity differences between agriculture, kind of the ratio of industry average productivity to agricultural average productivity. That is not a reflection of the marginal productivity, right? So if a worker moved from the farm to the factory, what are you going to be making is not reflected by that number 5, right? In part because what you're seeing is transitions potentially of workers from low productivity small farms into low productivity small firms, right? So this is the transition there is not, you're not capturing this average number, you're getting more the marginal number, which is, as was already pointed out again, a low productivity sort of space. You have unorganized manufacturing accounting for over 70% of the employment and less than 20% of the output. And nearly 85% of the unorganized enterprises are part of what are called the OAEs, the own account enterprises, which hire no workers at all on a regular basis, right? So if you look at, these are figures from a paper done at ICRIER by Radhika Kapoor. If you look at sort of the employment shares, let's say you look at the employment shares relative to the output shares and focus on the figures for 2014, 2015, there's a very large fraction of employment that's in these kind of unorganized sectors. And then if you look at the fraction of the output that's being generated, it's much, much larger in the organized sectors. It's 80% relative to about 20% in the unorganized, right? So you have a problem of lack of productivity. The unorganized sector is very small. And there's no great surprise then, perhaps, that the transitions away from agriculture into manufacturing have not been so easy, in the sense that the wages have been well documented in a variety of settings, global settings, to be very closely related to firm size. And so you have here work from by Rana Hassan and co-author showing sort of in a bunch of different countries here, Indonesia, Korea, and so on, wage differentials across firm sizes, because average wages in firms of different size. And so as you get to the left of the distribution here, very small firms, very low wages. And so what it is that a kind of a small firm can potentially offer to a factory, a farm worker transitioning out of farms into factories is not going to be necessarily that attractive, and therefore a problem. This is just more on the same topic in a sense, which is that the firm size distribution within manufacturing is very heavily skewed towards kind of very small firms. And I should mention, I don't have a chart or figure here to show you, but if one looks at exporting activity, for example, right? So there's a lot of emphasis in Indian policy discussions about the small and medium enterprises and how one should be supporting small and medium enterprises and so forth. But if you look at other measures, let's say, what fraction of exports are being accounted for by SMEs and so on, it's actually astonishing that you would find almost 80, 90%. Let's say there's 100,000 registered exporters in India in any given year. Of that 100,000 number, the fraction of their kind of exports that are account for 90% of the fraction of the overall exports are accounted for by maybe the top 500 firms out of the 100,000, right? So it's really the largest firms that are doing most of it. And for most part, this is no great surprise either. If you look at kind of cross-country comparisons, there's kind of tends to be a density on the right end of the distribution. The only surprising thing in the Indian context is that there's so much policy emphasis still, wrongly, on kind of maybe promoting upscale, the things on the left side of this, which is the small scale firms. Alongside this, the other issue that has impeded the transformation away from agriculture into manufacturing is the choice of capital-intensive production techniques. So if you look at these are from the formal manufacturing sector, you see increases in the capital-labor ratio. This speaks to the earlier point about the fact that the reality is that India is a country with a very large labor force that is low-skilled. And all of what you're seeing here is an indication that we have ultimately failed to grasp our competitive advantage, and essentially kind of focused whatever production is taking place in manufacturing. The trend there seems to be more towards the utilization of capital relative to low-skilled labor, which is obviously hugely problematic. So the key challenges to transformation are fairly straightforward in agriculture: too many workers in relation to the GDP share, too many of them on tiny farms. The scope for increase in agricultural output is there, but limited by a variety of factors. In industry, you have a preponderance of capital and skilled labor-intensive sectors, also in services. The most prominent examples of kind of service sector growth are all kind of in highly skilled intensive services. The employment concentration, however, is in kind of micro, small enterprises, which are characterized by low productivity. The issue that a number of economists have been discussing alongside all of this is relevant in the Indian context, but also elsewhere, has to do with technological change, right? So you have skill-biased technological change taking place. You have a kind of a desire on the part of, in the Indian context, owners of firms and so on to move towards more capital-intensive production techniques, what does that actually mean for sort of labor demand ultimately? This problem is further sort of compounded or perhaps potentially accelerated by artificial intelligence, things of that nature, which really bring into question the future of jobs, right? So it's not clear to me, at least, that AI and things of that nature are immediate threats to kind of the India story. But the same point is relevant here, which is that the worry about AI in kind of the medium run even is that the average productivity of wherever AI is involved is going to potentially be increased. But what's going to happen to the marginal product of the worker? What's going to happen to the wage rate of the worker? What's going to happen to the division of that rent, the output that is it going to be between the owners of the AI, the owners of the robots, and so forth, and how much is going to be left over for workers? The interesting twist is that unlike a simple substitution between capital and labor that you could worry about, and that's still relevant in the Indian context, where you would rather have a kind of a more productive machine than an unskilled worker, in principle, AI could be, or AI-driven sort of production technologies could be substituting away not just unskilled workers, but semi-skilled and perhaps even highly skilled workers, depending on the nature of production and the nature of that productive activity. So these are questions. I certainly don't have any answers for those, but I'm hoping that our King Emperor here, Prithviraj Chauhan, will get on stage and shed some light on what the future holds.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Panagaria, and Ruchir also for inviting me. So, and trust me, I've been called Prithviraj Chauhan many times in my life, sometimes even Prithviraj Kapoor, but less frequently. So I'm going to focus on two questions in my talk. So the first is, what is the potential impact of AI and machine learning on the future of jobs? And then we have talked a lot today about the spatial distribution of talent, and we've talked about migration. So I'm going to share some research on how firm practices, management practices within firms that relate to hiring and remote work might affect the spatial distribution of talent in India. So the first question is on machine learning and jobs. And I'm just curious, how many of us think about whether AI is going to substitute for our jobs? Just a show of hands. Okay, so I definitely think about it. So this is a study, it's an RCT, to the best of my knowledge, one of the first RCTs which look at this question. So I don't have time to go through the formal model, but let me just share the intuition. So when we think about machine learning and workers, the argument is that there are two countervailing mechanisms in play. So one, there is the effect of domain expertise, that unless you have the domain expertise, and Praveen talked about skill-biased technical change, we are also motivated by the vintage-specific human capital literature, Chari and Hoppenheim. So unless you have the domain expertise, you will not be able to use this technology like any other technology in a productive way. But then the countervailing mechanism is, imagine a true expert, someone who has domain expertise. And there's a newly emerging literature at the boundary of economics and computer science, which is showing that there is a lot of algorithmic aversion. The aversion of using machine learning tools, especially among experts. So that's the sort of and the prediction is then you'll get a curvilinear relationship where the people who might benefit from machine learning tools are actually mid-career people. So not the novices, not the true experts, but in the middle. So this is an experiment we ran with an Indian technology company because they deeply care about this. So this is HCL Technologies. And so what we did is they have created a machine learning tool to predict what algorithm should be run to solve IT tickets. So when the server is down or you have a computer problem, they used to manually solve those problems. They have developed a machine learning tool which can now automate that process. So we took that tool and we had a random sample of employees and we gave them 8 problems to solve, 4 of them manually, 4 of them using the machine learning tool in a random order. So I'll just cut to the chase. What we find here is evidence of that curvilinear relationship. So we find on the panel to the right that when you think about the tickets that were solved using machine learning, we find evidence that the correctness rate was higher for the mid-career people. There was no such effect when folks were solving this manually. Now the question is then, what are the mechanisms? So this is just the regression results. So I'm going to skip this. The mechanism on the left tail, the folks who had very little domain experience, was that they just could not solve the harder tickets. And so this is classic Chari and Hoppenheim. So that's what we sort of build on. On the right, we didn't have an empirical proof of the algorithmic aversion. So we did a lot of field interviews, and I'll just share one quote here. So this really experienced person, she's saying that, yes, I know this might be the correct solution for this problem, but if I hit accept, it might put that server up, but might have a problem on 3 other servers down the line. So there was a lot of unintended consequences they were thinking of, which may or may not be correct, but we clubbed them as evidence of algorithmic aversion. So I think the takeaway, this is just one study, this is one Indian IT company. We need lots of more research. But I think in the immediate term, if you just take this study, it seems that our jobs are safe, and the people who might benefit might be the people who have some domain experience, but have not become averse because they are experts. So that's one study I wanted to share. Then I'll just quickly go through some other research I've done on how management practices, such as hiring migrants and remote work, which I've been studying for a while, and we can chat on coffee breaks why, even before the pandemic, I was studying remote work, might affect the spatial distribution of talent. So this is a study we concluded recently looking at brain drain for the elite talent, and this is a sample of IIT engineers. So we collected their career histories over a long period of time, and I think there's a nice natural experiment we exploit in the study. So there is the experiment where IT BHU suddenly became an IIT. And so what we did is we collected the data of folks who were enrolled in BHU before the IIT designation and compared their migration rates to people before and after. But I think the summary stat is telling the story that the migration rate is much higher for people who got into IIT versus who had an IIT rank very, very close to getting into an IIT, but didn't get through. And so, this sample, of course, includes myself, Praveen, Viral, a lot of us. But the question I ask is it brain drain, or, Devesh Kapoor would say this is brain circulation. And I have some evidence along those lines too. So in a different study, which I don't have results here, we show that the Indian Microsoft R&D operations were completely incubated by 16 return migrants. And I think the most interesting result of that paper is the folks that these returnees hired, the local Indian employees that these returnees hired, after the returnees retired or left, these first batch of Indians became the disproportionate power brokers in Microsoft Indian R&D. So I think there was a transfer of tacit knowledge from the returnees to the domestic migrants. So there is an argument for brain circulation, not brain drain. I thought I'll show this study on how the spatial distribution of talent is not only about moving talent from smaller districts and smaller towns to the larger metros, but even sending some of our best talent from the metros to these smaller areas. So this is a study I did with the IS officer, the career history of IS bureaucrats. And so, folks might know here that the assignment of IS officers to states there is some randomness in this, and Lakshmi Iyer has used that in a different paper. So we follow the same identification strategy. And the main result we find in the paper is that as the first posting, if you went to a small remote part of India, then you had a quicker, or your promotion rates, both in the short term and the long term, were faster. And this, and both the short term and the long term. And so, and then we've tested this result using multiple, so what is that smaller district really, measuring? So we've used crime rate, we've used mineral ore deposits, and then I interviewed a large number of IS officers. And one story I'll quickly share. So I interviewed this lady, Sumita Daura, who was also the ambassador to China. And she said her first posting was to Karimnagar, which is a Naxalite district in Telangana. And she said going there made me think out of the box. So I had to visit the local villages in cars with fake number plates. And then she started a Angadwadi school there. And the way she did it was to employ the daughters and the wives of the Maoists. So, and she said, sitting in Mumbai or sitting in Bangalore, I would have never got that kind of skill development. So this is just an argument to saying that our kids from the cities should go and spend some time in these more remote places. The other argument of moving talents, so Ruchir talked about this in the morning, from smaller towns to larger cities. So I've done a study on this. And this is with Infosys. So Infosys, among all the Indian companies, hires widely across India, 250 colleges in our sample. And for some abstruse reason, they randomly assign these people to 10 production centers, which really helps us as economists. But the main finding of the study is that we find that the folks coming from the third-tier towns have better performance than everyone else. And we then looked at what kinds of towns, and we found that the towns with least opportunities, those workers were performing better. But there's also an interesting caveat here. They were also more likely to leave for competitors more faster. And we saw that during the time they spent in Infosys, they were focusing on skill augmentation, especially learning English. So there were self-selected courses that you could take on developing skills, and these third-tier city people, they were disproportionately enrolling in these courses to learn English. So I thought this might be interesting to this audience. And then finally, this has become my life since the pandemic. I've been studying remote work, especially this form of remote work that I've called work from anywhere, which allows workers to migrate and live where they want to live instead of living in a city because the company has an office. So this is not an Indian study. I did this study before the pandemic with the US Patent Office. And here too, there's a natural experiment I'll skip. But the main finding is we find that productivity went up 4.4%. And the argument I've made in lots of follow-up research is this evolution of work from anywhere might be a key mechanism for smaller towns and rural areas to draw talent. So I've been working with the community in Tulsa, Oklahoma for years now, and they have been able to attract about 2,500 families so far, all of them working remotely. And we are observing lots of positive effects, more volunteering in the local community, more entrepreneurial startups being started of all kinds, food stalls, restaurants, small grocery stores, daycare centers. So I think this might be an opportunity. Remote work might be an opportunity for the smaller towns in Bihar or Uttar Pradesh or all over India to get some talent back, because I'm guessing there's a tremendous amount of brain drain from these smaller towns. The one reason why they're not catalyzing into tier 1 is because all the young people are leaving, but remote work might be able to break that cycle. So that's all I had. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. So let me begin first, Raj, asking you just a clarifying question. In this study that you did of the IAS officers being employed in the remote districts or towns for their first placement, do you also try to check the correlation between such placement and maybe some characteristics, like maybe these are the most talented of the officers in the first place, and they had, and somehow that within the system, there is a way to select them out and send them out to the most remote places so that, it has really nothing to do with them being employed in the remote places, but it is a result of the fact that they were, to begin with, the most talented officers.
Thank you. Yeah, so our finding is that based on observables, we didn't find any difference. And because they're just starting their careers, and we are building on this prior paper by Lakshmi Iyer. And it's a complicated set of rules. So as you know, there is the home cadre and there is other states. And my understanding is if your home state is not demanding for an IS officer, then you can go to any other state in India. They're listed alphabetically. And so the argument is that there is some quasi-randomness in how you are allocated to these states.
Okay, all right. So now I'm going to throw in a bit of difficult questions. I don't know the answers to these either. So but I thought the question is so important that all of us should really think about these questions. So let me first say, one difficult question that I struggle with is that, given the fact that so many workers are in agriculture and so many workers are also in these micro and small enterprises, the political economy is really set up to continue to reproduce that in the following sense. That if you are a politician wanting to win an election, where are my voters? Well, they are either in agriculture or in micro and small enterprises. So I do things, good things for the farmers. I try to do good things for the micro and small enterprise employees. That of course also means that I'm doing good things to keep them where they are, even though that may not be my intent, but that's the effect of it. And take, for example, there is a natural kind of instinct that, there's output expansion is happening, GDP is growing 7-8%. It's happening mostly in the corporate India and so forth. So I think there is a very clear case for redistribution. So I say, well, I'll bring some of the prosperity that's being generated there to where you are, right? So I bring the, you don't need to move. I'll bring all the good stuff to you. So it's the political economy in this sense really set up for us not to transform. I mean, if I do the comparison with, say, the really fast transformers, at least in the case of South Korea, Taiwan, and even Singapore, there were no such redistributions happening. It was all, the entire transformation was the result of very rapid growth with very rapidly rising wages. When I mentioned earlier that South Korea, from about 68% share in agriculture of the workforce, it fell to about 18%, 50 percentage points in 30 years' time. But while this was happening, so much workers were being absorbed in industry and services, real wages were also rising 9 to 10% a year. You didn't need to do anything else, because when real wages are rising 9 to 10% a year, and so many workers are being absorbed into industry and services, all transformation is happening. Now, that's the sort of thing that is not happening here. So what I do is, well, my output growth is happening here. I'll tax these guys, get some revenues, bring these to you. Is that something? And if you think that's a serious sort of explanation of what is happening of the political economy, is there a way out of it? That's the question. And as I said, I don't have the answer. So it's a curveball.
Well, in general, questions about politics are above the pay grade of an economist. But let me just say that if the productivity differential, and therefore the wage differential between farms and factories was large enough, which it's not necessarily in the present situation, but if it was, meaning you really had highly productive factories, as was the case with South Korea, as was the case with China and so on, then some tinkering on the margin by politicians or whoever to redistribute and so on, it might dampen the flow, but perhaps not completely stop it. So, I mean, the underlying problem that we've all talked about today of the lack of productive or highly productive jobs in the factories is still going to be a factor. Right? And then I think on the margin, redistributions make a difference, and political intent to maintain the voter base and a certain sort of status quo so they could be manipulated. I imagine all these factors would be there, but I don't think, well, I at least don't, I hope that it's not the case, that they could completely overwhelm what would be a true productivity difference that would normally incentivize a worker to leave a factory, a farm and go to a factory.
So, Professor Panagarya, in my mind, it's only a partially a political economy issue, and that fraction is not very large either to maintain the status quo. So the 2-3 different things that are coming to my mind. Protecting the farmer, protecting the rural way of life is more of an ideological and emotional issue for Indians. Indians respect certain jobs and certain occupations, teachers and doctors and defense workers and farmers. So the moment you say that people should move to the urban areas more, there is very little rate of return to spending money in a sparsely populated rural area does not go down well at all. So just as being rich used to be a bad word earlier, being too urban and too modern is not a good word either. So there is a more of an emotional sense to maintain the status quo, not necessarily to protect, to not promote manufacturing. That's one thing. Second, on manufacturing, India has been trying really hard for the past 30 years. Now, most Indian politicians and policymakers do not know what else to do. And they have not succeeded. So they do not want to disrupt the existing model without knowing what more we can do in disruption for the sake of disruption. Where it is a political economy issue is when it comes to taxing the agriculture. Right? That is very much a political issue, that agriculture should not be taxed, but it's not that jobs should not be taken out and created elsewhere. And the best example of that is that there are certain states which are able to industrialize and industrialize well. So if it was a political economy issue, they would not have been able to make this transformation either.
Can I just say one thing which is in support of your theory, Arvind, which is, and the Bangaloreans and people from Karnataka can probably confirm or reject this, but I do remember reading and hearing the argument that as Bangalore started to really accelerate as a center for IT and so on, that the political authorities were not quite so keen for Bangalore to grow as quickly relative to the rest of the state. And so the choke off of the infrastructure and the lack of willingness to support it, which was anticipated back then already, and now you're seeing the full effects of that support not being provided. But that was almost an intentional thing, not to have the rest of the state feel left behind relative to these, IT workers with their pubs and bars and whatever, having a great time in the city. This is a kind of redistribution of the sort that you're talking about, right? So let me not facilitate high productivity jobs so that the others don't feel left behind and then punish me in elections for that reason. So I'm not sure whether this is true or false, or what the relevance is in other contexts outside this one.
So the first thing I'll say is that if you don't have the answer, then we don't have the answer. But let me just brainstorm a couple of things. So, one thing that probably could be debated is whether preserving that rural farming way of life, whether the incentives can be given to the children of these people. And the thing that comes to my mind immediately is how the temporary migrants in China, who all moved north to south and worked from that July to January timeframe, were young women, and they went back to their families. There's a very interesting study that a Stanford economics PhD student is working on, where she's showing that the wives of the workers in the Dharavi slum, they are, when incentivized, they're taking remote jobs to do simple coding exercises on MTurk. And they were, earlier they were doing nothing. So I wonder if these new practices can unlock talent that is completely not working today, or the younger, people in the family.
So in effect, connect them remotely, if not if not bringing them physically into the an urban industrial workforce. That's certainly. And to pursue this a little bit further, I think it's just these are just difficult questions. But you know, ultimately to me it seems that looking for answers to these questions is the most important thing we can do. So another puzzle, you know, why is it that in a country which is so labor abundant and capital scarce, why is it that the entrepreneurs seem to continue to invest in these very highly capital or skilled labor intensive industries? You know, you look at what the successful industries in India are from the output perspective, and you see, well, IT industry is doing well, the machinery industry is doing well, chemical industry is doing well, pharmaceuticals is doing well, petroleum refining. India's #1 export is actually the refined petroleum, which probably employs only capital, and the only workers they employ are these security workers, most likely, you know, nothing else. It's so automated. Why is it that this outcome, in spite of all the reforms that have been done, continues to repeat itself, continues to reproduce? And this is where I feel that, you know, somehow, so if we could know what the reason is, we could get somewhere, but the implication of that kind of investment, that structure of investment is that the cost of capital for anybody else who would be employing a lot more workers per unit of capital is simply too high. You know, now the example here is apparel industry, which has a much greater labor intensity, meaning employment intensity for per unit of capital investment. You know, to just give you an idea, 45% in apparel industry, labor cost is about 45% of the total cost. In two-wheeler industry, I'm not even talking four-wheeler automobiles, you know, two-wheeler industry, labor cost, all the way from the CEO down to the watchman, are about 4%. Now, in a country which is 500 million plus workers, why is there not an incentive to go into sectors where you can employ many more workers per unit of capital and therefore actually get a very high return on capital? We would think that that ought to give you, with that many workers working on small amount of capital, ought to give you a very good return on capital. But why does that not happen?
At some point, I got in touch with your former student, Rana Hassan, who was interested in this type of a question: why isn't there more expansion of manufacturing, low-skill manufacturing in India? And he had conducted sort of many hours-long surveys of individual entrepreneurs and owners of various firms in India. And when I spoke to him to find out what he found out, right? What was it that he got at the end of this? I was expecting that he would say something about Indian regulations or labor laws or something along these lines. And he said, actually, it's a completely confusing picture. Not everyone's saying something different. And one entrepreneur is talking about how his kids don't want to get involved and dirty their hands with these businesses of the past, that they want, you know, something in the future, digital technology and so forth. And I wasn't even sure whether to believe Rana, but I asked him to send over the survey so I could look at them myself. And he was completely right. It's a very confusing picture. Meaning, on the one hand, there's a fraction of entrepreneurs who are talking about sort of these doing business with type factors for why they can't expand, some land restrictions or labor or something else. But that might have been just about 10% of the people who spoke. The remaining 90 had a list of reasons that was extraordinary and complicated, and sometimes they didn't even know the answer themselves. I recall Rana asked the question even to a very large, I think it was maybe Shahi, to, you know, why they don't double their scale, because they're already so large, they know how to perform at a large scale. And in principle, the opportunities in international markets were so open for Indian expansion. and did not get a very clear answer for why that's the case. So it's actually a genuine puzzle, whether it's a cultural matter or a regulatory one or some generational shift of some sort. But I'm not sure that there's a very clear answer that's available.
Let me still try to push this a little bit further. So there's still one area of reform. Well, there's two areas of reform where one can still pinch a little bit of hope. I just want to get your reactions, whether whether holding hope is something that is realistic. Let's put it that way. The two areas are, one, the labor reform still has not happened. Although the labor laws, 4 labor codes have been passed, which would go some distance, not full distance, towards fixing the inflexibility in labor markets, particularly with respect to the decisions on laying off workers. Under the current law, it's very, very difficult for any entrepreneur of any size, 100 workers or more, to lay off the workers. And to some degree, at least, that problem will be fixed once these new labor laws, which have been enacted by the parliament but have not been implemented yet. And it'll probably have to wait till the election afterwards. I think soon after it should happen. So that's one area where I think, at least I see some hope that possibly currently, when your 45% of your costs are labor costs, and you know that there is no easy exit out, right? So supposing you have to actually close down your enterprise completely, how do you exit if you cannot fire the workers? So that is still a sort of a lingering problem. So that's one. The other one seems to me is also in the labor markets. Land market. The land in India is incredibly expensive, and it is also very, very difficult for the private buyers of land to buy a large tract of land, because often these pieces of land are owned by different people. And if you're looking for a piece which is at, say, 100 acres or so, you got to buy land from many different pieces and put them together. And what that does is, then are the land rights themselves well-defined land ownership rights? And there are no titles as in America to land and houses. And so often there are pieces of land within that 100 acres that you're looking for, which have all kinds of encumbrances. The owner is not clear, there are 3 people claiming the ownership of that. And so it becomes very difficult. So that could very well be also the fact that the land is so expensive. And certainly, when land is overly expensive, your calculation for example, rental housing goes completely out the window, because rents that people can afford in the city are just not enough to cover the mortgage payments on the housing that you otherwise would create. So is there some optimism there? Hope there that if those reforms happen?
Yes, I think so. And I'm a student of yours, so some part of that learning was the eternal optimism. But when one looks at a very narrow sector, let's just look at textiles and apparel, and you know these figures better than me. The Chinese, who are fierce competitors in that space, have exited, and declining market share of China. So tremendous opportunity for us to expand. The Bangladeshis have gotten in there, the Vietnamese have gotten in there, and India's share, as far as I could tell, has not moved even by 0.1%. So it's quite remarkable that the kind of the lack of elasticity in that sense. So on the one hand, if we were talking about why hasn't India gone from 3% of the apparel share in the market to 12%, and then there are big issues of this sort, that would be, maybe there are some constraints of that sort, but why hasn't it moved at all? It's quite dramatic. And maybe there's something here in terms of the particular sorts of issues, the cost of land, labor regulations, and so forth. But somehow I fear that it's something deeper than that, and that the answer is worse than that, and that these are not easy fixes somehow. I don't know.
So I agree with Praveen. You know, we may not have reformed the labor and land markets fully, but we have been trying in incremental ways for a full 30 years. And we have not increased our share of manufacturing in GDP. And I think, as Praveen said, answer lies that these are very hard activities to specialize in. We are looking only at the labor cost, but there are other costs attached to it, to being an, in, an enterprise in low skilled intensive manufacturing. You spend a large share of your production cost on logistics, on storage, on transport, and you're competing with some of the global best suppliers. So if by just changing, amending your labor and land laws, if you're not going to become globally competitive still, why would an entrepreneur enter that space? So when it comes to manufacturing, you don't compete with just yourself and with your past, you compete with the global best, and that's a very tall order. When you combine all the different costs of, you need the scale, and scale is something that's very hard to get in India. And all the newer, younger people, all the startups are in technology intensive companies. So unskilled labor manufacturing, as of now, even with land and labor, may not fructify for us.
Oh, that's very pessimistic.
I'll just add. So on a more optimistic note, I'll add a very quick point. So Poonam talked about gig workers, and there's a fascinating book that Sandeep Suri et al. At Microsoft have written on the M-Turkers, and how many of them are from India. And I wonder whether also policy needs to be focused on the gig workers and giving them training and benefits, and just to further incentivize people to leave whatever they're doing, and think of these sectors as sustainable employment options.
So 2 more questions, and then we'll open up. It's okay, we'll take a little bit longer than we are scheduled here. The ambassador would be coming soon. So just 2 last questions. One, so the government of India has been doing this subsidy scheme called the Production Linked Incentives, PLI. Then it seems to be very focused actually on industries very much that are capital intensive, technology intensive industries. Would it make a difference to simply sort of reconfigure this subsidy towards the much more labor intensive industries, and perhaps break the jinx a little bit by heavily subsidizing maybe for 5 years the some of the very labor intensive sectors? I mean, is that something that might change the thinking,
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some value to a demonstration effect type of sort of thinking there. Certainly, the entry of a company like Apple to start production in India, even if the value-added activity that's taking place in India is a really small fraction of the overall value of output, and even if most of that is actually being covered by the Indian subsidy, so essentially we're paying for all of what Apple is doing in India, there's still some value, I think, from the standpoint of our comparison with China, from the standpoint of our comparison with ourselves in the past, that we've shown ourselves to be a place where a large, highly sophisticated player like Apple wants to come, wants to set up production, and does so successfully. So if that demonstration sort of effect works in that end of the distribution, then maybe there's some value there of thinking along those lines in kind of the labor-intensive industries as well, whether they're international or domestic, to just sort of demonstrate that very large-scale production that really has an impact in terms of expanding our footprint and market share in global markets that actually works, and that there are major success stories that others could emulate. So yes, maybe some optimism there.
So I agree, Professor Vanagare, it's a risk worth taking, but it should not be a substitute for all the other reforms that you're talking about. Because what we have done in the last 30 years is we have really taken small incremental efforts. Remember, there was a time when certain activities were reserved for small scale reservation. We removed those, but we kept many other things. So similarly now, land and labor reforms plus subsidy, very specifically targeted, with the sunset clause perhaps, and equally available to domestic as well as foreign investors, can make that this final leap that we are looking for. But one quick thought is that many of the impediments that we are talking about were already relaxed in the special economic zones. But even then, we didn't succeed in manufacturing. So we are really talking about giving the environment that was given in SEZs plus plus. So what would that plus plus be? Is it the availability of talent? Labor and land laws were already relaxed, or is it actually now outright subsidies? But I think it's a risk worth taking. The only other thing is the fiscally, what do you displace? You add it to your fiscal cost, which is not going to be possible. So what do you displace by giving this subsidy? Politically, it would be a very easy thing to do. Politically, nobody questions if you are expanding fiscally, right? If you are giving subsidies like this. So.
All right, my last question to you, Raj. So there was this short interview between Rishi Sunak and Elon Musk. And one of the questions Rishi Sunak asked was, what will be the future of our jobs? Very much the question that you work on. And if I understood correctly, Elon Musk's answer, it was that, well, those who want to work will have the work to do, but those who don't want to work can simply have the robots do it. That seemed to go very much in the opposite direction of where you seem to come out on this, that, well, if we choose not to work, there will be no issue. Plenty of robots will do everything that needs to be done in the future at some point in time. Why do you think that you are right and Elon Musk is wrong?
Elon Musk is probably right, but I think the time frame, so two things I'll add. So first of all, David Otter, of course, has done a lot of work on this, and he talks about skill polarization, how there'll be jobs in the left tail and the right tail of the talent distribution, and the middle is going to get substituted. But even there, on the left tail, the argument is that if you're plucking fruit, then the robotic arm is not good enough today. But I've seen some proof of concepts which are absolutely cutting edge. And so in an Amazon warehouse right now, the robots are driving down, the people are still plucking things, but there are robotic arms which can do as well as humans. So maybe that left tail is getting squeezed too. On the right tail too, with generative AI, I think there's going to be more jobs that could be done using AI and automation. But I think one thing I'll add here, which I find fascinating. So the theory that I'm working on right now is borrowing from a branch of computer science, which they call adversarial machine learning. And the idea is that if in any transaction, there is a human on one end, then you need a human on the other end. And I'll give you an example from my research. So when you think about a patent application, there is a human lawyer that is writing the application, and there is a human examining that patent. And so the reason you cannot take the human patent examiner out and put a machine learning is that the human lawyer has incentives to not be truthful in the application. And the way they do it, it's a fascinating story. The patent office actually allows the patent applicants to be their own lexicographer. So you can invent new words to define your invention. So you can, and one example I give my students is, there's a patent which uses the term Christmas tree to describe a deep oil exploration cable. Now, why Christmas tree? No reason. I just like Christmas tree. And there is no machine learning algorithm which has been using the training data set of the past, which will know that Christmas tree means something to do with oil exploration. So the argument is in resumes, in insurance claims processing, whenever there's a human on one side of the transaction, you need a human on the other side of the transaction, maybe helped by machine learning. You cannot take the human completely away.
That's optimistic. Thank you.
If I could
we'll
add
open up.
one thing, Arvind, if I could add one thing to the Elon Musk story. The reason that he was smiling when he responded to Rishi Sunak is because he left the question unanswered as to who would own the robots. And that's partially because he thinks he might be the one who owns them all, and then so he's going to be doing very well of their efforts.
And so you think he has a moral hazard there to just get Rishi Sunak to think along those lines, huh? All right. Okay, so we start. Deepak, did you have? We welcome, absolutely.
It's really sort of a big picture kind of a question, and maybe it's a potential subject for our next conference or part of it. You know, every time I go to India, I come back so excited. So much going on. People's aspirations are through the roof. The economy has this feel to it. Planes are full, you know, roads are getting built. I mean, so why is this not getting reflected in all the data? When you dig through this, I mean, you know, what you're saying, employment is not doing much better, right? You have UP and Bihar still pulling things back. You know, why is that? And is there like a prescription? And I can understand all the stuff, by the way, you know, in terms of the components of it. But is there 3 or 4 or 5 things that we should be doing, which we are not, to see why is, you know, the common, and I'm not saying elitist view, by the way. I mean, you know, when I look at the middle class in India now, I mean, they're going to restaurants and spending $5,000 on dinner and stuff like that. They're riding, you know, driving nice cars. So why don't we see that reflected in what you have?
Panelists.
The macroeconomist.
Not the macroeconomist, but somebody who now lives in India. Yes. So you're absolutely right. There is a huge amount of optimism all around. And this optimism, I'm just reporting from the cities as of now. I don't go to the rural areas. I just read about them. And, you know, we are growing nominally at 11%. In any case, so maybe this is the exuberance associated with 11%, but this nominal growth, 11%, is good growth. As we had this discussion in Delhi, there is optimism about the future, there is more trust on the government, there is trust that we pay a huge amount of taxes. I mean, I'm realizing how much taxes I pay now, but I know that my taxes are being put to good use. There is political stability, there is macroeconomic stability. All of this is adding up. Having said that, Deepak, the way you feel, not many people, not everybody feels that way. There are conferences happening in parallel elsewhere where they'll say India is shrinking, India is not even growing at 0%, right? But the ground reality is you know, when I was in the US earlier, when I would come back to the US after a few months, I would see churning. Oh, there used to be a store here. Now there's something else. This place is looking fancier. Now you see the dynamism in Delhi. Some other people had gone from the US working at Brookings, and they mentioned exactly the same thing. For this individual, he said progression of a society is when middle income starts eating outside. Everybody eats outside now, not just middle income, lower middle income. And you know, my housekeeper and her husband, the couple works for us, they own a car. They come to work as a driver and a cook in a car. And Sundays are off, they work 6 days a week. And that is when they are doing, you know, watching movies, eating out, visiting families. So there is a huge amount of progression all around. And perhaps it's 11%, and perhaps we are growing faster and we are not capturing it. Or perhaps it's optimism about the future.
Just take
Sure. And I was just saying, I went to college in Kanpur, and we had a Golden Jubilee celebration this year. And I asked the director, you know, what is going on with the student body? And he said, when I graduated, half the class went overseas, right? He says now 5 to 10% of the class goes overseas and 30% go into startups. And this is not meant to be an elitist comment at all, but the graduating class, the offers they get, I mean, they are like, 10,000 times more than what I was getting offered, right? I mean, so it just seems, once again, I mean, maybe this is a bubble, that we look at. Maybe we don't go to the rural areas enough and try to figure it out. But I don't know. I don't know how we captured this optimism and enthusiasm of the people. There may be some metrics we ought to look at. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Deepak. So, in this session, we are just getting the pessimism out of the way first. In the next session, we return to very optimistic tone. Okay, here.
Thank you for your presentations. So I actually had done some research about the textile industry previously as a part of a consulting firm, and I was trying to understand where does India fit in the competitiveness, in terms of the competitiveness in the textile industry, in terms of Vietnam, Bangladesh, and it's a very low margin products that we're selling. So the minor differences in costs actually count. And sometimes those differences in costs, which we're actually losing the competitiveness is from the labor costs. So our labor laws are probably stricter than, like, say, for example, Bangladesh, which could be possibly a good thing because we're protecting our labor. In that sense, is that one of the reasons why possibly we should be, like, our new age entrepreneurs should be shifting their focus away from these traditional manufacturing labor intensive towards probably the more innovative digital businesses that allow for remote working and all of this, because rather than just competing in the small, low margin businesses. And secondly, I think we very vaguely touched upon female labor participation rates. So I recognize that that is still drastically low, and it's actually been fluctuating in the past years, and at points has dropped down. So, and if you look at the reasons for it, it differs from rural to urban. So what are possible policy measures to address that issue?
Let's take that first one as comment. Second one, I think, we'll so that I give chance to others in the back. Okay, next we will come here. Sorry? Yeah, then there's Viral, we'll come to Viral.
First of all, it is a very fascinating session. We covered so many points. I'm not quite sure where to start, but I probably will react to a couple of things. One, what Dr. Panagaria had brought up in terms of a potential, the very first question of yours that's hard to find answers to, which is the realpolitik, or possible realpolitik of people, politicians and others would like to retain that electoral base. Recently, I was traveling in rural southern India, in Tamil Nadu, actually, eastern and southern parts of Tamil Nadu. I actually saw the villages are kind of more or less emptying. The epicenter of activity has basically been Chennai and neighborhood. So essentially with the automobile manufacturing, ITES and so on. So much so that very recent article, I think in New York Times, which said about nearly 2/3 of women who work in factories are actually in Tamil Nadu, which that maps onto only essentially Chennai and the near neighborhood. The other thing I noticed was they've been migrating towards the western Tamil Nadu, which is the garment thing he talked about, Tirupur and Coimbatore and so on and so forth. So there is this kind of you made a point about South Korea. That's happening, I think, more at a state level as opposed to across state lines. That's one. Yes. Secondly, the other sort of realpolitik, again, is that talking about the performance-linked incentive, a very good point made by Dr. Gupta in terms of how do you manage the fiscal side of it. More importantly, I often think, even in this country, once incentives are given, it's very difficult to take them back. So I would be more worried about that than the fiscal part of it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Both very good points. And Tamil Nadu, you are absolutely right that that transformation is certainly much faster than in the average of India. Here. Can we bring the microphone? Yeah, please. Wait 1 second. It's coming.
This is on, yeah. As I think about the next decade, and looking back, for example, at the shared services, IT, enabled services industry that's built up in India over the last, 2 to 3 decades. We have about 6 million or more workers. Maybe that's a small percentage. But, with generative AI, with AI, I've been sort of in this field for a bit, and it's very apparent to me that 30 to 50% of what we are currently doing in these shared services and in all these sort of IT-enabled services industry can be automated. We don't need people doing it. I mean, we've run a lot of experiments as part of the organization I was involved in, where you could do stuff that people were doing in 90 minutes and 3.5 minutes, and this was 20 years ago. Stuff has moved on. So what worries me is as I look forward, and the only thing I think that's holding it back is change management. It's about people and their resistance to change, which is usually the biggest issue when it comes to adoption of technology. It's not that technology doesn't exist, that can't automate a lot of stuff we do. It's because people aren't ready for it and there's resistance. So as we look at the next 10 years or the next decade, how does India sort of protect itself? Because I think this is inevitable. It's a matter of time. We might have middle generations who are there right now. How do we protect ourselves in India? And what do we generate instead to sort of create something new? Because part of a lot of what's being done right now is very automatable. And I've seen that over the last 2 decades. But we just haven't gone there yet.
So we'll come to you for that in a second. Let me take Viral.
Yeah, thank you for a great panel. A lot of interesting data and charts, much to mull over. I have just one question. I was surprised, Arvind, you didn't bring it up, so I'm bringing it up myself, which is, I wonder if the ultimate problem in India is the tariffs, which are protecting our manufacturing firms. I think they're too high, so they're like artificially guarding them from international products competition. And this makes it very attractive for the best businessmen in the country to capture the local industry. They have physical assets. They can borrow from banks this way, and at least until recently, they've not been held that accountable for not always managing payments, etc. And I think it also explains 2 other things, which is that, we are creating jobs, but not fast enough. And the only way out is that we have to export more. We have to manufacture for the rest of the world, but that's not what our manufacturers are doing for most part, barring a few exceptions in auto, in a few segments of auto ancillaries. And I think the second thing it explains is also the divergence between the stock market and the real economy in part. So I was giving fintech as one explanation. But the other explanation is that the domestic manufacturers have fat margins. They are all making, they are doing very well. It's just that they are not creating enough jobs that the country needs. So I wonder if somehow we need a transformative reform which says, listen, over the next 3 years, we are opening up our manufacturing to foreign companies by lowering tariffs, effectively to foreign products by lowering tariffs. And maybe our biggest tigers will go into services and create a ton of jobs. Anyway, I'm posing it as a question, which is, do we need to push the government to do away with such high tariffs? That's my question.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll take that question, and I certainly agree with you. There is certain, there's been a long-standing battle that I've been fighting. But I certainly believe that one way that this high tariff kind of works badly is that in effect it gives rise to these small enterprises. The smallness is encouraged by because particularly when you have this kind of complex tariff structure, the effective tariff protection sometimes can be extremely high. Particularly if the inputs are coming in with much lower tariffs, and the assembly is subject to even 20% tariff. It translates into really very huge protection. So most inefficient enterprises can actually successfully, in those sectors at least, compete. And so you do encourage smaller firms and inefficient firms. So certainly, by the way, on that, just to partly further reinforce, you know, when India grew very rapidly starting in 2003, it did actually expand its trade massively between 2003 and 2012. Exports just for merchandise went up 6 times. So from 50 billion, they went to 300 billion. And services exports, of course, expanded even faster. The base is lower, but they expanded even faster. So certainly, you know, it didn't hurt us at all to liberalize. But that is something, you know, that has been very hard, difficult. You know, last time we liberalized tariffs was 2007-8. That was the last time, you know, from 12.5, the top tariff rate went from 12.5 to 10%. With some exceptions, like auto is overly protected, and textiles and clothing is also protected and so forth. But largely, otherwise, the top tariff rates was brought to 10% in 7-8, and then it stopped. And of course, in 2018-19, we really massively raised the tariffs back. Difficult battle, I think. There's been I've been probably the lone fighter on this with not very good results so far. But I certainly empathize and sympathize with that. Raj, for the other question.
I have a very quick question, and I would like the panel and the participants to picture, you know, the pandemic exodus of essential workers and how it informed your research development. And if you have time later, I can share some solutions and resources. Thank you.
I'll answer the AI question. So I totally agree. I think in the short term, but even in the long term, you know, what we call the codifiable jobs will be replaced. But having said that, there'll be lots of opportunities, since we are in the optimism panel, that will be created. And you know, we keep comparing ourselves with China. I would say China has a huge head start in things like facial recognition and autonomous vehicles. And that's an opportunity for the Indian IT industry to catch up. But on your specific question of what jobs can be done, I would say in the short term, there are lots of gig jobs, such as M-Turkers trying to just create training data sets. I think Indians can do that job really well. In the longer term, I think the sense is that new jobs and new occupations will get created, like social media influencers did not exist as an occupation 5 years back or even 10 years back. So now that's a legitimate, you know, career option for a young person. So, you know, I would say new jobs will get created, and let's dominate the AI space, given the fact that we've been in IT for 30 years.
I like that. We'll take 2 more questions, and then we close the session. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much for such an interesting panel. See, historically speaking, we have been studying, you know, right from French Revolution, Industrial Revolution, that jobs are all created in the urban centers. You know, people have migrated from the rural centers to the urban centers. And where we have industrial hubs, we have cities, we have, you know, activity happening. So in this context, you know, I've been thinking about the gift city in Gujarat, which is a special economic zone where government has given a lot of tax deductions and, you know, attracting investments for the country, attracting companies there. So just a data that I was studying about gift city was around, you know, for the past few years since inception, around 10,000 to 15,000 jobs have been created in these centers. So could you just throw light on this fact that what justifies the creation of these centers where we're not being able to create jobs and having such centers in the city, in the country?
Okay, that was.
Thank you for such a incisive data and research that was brought to the discussion. My question is specifically to Ms. Poonam. Ma'am, in your presentation, you highlighted about the employability of the skilled labor force in India. And if you talk about the lot of incentives or schemes that government has come up in the last 30 years to boost manufacturing, one specific aspect that probably needs to be highlighted is in spite of so many schemes have been brought by the government, the companies that are actually involved in, say, advanced manufacturing or low-scale, large-scale manufacturing, they invest a lot of training cost in order to make the labor force skilled. And they also face a double whammy in terms of a very high attrition cost. Like a lot of people immediately leave within a very short span of time. So in order to position our country as a manufacturing hub in terms of cost competitiveness, in terms of logistics and all, what specific role you feel that the ITIs or the vocational schools would have to play in the coming decade to, like, change this entire narrative with regards to improving the manufacturing landscape? Thank you.
So I think it's the right time to now bring my experiences as an employer in Delhi in a knowledge firm. So we are an institution of 120. At any given point in time, we have at least 10 vacancies which we cannot fill. So that's the optimism that Mr. Raj talked about. And what are the reasons? Labor laws do impact us. They are in a gray area that we are a service industry, so do labor laws apply or not? And there are sister concerns which have tried to fire people in the past, and for the past 30 years, they're contesting court cases. So what we have done is we don't hire permanent employees now anymore. We hire people on 3-year contracts. For some of the talent, I'm increasing that to 5-year contracts. And so we have 3 kinds of people we hire. One are 3-year contracts. Then we hire what we call consultants. And third is third party. Third party people are the lowest protected. They are the employee of somebody else, but we bring them to work with us. So our code word is third party means only a 1-month notice, and that notice we don't have to give, somebody else gives. We just inform the firm, we don't need the person, and that's it. We are not supposed to be taking regular work from these people, and we take regular work. So we can get in trouble, actually, for that. People who are highly skilled, we don't worry about them. You tell them it's not working out, they go find somebody else, something else. These are the people at lower and middle end skills that resist. So I talked about emotional, something being an emotional issue, farming and so on. Similarly, if an individual has worked at an institution for a few years, and you try to lay that person off, many people, not the whole institution, comes and asks why, So it's not just the formal labor law, you have to be very careful about keeping the peace within. So the other thing that you mentioned is skill mismatch. Why are we not able to fill these 10 positions? We don't get the right skills. We get the right years of education, but not the skills, right? It's easier for us to assess based on the years and where the education has been obtained to assess a highly skilled economist. But anything other than that, be an accountant, be a HR individual, be an IT individual, we look at the application, and we do get hundreds of applications, and we use all modes and platform and Naukri.com, etc. With great difficulty, we shortlist a few people, we interview those people, and ultimately we train those people. And we don't have those skills ourselves, that's why we are hiring. We are not a very large institution. Absolutely right. Within a year, that person becomes so employable that then it becomes hard for us to retain that person. So we go through it all. So we didn't talk about skills, we didn't talk about the demand-supply mismatch, just 2 more things. We were talking about hiring locally versus nationally. So when it comes to high-skilled people, we do get applications from all over India. Anything else, we call them non-research jobs. We only get local applications. So the markets are very localized. Any middle-level person is hard to train and is the least mobile. So it's much more complicated than what we are discussing. It's, service is the largest employer, services sector. And there the skill issue is a big one. Years of education is not equal to skills.
All right, we'll bring this to a close. Thank you all for being such a good audience and for your participation. Excellent questions and comments from all of you. And of course, 3 cheers for our panelists. Please join me in thanking them. So we'll break for 15 minutes for coffee and then come back for an address by the ambassador to the United Nations from India. Okay, so we will start our last session. And we are extremely fortunate to have our very own ambassador, Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj, giving the final address today. It's a sort of valedictory, a wonderful ending to a one-day conference. The ambassador will be speaking on India in the emerging global order. Now, you know, before I introduce the ambassador, I think I'll, since it is about the country, about India being in the emerging global order, at least I want to say a few words on the economic side of it. So those of you who heard me remark earlier that in the previous session, I was trying to get all the pessimistic issues out of the way. This really is our final and our big session of optimism. I'm just hoping that this is what we will hear from the ambassador, but that's just a conjecture. But on the economic side, I think India in the next 10 years looks very, very good. Why do I say that? In the last 20 years, if I take from 2003 to 2022-23, it's 19 years. You know, the growth rate, this is 2 decades, you know, so growth rate of India that you normally see in the press and in the government reports and all is given in the local currency, rupees, in real rupees. So we do take out the inflation. It's corrected for inflation, so it's real growth, but it's in real rupees. That growth rate has been roughly about, you know, until 2019-20, just before COVID, was about 7%, and it fell a little about, I think, you know, if I include also, because the post-COVID years, 3 years, 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23, has come down to about 3.5%, largely only because the year 2021, the GDP fell by almost 5.3%. So that decline in the GDP, when you figure it, you know, even though the next year was 9.5%, and after that 7.2%, when you average it, it becomes 3.5. So overall average for the 19 years ends up being 6.4, 6.5%. Now that is the growth rate in the real rupees. But if you really, international comparisons, of course, are done in dollars. In nominal dollars, during this 19-year period, India has grown 10.2%. 10.2%, it's double digit. And if I leave out the US inflation, you know, so this is called, economists call it the GDP deflator. If I take that into account, the growth rate is about 7.9, so rounding off 8%. That's a pretty high rate of growth in real dollars. Now, what does that mean? What that has meant, of course, is over the last 19 years, so I have checked the figures starting with Prime Minister Modi's term, 2014. India was 10th largest economy at the time. Today, it's already 5th largest. Now, my calculation is that by the end of 2026, India will become the 3rd largest. Now, what is who the race is with? So currently, if I go by the latest years for which we have the actual figures, 2022, Japan is the 3rd largest, and Germany is the 4th largest, and India is the 5th. What is happening in the current year, so sorry, this is 2022, yeah, so we will be ending 2023, and the way it looks right now, Japanese economy in dollar terms actually has been declining, and it will decline further this year. So Germany will now cross actually Japan in the current year when we end 2023. So Germany will become the 3rd largest, Japan 4th largest, and India the 5th largest. Now, German economy itself is not doing that great. If you look at the growth rate in euro, in real euros, actually, Germany is declining, but inflation is almost 6% in 2023 in Germany, which really brings it up in nominal dollars. And so Germany will be about 4.4 billion. India currently, I would say about, in 2022, 3.4 billion. But if India continues on the same growth path, same rate of growth that we have had in the last 19 years, and mind you, those are 19 years characterized by a global financial crisis in 2008 and the COVID years. I'm including the 3 COVID years, even inclusive of that in nominal dollars, we have grown 10.2%, and in real dollars about 7.9%. So if I maintain that growth rate, by 2026, India crosses 5 billion. Now, it is quite unlikely that, because inflation rate in Germany is predicted to come down to 2 to 3% in the next year, and in real terms, it doesn't look like it is on the way to recovery. So even if I assume about 4% growth rate in Germany in the next 3 years, India crosses that. So my calculation is, based on what I have just said, that India will be the 3rd largest by 2026. And then our race actually will be with the US, because by all predictions, in the next maybe 15, 20, 30, somewhere China is going to cross the United States in GDP terms, and China will be the largest, and therefore our race for the next one is going to be with the United States. And my own calculations based on what we have seen of India and what we have seen of the other countries, other fast-growing economies, are that at 125 years, that is 2072, India will become the 2nd largest. And I call that a return to the old normal. The old normal being the one where, first millennium, India was the largest economy in the world, and then until as late as about 1820, India and China were the 2 largest economies of the world. And so that is the old normal, and I think that is where we are headed. Most of you will get to see that, I suspect. I won't. But that is my sort of optimistic prediction. All right, so that's the stage setting for the ambassador. But now I have the even greater pleasure to give an introduction of the ambassador. She needs none, but since it is my opportunity to do so, I can hardly resist it. So the ambassador has really broken many records, many firsts she has established. She is at 1987 batch Indian Foreign Service officer, and among the women, she was the topper of that batch, and among the IFS, Indian Foreign Service officers of that batch, she was the top among men and women. So that's the first. The ambassador was also the first woman to serve as the chief of protocol of India. That is a job, normally taken by men. But she served there for 3 years, and during those 3 years, energized that office. Number of things were done. As the chief protocol officer, she was in charge of all foreign visits of the Prime Minister, President, and the External Affairs Minister. She was also in charge of incoming heads of states who come on visits to India. She was in charge of all the international summits in India, and this is the time. 4th BRICS summit was organized in New Delhi in 2012. There was the ASEAN-India commemorative summit, which was organized in 2012. So all of that done by the ambassador. If you want to get a sense of where India has been making its mark internationally, you can more or less follow the cities and countries where Ambassador Kamboj has been representing India in the past decade. So as India, she served as India's ambassador to UNESCO in Paris in 2014 to 17, and a number of fantastic things during that stint as well. First and foremost, as soon as the Prime Minister in 2014, Prime Minister Modi won the election, guess who did the swearing-in for the Prime Minister? Ambassador Kamboj was called from Paris to give the oath of office to the Prime Minister with all the heads of states from SAARC countries in presence. Very importantly, in 2015, she got Varanasi and Jaipur, my hometown, so it really resonates, as India's first creative cities on the UNESCO list. In 2016, she scored a hat-trick by getting as many as 3 Indian sites on the UNESCO World Heritage list, of which the first was Nalanda Mahavihar, which also resonates with me because I'm currently the chancellor of the new Nalanda University. She also got included the capital complex of Chandigarh and Kanchenjunga National Park as the World Heritage sites. And in December 2016, with her efforts, yoga was declared as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. In July 2017, the ambassador successfully got Ahmedabad listed as India's first World Heritage City. In April 2016, she organized an international conference on the zero of at UNESCO, showcasing the great, glorious tradition of India in mathematics and science. The introduction continues. So after the highly successful UNESCO stint, the ambassador had equally successful stint as the High Commissioner to South Africa and ambassador to Bhutan. When she was in South Africa, she organized the first ever India-South Africa Business Summit. In 2018, she also celebrated the Peter Maritzburg incident, which ended up serving as the precursor to Mahatma Gandhi's 150th birth anniversary celebration in India, which were launched soon after. During these celebrations, a 2-sided bust of Gandhiji and an interactive digital museum was installed at Peter Maritzburg Station, Durban, South Africa, coinciding with the commemoration. The ambassador became the PR, the permanent representative of India to the United Nations, beginning on 2nd August 2022. And I have been personally witness to the great energy the PR office has been exhibiting during her leadership. She has been showcasing numerous developmental initiatives by India, such as the Aadhaar and the Unified Payments Interface, and India's successes in the advancement of the SDGs and achieving well before the deadline for it the Paris obligations. Last but not the least, I also witnessed the great aplomb with which the ambassador hosted the latest Yoga Day this past June, with Prime Minister Modi participating in the event. That celebration found an entry in the Guinness Book of Records for bringing more than 135 nationalities doing yoga in a single event in a single place. Last but not the least, the ambassador is married to a very charming, young, and successful businessman, Mr. Deepak Kamboj. I had hoped that he will be here today, but apparently he decided to be in India right now. So, but hopefully we'll have another occasion to have him. The Kamboj family includes a brilliant daughter. The ambassador's father was an officer in the Indian Army, and her mother, a former professor of Sanskrit at the University of Delhi. Ambassador.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I have to admit, this was one of the most compelling introductions of myself. Thank you so much. Arvindji, I was deeply touched. It has been a long career for me. I've been in government service for almost 4 decades. I got into the Foreign Service when I was very, very young. God has been kind. I have worked hard, as all of us must do to get anywhere in life. But thank you so much. It sounded quite good to me also. First and foremost, I think thanks are due. I'm truly delighted, cliche as it may sound, and very pleased to be here at Columbia. And for this, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, Arvindji, and to all others at Columbia to provide me with this wonderful opportunity. The significance of being part of this event at Columbia, which is a hub of intellectual and cultural excellence, is not lost upon me, and I'm eager to contribute to the rich tapestry of ideas that are, I think, very characteristic of this venue. Now, turning to the topic, India in the emerging world order, I will agree with you. I am going to inject a lot of optimism because, honestly, the picture is very optimistic. No exaggeration here. And I think Professor Panagaria has rightly set the context. The Indian economy is growing. India's military might is growing, and therefore, naturally, that domestic strength is reflected in India's foreign policy. And you ask me, there is no exaggeration here. When I joined the Foreign Service in 1987, that was a different India. I remember, very different. My first posting was Paris. And, you know, the Indian ambassador in Paris, I was just a young officer, you know, just a fly in the wall then, but I used to observe very keenly, waiting for my time to come. And I remember that the Indian ambassador in Paris, did he really matter? I don't know. I don't know. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. But today, the Indian ambassador in Paris matters. The Indian ambassador in the US matters. The Indian ambassador in the United Nations matters. So that is the journey that we have traversed. And the remarkable developments, particularly over the last 10 years, have been amazing, incredible. There is no doubt about that. The transformation on scale and speed that is happening in India is truly exceptional. And naturally, all of that gets reflected in foreign policy. So today, definitely, these next few minutes, this is going to be a very, very optimistic picture, but with reason. And let me explicate that. Let me pick up 5 major themes and deal with all of them individually. So first and foremost, India as a bridging power. I think very often you might have heard some of this, especially those of you who very closely follow Indian geopolitics. India is seen largely as a reconciling power, a balancing power, a bridging power, a consensus builder. You can give it any name, embodying the principles thereby of cooperation, of peace, and mutual respect. A country, frankly, that has decent relations with all states. So clearly, we are doing something quite right. Now, this is, I would say, something very ingrained in us, because if you look at the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, those of you who are not Indian, we look upon the world in the ancient Indian system as one large interconnected family. So, since olden times, we have long championed the ideals of inclusivity and harmony. This philosophy, deeply ingrained in all of us, in the ethos, positions India uniquely, I would say, very uniquely as a mediator and conciliator in world affairs. And very often at the United Nations, you know, I get a lot of people come to me in the midst of all that is happening in Gaza. A lot of the people really appreciate the position that has been taken by India. It's seen as moderate, and it is seen as principled. And that comes across very often, that India speaks from a position of principle. It speaks not just for herself, it speaks on behalf of others also. And one very recent example is the recent success of the G20 summit. I think all of you know about the G20, all of you have been following developments, and frankly, in this very tense atmosphere currently, not much was expected of the G20. Would you agree with me? Not much was expected in terms of a concrete outcome. But we defied all of that. That is the story that I want to bring to you. So, the theme of our G20 presidency was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future, drawing upon our age-old ethos. And this was indeed highly appreciated and fully endorsed by all, and infused and shaped the interventions of all leaders and heads of delegation at the summit sessions. There were 3 summit sessions. One session was dedicated to One Earth, another to One Family, and the third one to One Future. Incidentally, the summit was held on 9 and 10 September this year in New Delhi. Now, the summit was very well attended, I must stress that. It saw the participation of leaders and heads of delegation from all G20 members, 9 invitee countries, and 14 international organizations. All international organizations were represented by their respective heads. So with 42 delegations represented at the summit table, including 26 leaders, ours was one of the largest G20 summits. Then, with over 200 meetings spread over 40 different mechanisms, including 13 Sherpa track working groups, 8 finance track work streams, 11 engagement groups, 6 other initiatives, and 2 standalone ministerial meetings, the size, the scale, and scope of India's G20 presidency was truly unprecedented. And in addition to G20 members, guest countries, including 3 African countries, and the AU chair, which was Comoros, more than 30 other countries participated in one or the other G20 meetings held over a period of 1 year. So the geographic spread of our G20 presidency was extremely wide, including, and I must stress this, the highest ever participation from Africa. And the centerpiece, as I said, was the New Delhi Leaders' Declaration. Now, this was adopted unanimously by all G20 member countries on the very first day of the summit itself. So the adoption of such an action-oriented, decisive, inclusive, and ambitious declaration, which sets out the way ahead on a wide range of prevailing global challenges under India's presidency, was a historic milestone, we feel, in India's journey to assume its rightful place in the Committee of Nations. Now, this historic Leaders' Declaration spread over 10 thematic sections and coupled with a preamble and conclusion, outlines agreed approaches towards addressing global challenges across identified areas. And by focusing on global public goods, whether through the LIFE initiative of the Prime Minister of India, or digital public infrastructure, or multilateral reforms, the declaration also reflects a uniquely Indian perspective of tackling today's problems by promoting universal and just solutions on the basis of equity and inclusivity. And I do want to stress on the inclusivity part, because that is what the government of India is all about. We want to unify the country in the effort to dignify all, tying in very well with the UN SDGs, where, frankly, the motto is to leave no one behind. And that is very much the motto of the government of India, both domestically as well as internationally. So that is where Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam comes, where we want to extend a helping hand to the whole of humanity. India sees her growth, her prosperity as a lifting tide for all boats. And that, I think, really sets us apart. Now, you might ask me, how did we get there? How on earth did we forge a consensus when everybody felt that this would be just impossible? Well, we did that, and I would say this is a testament. Of course, there were hours of hard work and negotiation, but very importantly, a testament to the trust and goodwill. This is very important. It must be highlighted, because we are seen as a credible country, as a credible partner, a country that speaks on principle, a country that is a voice of reason, a country that is willing to speak to all sides, and a country that embodies humanity. And that is how you win trust. You're credible. You walk the talk. You don't just make empty promises. You actually walk the talk. And in the last 10 years in particular, you will see a lot of that has been happening. So I would say it was a testament to the trust and goodwill that we enjoy with all of our G20 partners, under, of course, the visionary leadership of the Indian Prime Minister, that we were able to arrive at a fully agreed declaration, sending out a message for peace, dialogue, diplomacy, and hope. Those of you who have been following the Ukraine crisis closely and India's interventions would have heard two words very frequently: dialogue and diplomacy. In the beginning, perhaps there were not many who believed in this. But I'm happy to tell you, I was in the Security Council. By the time the crisis progressed, more and more and more countries from the South, from Africa, even countries closer home, some of our neighbors, started using the very same language, that there cannot be a military solution, that the way forward is through peace, dialogue, and diplomacy. And that is what India embodied through the New Delhi Leaders' Declaration at the G20 summit. Now, of course, the elephant in the room was the war in Ukraine. So what did we do? Well, concerning the war in Ukraine, the declaration was not silent. It calls on all states to act in a manner consistent with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter in its entirety. So, in line with the UN Charter, all states must refrain from the threat or use of force to seek territorial acquisition against the territorial integrity or sovereignty or political independence of any state. The use or threat of nuclear weapons is inadmissible, says the New Delhi Leaders' Declaration. And this mirrors what the Prime Minister of India has been saying, that today's era is not an era of war. So I think the fact that we could forge a consensus is indeed a reflection of the goodwill and the trust that we enjoy today, a testament also to India's leadership. And of course, we agree that we could not have got there alone. We got there because we got the support of the other 19 countries as well. But it takes a leader. You will forgive me for saying so myself, but it takes a leader to show the path. I will also add that the New Delhi Leaders' Declaration showed that the Indian presidency was successfully able also to highlight ideas, especially homegrown ideas, shape global narratives and solutions, bridge divides, and forge consensus. Now, specifically, you might ask me, what are the details of this? I would say specifically substantial convergence. I would say substantial convergence was achieved on harnessing the power of technology and digital public infrastructure, fostering sustainable and inclusive growth, accelerating progress on SDGs, and of course, development led by women. There were many other initiatives taken. I will not get into the details, but there was the Green Development Pact, there was the Global Biofuels Alliance, there was also a working group set up on disaster risk reduction, and importantly, also in line with one of our foreign policy priorities, we condemned terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, and G20 agreed to deny terrorists safe haven. The New Delhi Leaders' Declaration also called for strong international counter-narcotics cooperation. Now, other significant areas, of course, were bigger, better, and more effective multilateral development banks. We got agreement on that. Common framework for debt treatment beyond the DSSI, again, agreement on that. So in all of these areas which impact the global economy, particularly the countries of the South, there was a very good agreement and very good traction. Beyond this, what I would like to say is the consensus arrived at in New Delhi and the agreements that I've just mentioned on climate, energy, development, health, food security, just transitions, digital transformation, employment, education, and multilateral reforms, I am confident, are sure to make a lasting impact in the world. So overall, I would say the G20 summit was a resounding success, elevating India's standing in the eyes of the world and laying out clear, actionable guidance for inclusive growth and sustainable development of the global economy in the years ahead. And by bringing consensus, as I've already mentioned, on all issues, over 83 substantive paragraphs, and among all participating countries, India, what did she achieve? She brought multilateralism back to the center stage and demonstrated our unique ability to bring all emerging and developing countries together on pressing issues that are confronting the world. We have also undeniably and adequately amplified the voice of the Global South in G20, and one very outstanding example is the bold admission of the African Union as a permanent member into the G20. So the next G20 summit that will be held will have the African Union as a permanent member on the top table. And this, I think, is very significant, and it shows up that if you have the political will, you can certainly bring about a change in existing systems and orders. And just segueing into what is happening in the United Nations here, there is a debate, an eternal debate, sadly, on reforming the United Nations, expanding the United Nations Security Council to better reflect contemporary realities. But it's not happening. Why is it not happening? That is because the system that exists and because of the naysayers, the whole system is being held back. But if the will is there, as we demonstrated during the G20 summit, it is entirely possible to change systems and orders which better reflect the world of today, and frankly, where the Global South needs a seat on the top table. And back to the G20, the geopolitical language in the New Delhi Declaration, I will add, delivers, importantly from our perspective, a message of peace and calls on all states to uphold the principles of international law, including territorial integrity and sovereignty, international humanitarian law, this is very important, and the multilateral system that safeguards peace and stability. So linking this to my first point of India as a balancing power, as a bridging power, I would say that our ability to bridge and straddle across geopolitical divides between the West and the East, between developing and developed countries, came across very, very clearly, which I do believe does enable us to count for more in and play a greater role in global affairs in the future. So I think that is something that needs to be highlighted, and that is something that I think was a huge success of India's foreign policy, where as a direct consequence of the trust and the goodwill that India enjoys, we were able to forge a consensus in what seemed to be almost an impossible task at the very outset when we set out on our G20 journey. Now, the second theme that I'd like to pick upon is India as a development partner. Now, this role has been significantly guided by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Kampala principles outlined in 2018, and this exemplifies India's approach to international development cooperation. And this is very important. This also ties in with how India sees the world. Now, the Kampala principles articulated by Prime Minister Modi during his visit to Uganda in 2018 are a testament to India's vision of a collaborative, inclusive, and sustainable approach to development. These principles emphasize respect for national sovereignty, local ownership, and I stress that, transparency, and mutual benefit. They underline India's commitment to a development partnership that is guided by the priorities of its partner countries, so it's demand-driven, ensuring that assistance is not just effective, but also respects the autonomy and dignity of those receiving it. To quote the Kampala principles, I think this is very important. One small point, Prime Minister Modi says here, our development partnership will be guided by your priorities. We will build as much local capacity and create as much local opportunities as possible. It will be on terms that will be comfortable for you, that will liberate your potential and not constrain your future. So if you follow this very carefully, you will understand what I am saying. For India, development is not just a donor-donee relationship. It is truly a partnership. it is not with any conditions, it is not with any strings, it is always per the wishes, aspirations, and priorities of the receiving country. And at the same time, we are there to build capacities and skills. I think this is what sets us apart. So in line with these principles, India has been very actively promoting South-South cooperation. As a voice for the South, India has consistently advocated for the rights and interests of developing nations, emphasizing the need for equitable growth and sustainable development. And one prime example of India's commitment to these ideals is the India-UN Development Partnership Fund. Now, this operates out of the Permanent Mission of India to the United Nations, that is our office. This fund embodies our approach to development cooperation, as I've already said, one that is demand-driven, based on the needs of developing countries, countries who are requesting for that assistance. And through this fund, India has been assisting countries across the globe in their developmental projects, ranging from climate resilience, environmental sustainability, to governance, healthcare, and education. The fund is a reflection of India's belief in a collective journey towards growth where no nation is left behind. And in case you think these are just empty words, let me tell you that we have executed about 75 projects across 66 countries as a direct consequence of this fund. And you know, this money that is given to these countries is just a grant. There's no loan element involved, and the countries themselves lead on the project. Once the money is given to them, it is entirely taken forward by these countries through technical assistance from the United Nations. And many of these countries have come back to us and even spoken in the public domain at the United Nations, saying how much of a difference the project has made in the lives of the ordinary peoples of their countries. But I would also like to add that India's development initiatives are not just about financial assistance. They are also about sharing India's own developmental experiences and lessons, from capacity building and skill development to technology transfers and infrastructure development. India's approach is holistic, aiming at empowering communities and individuals. That is very, very important. And I will say here that we have trained over 2 lakh individuals, 200,000 individuals from over 160 countries as a direct consequence of these capacity building initiatives. And of course, you will appreciate that India's role as a development partner extends to its immediate neighborhood as a top priority as well. Initiatives such as the SAARC, that is the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation satellite for South Asian countries, providing telemedicine, tele-education, and disaster management support, demonstrate India's commitment to regional development and cooperation. So to round off this section, I would say we have a deep and abiding commitment to South-South cooperation. We, as I've already said, we view this truly as a partnership with the countries and not as a donor-donee relationship. We have not let geography define this. We have not let geometry define this. Doing it bilaterally is good. We feel doing it plurilaterally is good, and doing it multilaterally is also good. My third theme that I will pick up is India as a first responder. And I will speak to this with both humility and vigor. India has been a very effective, particularly in recent years, humanitarian first responder. And you would have seen that, those of you who are closely following developments in India. A nation ever ready to assist the global community in times of need, from floods to earthquakes, from pandemics like COVID-19 to other humanitarian crises. India's response has been swift, compassionate, and comprehensive. Now, again, being an ancient civilizational power, a lot harks back to our ethos and philosophy. This commitment to humanitarian assistance and disaster relief is deeply rooted in our philosophy of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah. May all be happy. This is the rough translation in English. May all be happy and free from suffering. So this ethos drives us to extend our helping hand beyond our borders demonstrating solidarity and empathy in the face of adversity. Now take, for instance, let me give you the most recent example of the COVID-19 pandemic. Difficult to erase this from our minds. We all lived through it. Those were dreadful times, without a doubt. Many of us did not even believe that we would live to see a tomorrow. And that was across the globe, equally bad, whichever part of the world we were living in. I was living in Bhutan at that time. At that time, a country like India supplied medicines to over 150 countries, earning us the moniker pharmacy of the world. But importantly, when it came to the vaccines, India has supplied over 240 million doses to over 100 countries. We were happy to extend our helping hand. And mind you, most of this was a grant. We did not commercialize, we did not monetize this moment. And that is walking the talk when we say that we look upon the world as one large extended family. And I remember I was in Bhutan at that time, and the people of Bhutan were so touched. They said, what is this? If this is not altruism of the highest kind, it is not that we did not have our own needs. It is not that we did not have problems back home, but we had the heart. Driven right from the top, the Prime Minister's vision, we had the heart, the large-heartedness to extend a helping hand to those in need. And I must tell you, these are some of the moments that an ambassador always treasures in his or her treasure trove. Last year, we did an event at the United Nations, and foreign ministers, prime ministers of many of the countries in the Caribbean, in the Pacifics, in Africa, they told us how touched they were. I gave you one example of Bhutan, but they said how touched they were to receive their first vaccines from India. It was India that supplied the first vaccines, and as I said, most of them were grants. So these acts of generosity is a testament to our commitment to the collective well-being of humanity. So when we say Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, it's not just an empty slogan. We are walking the talk. Then let me turn very quickly to other disasters, sadly, that are afflicting our planet, be it the devastating earthquake in Nepal in 2015 in our immediate neighborhood, or the floods in Sri Lanka in 2017. India has been among the first to respond, sending teams for search and rescue, medical assistance, and reconstruction. Many of you would recall the earthquake in Turkey this year. India was among the first countries to reach there with assistance. Similarly, very recently, there was another earthquake in Nepal. India reached there immediately with real-time assistance. And as far as the situation in Gaza is concerned, many of you would know that India has extended 38 tons of humanitarian and disaster relief assistance immediately upon request of the Palestinian Authority. We are also actively supporting the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, which is based in Gaza and in other parts of West Asia, very concerned about the humanitarian plight of civilians, particularly women and children. And in all of these disaster relief operations, I will add the Indian Armed Forces and various NGOs play a pivotal role, showcasing India's ability to mobilize resources rapidly for humanitarian missions. Then India's development partnerships with countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, particularly in capacity building, healthcare, and education, reflect our long-term commitment to global welfare. These partnerships, based on the principles of equality, mutual respect, and non-conditionality, I think I must stress that again, non-conditionality, have helped bolster local capacities to deal with emergencies. And then, many of you are aware, India's technological advancements, particularly in satellite communication and remote sensing, have also been pivotal in disaster management, not just domestically, but for other countries as well. Sharing satellite data for weather forecasting, cyclone tracking, and disaster management has been a crucial aspect of India's humanitarian assistance. My fourth theme that I will pick up is India as a committed multilateralist. And this is something that we live day in and day out at the United Nations. Many of you would know India is a founding member of the United Nations. We strongly support the purposes and principles of the United Nations, and we have made a significant contribution to implementing the goals of the UN Charter and the evolution of the UN specialized agencies and programs. India's deepening engagement with the United Nations is based on our steadfast commitment to multilateralism and dialogue as the key for achieving shared goals and addressing common challenges faced by the global community. We believe that the United Nations and the norms of international relations that it has fostered remain the most efficacious means for tackling today's global challenges. We are steadfast in our efforts, as I've already stressed, to work with all member states in the spirit of multilateralism to achieve comprehensive and equitable solutions to global challenges, including those related to peace building and peacekeeping, sustainable development, poverty eradication, environment, climate change, terrorism, disarmament, human rights, health and pandemics, migration, cybersecurity, outer space, and other frontier technologies. So you can see that we have a hand everywhere. In today's world, India actively participates and contributes positively to all these debates. And what are our guiding principles here? We follow the 5S approach. So what are the 5 S's? These were articulated by Prime Minister Modi. Samman, which is respect. Samvad, which is dialogue. Sahyog, which is cooperation. Samriddhi, which is prosperity. And Shanti, which is peace. So this 5S approach is the overall policy architecture that guides India's engagement in an emerging world order. Now, as far as the United Nations is concerned, and I've already touched upon it, it is our assessment that it has not been able to deliver on its mandate due to its inability to adapt itself to a rapidly changing geostrategic and geoeconomic environment and to better serve the needs of the developing world. India therefore believes that the issue of urgent United Nations reforms can no longer be put on the back burner. We are also convinced that no reform of the United Nations is complete without the composition of the Security Council changing to reflect contemporary realities of the 21st century. Now, what is our thinking here? It is very critical, but if I were to just summarize it, I would say it is time that the Global South should find a place on the top table. How can you not have that? In 1945, it was a different world. I'm sure you'll all agree with me, totally different world. And we have gone so far as to state, rather provocatively at the United Nations, at that time, the world order was set by the victors of World War II to the winners belong the spoils. But today it's a very different world. We have 193 member countries. Most of these countries are from the developing South. How long can you deny these countries a place on the top table when actually and ironically, most of the issues on the agenda of the UN Security Council, which is mandated to deal with issues of peace and security, be it Ukraine, be it Gaza, be it Africa, most of the issues relate to the South, particularly Africa. So this is an anachronism that needs to be resolved. And what is our thinking here? We favor a comprehensive reform of the United Nations Security Council that is an expansion in both categories, the permanent and the non-permanent, to include, as I've already stressed, countries from the South, underrepresented regions such as Africa, Latin America, and Asia. And we have relentlessly pursued this cause, and we will relentlessly pursue this cause because this is a matter of principle, and we do believe that the time of the South has come. So therefore, we have repeatedly underlined the fact that the process of bringing about reforms at the United Nations should not be seen as an exercise ad infinitum, and text-based negotiations should start in a time-bound manner. Sadly, when we have this discussion at the United Nations, it is supremely ironic. There is no text, there is no time frame, there is no defined end goal. This is ridiculous. How long can this continue? This is in violation of the principles of the United Nations negotiation processes. So India continues with this cause, and I'm very happy to tell you we are not alone. We're actually in a majority. This year, at the high-level debate in September, more than 85 countries supported a comprehensive reform of the United Nations Security Council, which is more than last year. So the voices are growing stronger, the voices are increasing, and our position, this position, has also been strongly supported by groups like the Group of 4 Countries, L69 Group, which is a cross-cutting regional group, and several developing countries from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So I would say this is no longer a question of why, but when, rather when and how soon. Of course, I will also admit here that this is not an easy process. In fact, this is one of the most complex processes in the United Nations. But it might be a hard nut, but as our leadership has said, hard nuts can also be cracked. Now, as far as our claim for a permanent seat in an expanded UN Security Council is concerned, you might ask me, what is your own view? Well, let me tell you, the world acknowledges, and we are not saying so ourselves, the world also acknowledges that India's claim for a permanent seat on the UN Security Council cannot be disregarded for long. Our informed audience, all of you will agree with me that by any objective criteria, take any criteria, population, territory, GDP, and Professor Panagaria tells us that pretty soon we might be the 3rd largest economy in the world. We're already the 5th largest, growing at around 7% approximately. So population, territory, GDP, economic potential, civilizational legacy, cultural diversity, political system, we are the world's largest democracy, and past and ongoing contributions to the activities of the United Nations, especially to UN peacekeeping operations, India is eminently qualified for permanent membership of the United Nations Security Council. We have served on the Security Council 8 times, and the most recent term was actually last year, 2021-22. I was privileged enough to serve in that period for some time, and I was also the president of the Security Council in December. And being president of the Security Council is a rare privilege because you get to set the agenda. And no guesses for that, India's agenda is always the agenda of the developing South. And even outside the Security Council, we are not in the Security Council, we hope to be there soon again as a non-permanent elected member, we continue to participate in the work of the Security Council. Now, another very important work that we do at the United Nations is something that all of you would be quite familiar with, United Nations peacekeeping. I think that is the most evident symbol of what the UN does. India has a very long and very distinguished history of service in UN peacekeeping, having contributed more personnel than any other country. And importantly, it's not just numbers, it's also the quality. The caliber of Indian peacekeepers is well recognized by the United Nations. And that is something that makes us all so proud. And as India's permanent representative to the United Nations, it fills me with pride when we get the feedback that Indian peacekeepers are indeed very disciplined, very capable, very competent, and very efficient. So to date, you might ask me, what are the numbers? We have supplied more than 250,000 Indians in United Nations peacekeeping missions in almost 50 of the 71 peacekeeping missions established around the world since 1948 when peacekeeping first began. And currently we have close to 6,000 troops on the ground, both military and police, who have been deployed to various peacekeeping missions. And we are currently the 3rd largest troop contributing country. And importantly, I just want to emphasize this, that we have been the first country to deploy an all-women formed police unit in 2007 to Liberia. And again, it's not just a question of being a first, but it's the impact you make on the ground. And when the Indian police, the ladies left, the then president of Liberia, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, was fulsome in her praise of the contribution made by the Indian police personnel and the fact that they set an outstanding example for locals to emulate. And that is something that was quite notable. And then that was not just a flash in the pan. This year again, in January 2023, we have again deployed a platoon of only female police officers in the border between South Sudan, a place called Abyei. And India has also, I will mention very quickly, contributed to the UN's Trust Fund on Sexual Exploitation and Abuse. And so therefore, our commitment to peacekeeping is very real, very active. But sadly, I will point as I round off this section that we have also made the ultimate sacrifice, and we have lost the maximum number of peacekeepers in the cause of peace, in the service of the blue flag. Another very important priority for India in the United Nations and globally is the fight against terrorism. I think you will all agree with me that terrorism is something that afflicts each and every one of us today. It is not limited to any one geography. And therefore, given the transnational nature of the problem, we have stressed that it is very important that we join hands and unitedly fight against this scourge. We have also said that we must not countenance double standards. It is very important to not bring politics into this. So therefore, when evidence-based proposals are brought before the UN Security Council, we must condemn and call out those terrorists. And sadly, this has not always been done, but we will be relentless in our call to call out those who are providing safe havens to terrorists. Technology is another very important area in today's world, as you will all agree with me. And today, increasingly, the debate in the United Nations is also centering around technology. And when you talk of technology today, you also talk about artificial intelligence. Our Prime Minister is very clear that while India might not have been a part of the global discourse in 1945, we had not even got independent then when the United Nations was formed. But today, when we talk about artificial intelligence, when we talk about ethics, when we talk about norms, the deployment and development of norms, India's contribution, India will not be absent. And many of you would know that India has among the highest penetration of AI skills back home in the country. I think many AI-powered tools are being lapped up in India. I'm told ChatGPT is very widely used in India. So as the United Nations is discussing the putting in place of a new system, ethics and norms involving all stakeholders, because this has to be multi-stakeholder, India will definitely be very much a part of that debate. So these are some of the issues that we discuss at the United Nations, and through this I have highlighted to you that we are committed multilateralists, that we are contributing to each and every facet and factor of the United Nations. We are among the top 25 financial contributors to the United Nations annual budget. We are in a role of honor of the United Nations as a country that always pays up on time. Our annual dues are always paid on time. Over and above, we also make voluntary contributions, voluntary financial contributions to the United Nations wherever we feel there is a worthy cause. Finally, I will pick up one theme that I feel is equally important, sometimes underestimated, India's soft power. Now, I think this resonates globally, transcending borders and cultural barriers, the remarkable soft power of India. And in the international arena, where hard power is often highlighted, as it should be, it is India's soft power that uniquely also defines its influence and appeal across the world. And at the heart of our soft power lies our rich and diverse cultural heritage. This is a land, India is a land where history and modernity coexist, where timeless traditions and dynamic innovations blend seamlessly. You would have seen that, some of you yourselves. There is the bullock cart also in India, and you see some of the most modern stuff in India. And from the spiritual teachings of the Vedas to the global appeal of yoga, from the literary richness of our epics to the vibrant beats of Bollywood, India's culture has a universal language that speaks to the heart and spirit of people across the globe. And let's talk about yoga very quickly. This is an ancient Indian practice, has become a global phenomenon, as all of you know, transcending physical fitness to become a symbol of peace, harmony, and spiritual well-being. And in December 2014, Prime Minister Modi had appealed to the world community from the United Nations platform to recognize 21 June as International Yoga Day. The appeal was made in September 2014, and in just 4 months, by December 2014, all countries had unanimously agreed that 21 June must be recognized as International Yoga Day. And I think for me it was a matter of great pride, and Professor Panagaria has also mentioned this. It was only fitting, therefore, I think, that the author of that vision came to the United Nations on 21st June 2023, where we celebrated International Yoga Day with Prime Minister Modi leading us in doing yoga at the United Nations. It is, of course, a very, very serendipitous coincidence that we also established a Guinness World Record with over 135 countries participating in a yoga session. And I do want to add, because I was at the center of that, very nervous moments, not necessarily moments I would like to live again. It was very early in the morning. It was very early in the morning. I was petrified, actually. You know, if it went off okay, everything would be okay, I assumed, but if it didn't, I didn't expect too much kindness towards me. So I tried very hard. This is a personal story, and I said, let's do it on 20th evening, because more likely that people will attend that celebration, because, you know, at 7 p.m., 6 p.m., people are just knocking off from work, and they'll swing by the lawns and be happy to do yoga on a balmy summer evening. But somehow that didn't work out, because programs are very, very packed, and there were other very important things to do. So the option was 7 o'clock in the morning. That was horrendous, because that meant people would have to get up at 4 in the morning and travel all the way to the United Nations from suburbs. How on earth would I get this done? So of course, as I said, I don't want to relive those days, but the short point is that such is the standing of India. And such is the standing of the Indian Prime Minister, that all of them came in that morning to practice yoga with the Indian Prime Minister. They were thrilled, actually, to sit next to him or do yoga with him, because he sat right in the center of those lawns. He did not sit on a podium or anything. He sat and did yoga with everybody. And while the Guinness World Record, which is very strict and stringent, says that 135 nationalities participated, actually I would say there were about 150, 160, because you see they have very strict rules. There's a cutoff time, you must come by a certain period, there can be no doubling, etc., etc. There were many technical issues. So that was truly remarkable, and the short point, as I said, was this points to the standing of India. This points to India's soft power. This points to the popularity, of course, of the Indian Prime Minister. So that, I think, was something that was very, very pleasing for all of us, and very, very rewarding also at a personal level. Aside from yoga, let me talk about Indian cinema, particularly Bollywood, needs no introduction. I feel it is another significant ambassador of India's soft power. Its narratives, often steeped in the themes of love, family values, which we all treasure as Indians, and the triumph of good over evil, resonate, I think, with audiences across the world. When I joined the Indian Foreign Service, Bollywood might have had a smaller audience, but today I think almost everyone in every part of the world recognizes India's soft power, Bollywood power. And our ability to tell stories that cross cultural barriers has made Bollywood a powerful tool of cultural diplomacy. Then let's talk about Indian food. It is another aspect of our soft power. Indian cuisine, I'm told, is very popular. Whenever I call ambassadors to my house, they just love the food. I don't know whether they are complimenting me or whether the food is genuinely good, but I rather suspect the food is genuinely good. Our rich flavors, varied styles has won hearts across continents, as you know, making this a very integral part of the global culinary landscape. And each dish in India tells a story of regional diversity, historical influence, and the art of blending spice. And then let's not forget about India's philosophical contributions, particularly its emphasis on pluralism, tolerance, and nonviolence. This has had a profound impact on global thought and discourse. The teachings of Mahatma Gandhi in particular have inspired movements for civil rights and freedom across the world. All of you can fill in the gaps here. No detail is needed, but truly this is very, very inspirational. And in the realm of technology and innovation, India has made very significant strides. In fact, today, Indians are recognized world over as techies. Am I wrong there? I think Indians have this techie reputation. The global IT revolution, I will say in all humility, owes much to Indian minds, a testament to the country's educational emphasis on science and technology. By the way, on science and technology, I'll give you a very interesting detail that Prime Minister mentioned during the G20 summit. 45%, close to 50% of the STEM workforce in India are women now. That's the strength of Indian technology innovation. And we are literally walking the talk when we say no one will be left behind. Now, Indian professionals in Silicon Valley, all of you know that, medical researchers here in leading institutions and academics in prestigious universities contribute to India's image as a hub of intellectual and technical prowess. And then, how can I not mention the strength of the Indian diaspora? The Indian community abroad serves as a living bridge between India and the world. Their contributions, whether in business, science, arts, or public service, have not only enriched their adopted countries, but have also enhanced India's image and influence globally. And no doubt about it, in the United States, India has a very, very talented diaspora. And I think all of us have every reason to feel proud of the contribution that the diaspora has made to this great country. So I would say that India's soft power is a blend of its cultural richness, spiritual heritage, intellectual contributions, and the dynamic spirit of its people. It is a power that is inclusive, engaging, and enduring, and as India continues to grow, its soft power will play, I feel, a very crucial role in shaping a world where cultural understanding and mutual respect are the cornerstones of global relations. So as I come to a conclusion, I will say the picture is optimistic. It is based off reality, as I have already said, no exaggeration here. Maybe I've said less, actually. And I get this question quite often in the United Nations. Last year also I got it when I assumed presidency of the Security Council in December, about our positions on Ukraine, the import of oil, so on and so forth. Well, I would say that all nations pursue their national self-interest. We are no different. We are no different. But we in India have never seen that as being in contradiction with global good. When we aspire to be a leading power, this is not for self-aggrandizement, but to take on greater responsibility and make more contributions to the global community. And as I have mentioned, we are walking the talk. The goals we have set for ourselves will make us different from all those whose rise preceded ours. I think this is important to stress. We have demonstrated this, and I've already said so I will go through this very quickly. We have demonstrated this during COVID through the vaccine support initiatives. We have various international endeavors where we are sharing our knowledge and expertise, like the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. We are espousing very actively the International Year of Millets. This is enhancing global food security today. And we have built development partnerships with many nations across geographies, as I've already said, that are demand-driven and take on board the needs and aspirations of the recipient state. We've also been first responder, I've already mentioned this, in disaster emergency situations in our region and beyond. And whether it's Turkey, whether it's Syria, whether it's Sri Lanka, whether it's Nepal, we have played a very even hand. It is us today that is stepping forward. And I want to stress, we are bringing solutions to the top table today. This is the difference. This is the difference that you must recognize. Earlier, we may have been part of the problem. Today, we are part of the solution. And in distant lands, as far as the Pacifics, countries are appreciating our contributions to meet their needs in health, in technology, climate action, so on and so forth. So I just want to end by mentioning one tiny point. I started off by saying that India is seen widely as a bridging power, as a reconciling power, as a consensus builder. And I see this every day myself at the United Nations. Countries come up to me and say how much they appreciate our stand, which is moderate and which is always from a position of principle. But I will also say that we have not hesitated in raising our voice against the common enemies of humanity, such as terrorism and other issues as well. And we are always acutely conscious of the fact that we are representing the global South, and therefore we strive to be the voice of the South, highlighting issues of particular importance to the developing case, and that will also be the case going forward. We also try to bring in focus issues which we believe are highly important and which have not received adequate attention in the United Nations, and we shall also continue doing so. And of course, we do take a principled stance on major issues of concern, some of which you may agree with, and some of which you may not agree with. I have said so at the United Nations, but we are not and will not be afraid to take a position which we believe is in the genuine interest of peace and security. This must be stressed and must also be appreciated. So I will close by saying that India, as the most populous nation and the 5th largest economy in the world, knows that its progress makes a real difference to the world, especially when so many nations identify with us for reasons of history, geography, and culture. We have also proved that we have the capacity and the imagination to offer pragmatic solutions to global challenges. I have stressed a lot upon that. Therefore, as I close, I will say the rhetorical question today is not what should be India's role in the emerging global order, but whether the emerging global order is possible without India. Thank you.
I don't really want to add too much here. I mean, just want to thank Ambassador Combos again. You know, what you said was about the leadership status of India now in the world it's absolutely fantastic. And what you said about India being a member, a permanent member of the Security Council, and how hard you're working to get there, that is very heartening. And we really thank you for that. And actually, I'd like to commend you for that, and we hope that we get there soon. So thank you very much. You know, I've been in this country for many years, and over the last, I would say 10, 15 years, it has been really incredible to see the continuing improvement in the relationship between India and the US. And the countries have become closer and closer together, and you mentioned, you know, it's not only political or economic, it's also cultural, so in many, many ways. And I had the good fortune of attending the state dinner with Prime Minister Modi back in June. And also there was a meeting at the State Department the following day, a lunch hosted by Vice President Harris and Secretary Blinken. And it was just, you know, the warmth, the goodwill, it was palpable. So it was really, really amazing. It was a highly successful visit, as you know, and obviously that was followed up by an incredibly successful G20 event in India. So a lot of good stuff going on here, and we should really be proud of what India has achieved in many, many ways. Stepping back a little bit, don't you think it was a fantastic day? I mean, you know, I think, you know, I'm in business, right? I mean, so we don't really get the chance to sort of stand back and sit back and reflect on what is going on. So these sessions are incredibly helpful, Arvind. You know, and thank you so much to you. Thank you to all the speakers who've come from many, many places today. And we really appreciate all the effort that has gone into this. I'm from Kanpur, by the way. And thank you for pointing out the low per capita income of UP. Um, but I tell you, I mean, there are two ways to look at this, as you said already. One is that the base is low enough that there should be unlimited opportunity, for growth, which is the way I look at the situation. I mean, I've had the privilege of attending some of these presentations by the government of UP and all the plans they have for infrastructure development, for a biotech park and a defense park, and so on and so forth. I know that Dr. Panagaria is very involved in that. So I'm very optimistic about what the future holds for India. And by the way, this is purely from 34,000 feet. So, but I think there is just an amazing amount of energy, amazing amount of aspirations, the whole startup culture. It is really, quite incredible. One thing I would just say is that I'm involved in quite a few NGOs. And what we are seeing is at the state level, an incredible interest at the states to improve education of their population, to alleviate poverty at the very basic level. For example, just give you one example. I'm involved, I'm the board of something called the Nudge. The objective of Nudge is to alleviate ultra poverty, right? So they're focused on the 7 or 8 states where you have ultra poverty. We all know who they are: UP, Bihar, Odisha, and so on. And so they basically have done a pilot project now for the last 3 years with several thousands of families to see if they can provide livelihood, improve their bank accounts, have them establish bank accounts, and so on and so forth. And now, they have gone to the states to see, hey, listen, we have these incredible results from these pilot programs. Why don't you implement them? And they have just recently got a $75 million grant at Jharkhand, from the state of Jharkhand, to implement some of these programs. 75 million. If you take all the conversations that they're having, with all the states, it could be $1 billion investment by the states to improve ultra poverty. So, I'm beginning to see this incredible conversations going on, at the state level, which, I find very encouraging, because ultimately we have to figure out a way, how to improve UP, how to improve Bihar, and so on and so forth. In any event, thank you very much to all of you for coming. I have to recognize one person here. Obviously, Arvind was one of the key, was the reason, for today. Arvind, you got to stand up and take it. What an amazing event today.
The real people who have done the whole day-to-day outside.
Is Mona here? Mona?
To bring them in.
Hey, Mona, thank you. And I will leave it up to you if there are other people who should be recognized, but thank you to the staff. Yeah. Let me just recognize that before you do that, can I just do one other thing here, please? Yeah. So one person I would like to recognize today, and we are privileged to have her attend, is Professor Merit Jaino. Professor Jaino, please. So Professor Jaino was Dean of SEPA until recently. And I will tell you, I mean, the two reasons why we decided as a family to found this center at Columbia are here in this room. Dean Jaino at that time and Professor Panagaria. So thanks for your guidance and thanks for all the help that you have provided.
Also, Ed, from that point, I think Merit has been fantastic supporter of the center.
Yes.
All through, and not just as Dean, but
In many ways.
afterwards as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Merit, by the way, has just come back from the huge summit on the West Coast with President Xi and so on. So welcome, Merit. Thanks for coming today and all that you have done. I'll also like to just recognize that Professor Shafiq, who's the new president of Columbia, has a deep interest in India. In fact, she had planned to go to India in November. I don't know if that had happened or not, possibly did. And the new dean of SEPA, Karen Yari Milo, is deeply, deeply interested in India as well. So we look forward to many, many years, of further progress under Arvind's leadership, and a lot of stuff to do, and look forward to many, many more of these sessions, which are extremely rewarding. So thank you very much. There's wine and champagne and all that stuff there, and look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.